Chapter 551 The Death of Danzo. 4 At the root, a great battle gradually came to an end. When the other Anbu arrived, the sixth squad of Anbu had already settled the battle. Therefore, they could only stare at the scattered root members lying in front of them in a dumbfounded manner. The roots, who are known as elites, did not expect such a day. Hyuga, Aurora and Yamato went to chase Sasuke and others, so the command of the 6th squad temporarily belongs to Yugen. Zayan commanded the rest, everyone at the roots, and sent them to the Anbu headquarters. The roots became deserted for a while. The news of Danzo's escape and the destruction of the roots quickly spread to the ears of various families. Of course, news of Danzo's death has not spread. Uchiha's house. Fu listened to the report of the person in front of him. His expression indifferent, as if the news he heard was not worth mentioning at all. I see, go down. Yes, Lord Patriarch. The Uchiha clan retired, while Mikoto walked in. At this time, Mikoto is over 30 years old, but years have never carved a mark on his face. As beautiful as ever. This is also where Naruto admires Sasuke most, with such a gentle and beautiful mother. At this time, Naruto didn't even know who his parents were. Husband, what happened? Seeing the man in a hurry, Mikoto knew that something must have happened again. Although Mikoto left her job as a ninja after becoming a mother, after all, she had been a ninja for more than 20 years. And she was still keenly aware of what was wrong. Fuyu glanced at Mikoto and said in a low voice, "It's nothing. It's just that Kakashi has attacked Danzo." Did it? Mikoto was surprised. Although there were rumors in the village before, Mikoto also noticed something wrong, but did not expect that this time Kakashi would be so decisive and directly attack Danzo. Very unexpected. Fu smiled. Mikoto nodded. I thought Kakashi would choose to stay quiet as before. Fuyu shook his head and said, Kakashi is no longer the Kakashi it used to be. Although Kakashi was outstanding at the time, it was not without rivals among Konoha, and there was no power completely stable. Once you start, it will be a situation where you will die. Fu paused and continued. But now it is different. Kakashi is the most prestigious person among the younger generation, and also the head of the Anbu. He has his own cronies in the Anbu, and his influence is no longer weak. What's more, both the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan know Kakashi's favor. Others like the Pig, Deer and Butterfly clan, the Oil Girl clan, the Inuzuka clan, etc., have a good relationship with Kakashi. Even 3 generations. Naruto's son Asuma has a very good relationship with Kakashi. And all this is what Danzo does not have. Kakashi becomes the 6th generation of Hokage, which is the general trend and no one can stop it. Therefore, these families will not have grudges with Kakashi. Not to mention Danzo's crimes being announced one by Kakashi has made him a target of public criticism. How can Kakashi be compared with him when he carries the general trend and Danzo, a person in the dark? On the other hand, Kakashi's strength has already surpassed that of ordinary people too much. I am afraid that even if the roots are all together, it is not Kakashi's opponent. With the advantages of both aspects, I can't think of any reason. Let Kakashi continue to swallow. Kakashi is a gentle person, Mikoto said. Gentle? Haha. What you said is right and wrong. Although Kakashi is really gentle, he has the style of 4 generations. But if you have seen his murder resume in Anb, I am afraid you will not. That said, Kakashi is not a 3rd generation Hokage, and has no excessive kindness. When it comes to Hansen, it is never ambiguous. Mikoto was silent, remembering the figure who had been to Uchiha's house before. The lazy look and gentle temperament are impressive. It turns out that under that face, there is also the so-called darkness. Yes, who is completely white and flawless. Even the child Itachi, who was originally such a gentle person, still bears the sins that shouldn't belong to him. In life, there are always things that I don't want to do, but have to do. Fuyu looked out the window and sighed. The sky of Konoha is about to change completely. Husband, will something happen again? Mikoto said worriedly. The previous Uchiha incident has left a lot of shadow on Mikoto. Don't worry, Kakashi is in charge. It will only benefit us, but it will not hurt us. Perhaps, it may not necessarily be that Itachi will be able to return soon. Mikoto's eyes lit up when she heard this, and said, "Really?" Fui smiled and nodded. "It's great," Mikoto said with a smile, full of expectation in front of her eyes. For that precocious son, Mikoto had a lot of guilt in her heart. If Itachi can really come back, then Mikoto will have a chance to make up. By the way, where did the kid Sasuke go? Fu said suddenly. Mikoto was taken aback, and then said, "Sasuke, it seems to be going out to meet his friends." Fu was silent for a moment, and said, "Really?" At the route, I was still running wildly, and then, a strange feeling spread from the tip of Say's tongue, and it seemed that some restrictions disappeared. I stopped abruptly and said in a low voice, "This feeling, Lord Danzo is dead." The members of the route were hidden by the group. If Danzo dies, this immortal seal will disappear. Seeing that Sajing stopped abruptly, Sasuke and others who followed behind also stopped. "Sai, what are you doing so fast?" Naruto asked. Sai turned around and looked at a few people, smiled, and said, "It's nothing. Just let you leave the roots." "What?" Naruto asked puzzledly. "The route is not a place where you can go in and out at will. Once discovered by the ninja at the route, you will definitely be beheaded." "Huh? You mean, are you trying to save us?" Naruto asked puzzled. "You can say that, after all, you are the disciples of Senior Kakashi." Sai smiled. Sasuke frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "Nothing." "What are you doing here?" "The roots are not a place where you can play at will." "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the purpose of coming." "Say, tell me what is going on in the village about Mrs. Kakashi." "Is it the roots?" Naruto said excitedly. Say smiled and said, "Is it here to ask this?" "What a stupid." Chapter 552 changed. Say, "What do you mean?" Naruto said angrily. "Haha, Naruto. Sometimes you think things are too simple." "What a fool." Say mocked. "Asshole, what are you talking about?" Naruto said, about to rush over to beat Sai, but Sasuke stopped him. "Naruto, calm down," Sasuke shouted in a low voice. Shijigo frowned slightly, watching Sai expression change. There seems to be something ignored by them. Sasuke also found something wrong at this time, and this Sai seemed to be a little different. Without the sense of camouflage that he had when performing tasks together before, Sai at that time seemed to be a tool. At this time, Sai seemed more like a person. But why is there such a difference? Sai looked at Sasuke and said, "I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to do such a stupid thing. I went to the root headquarters to ask about this kind of thing." "Why do you think I will tell you?" This. Sasuke was dumb for a while. "We are all Kakashiban people, just answering a question." "What's wrong?" Naruto said naturally. "Don't you even know the most basic confidentiality treaty at the root?" "Senior Kakashi should have told you about it, right?" said Sai. "Huh? Is there such a thing?" Naruto asked in confusion. Sasuke and Sakura are embarrassed. Kakashi did say it before, but they seemed to have forgotten them all before. Even if you don't know the confidentiality treaty at the root, you should know the confidentiality treaty for the mission. "Why do you still hold this naive idea?" Sai asked. We all want to help Teacher Kakashi," Naruto said excitedly. Sai looked at Naruto coldly and said, "Why do you think you can help Senior Kakashi?" "When Senior Kakashi was your age, he was already an outstanding powerhouse in the Anbu. It's the head of the Anbu. What do you think you can help him?" Naruto took a step back, being forced back by Say's cold breath, and even more shocked by Say's words. "Yes, what can I help Teacher Kakashi?" "What do you need to do for someone who is such a good Teacher Kakashi?" "Do you just act blindly with such a so-called heart that you want to help?" Say's voice questioned, and it hit Naruto's heart heavily. He started to think, did he really do something wrong? Maybe Naruto's behavior is a bit impulsive, but his starting point is good. "We all act with the same mood," Sakura said. Sai glanced at Naruto and the others, shook his head, and said, "You are really naive, Senior Kakashi is really hard. Asshole. What do you mean? Xianglin said uncomfortably. I pointed to his head and said, before doing something, learn to think about how to do it, instead of rushing forward. Maybe you will solve the problem because of good luck, but you won't have such good luck every time. Just like this time, you blindly broke into the roots. Not only can you not help Senior Kakashi, it will only make Senior Kakashi more difficult to do. How is it possible? Naruto called. Impossible? The charge of trespassing at the roots is enough to make Master Danzo put a big hat on Senior Kakashi's head. Don't forget, you are all disciples of Senior Kakashi, and your collective actions are great. To a certain extent, it can be understood as the will of Senior Kakashi. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they didn't seem to have thought of this at all. At this time, among Konoha, Kakashi officially accepted as a disciple. Only 5 people in front of him. They gathered together, and indeed many people would consider it to be the command of Kakashi. I have said so much, I just want you to understand. Don't use your so-called kindness to make a thing worse. I finished speaking, showing a big smile. It's just that this smile looks a little fake no matter how you look at it. Everyone looked at each other and seemed to be a little ashamed. For such a simple truth, they seemed to have forgotten all of them for a while. Originally, Sasuke and others were still insisting not to break into the roots, but because of Naruto, they all forgot about it. What they should do is to pull Naruto away, not to mess around with Naruto. Looking back now, if it is discovered by someone at the root, it will indeed become very troublesome. Then we will leave here now? Naruto asked tentatively. No, the matter is over. Danzo-sama is dead. Senior Kakashi won this battle of rumors, said Sai. What? Everyone was shocked. The immortal seal that Master Danzo put on me has disappeared, indicating that Master Danzo has passed away, and the person who wins is naturally Senior Kakashi. Sai said flatly. What the is going on? Sai, you know right? Naruto asked. You may have gathered too early, so you don't know what happened in the village. So you feel so confused. What happened in the village? Xianglin asked questioningly. Sai explained the crime book now, and also explained the order issued by the 3 generations of Hokage. Everyone solved their doubts. It turns out that the matter has been resolved, and it makes no sense for them to come here. Several people felt a sense of loss at the moment. It seems that the previous efforts have lost their meaning. And it seems that in the end there is nothing to help except for the chaos. Everyone looked at each other, a little embarrassed for a while. No wonder Kakashi didn't want to tell them. Even if he told them, it didn't work. Everything was in Kakashi's expectation. Sai, thank you. If this were not the case, I'm afraid we would have caused Kakashi Sensei again just now. Naruto said gratefully. Sai smiled and said, no. This is what I should do. Xianglin asked suspiciously, Sai, aren't you from the root? Why do you want to help us? Or, why do you want to help Kakashi brother? Everyone looked at Sajing with some doubts. Indeed, this truth seems a bit unreasonable. Sai took out a book and said, it says in this book that if you provide help when your friend is in a hurry and speak clearly, your friend will be very grateful to yourself, and the friendship will be stronger. Everyone showed helpless expressions after hearing this. Sure enough, it was Sai who could only read books and do errands. Sai smiled and put the book back in his ninja bag, and in the ninja bag, on the middle page of a picture album, there were 2 more images of smiling holding hands. Chapter 553 is 553. Sai deviated from the root's beliefs and chose to help Sasuke and others. Everything seems to be a natural thing. Although the roots have always been brainwashed, not everyone has been brainwashed successfully. At least Tenzo and Sai are failed brainwashing works. They all have human feelings in their hearts. As long as you find that point in their hearts, they can release their feelings again. This is true of Tenzo, and so is Sai. Sai, what you do now is that you betrayed the roots early in the morning. Sasuke quickly caught the key point and asked. Sai smiled and nodded, and said, No, I didn't betray Gen. I did everything Danza-sama asked me to do. I didn't tell Kakashi-senpai what I knew. I was just a bystander. That's it. I have no right to intervene in the struggle between Danza-sama and Kakashi-senpai. Now that they have a victory and defeat, the routes will be redefined. Everyone was stunned. At this time, Hyuga Tiger and Yamato also rushed over. Seeing that everyone was fine, Yamato was relieved. Yamato looked towards Sei and said, "Sei, you can go back with us obediently." In the Sanwai incident, Yamato had a pretty good impression of Sei, so he didn't want to do it. Sei showed that smile again and said, "Okay, Yamato-senpai." Sei cooperation made Yamato a little surprised, while Hyuga Tiger didn't have so much nonsense. He pointed his finger on Sei body and blocked Sei chakra. "What are you going to do to Sei?" Naruto asked quickly when he saw this. "Naruto, don't get involved with this matter. If you have any questions, ask Senior Kakashi," Yamato said, and then he and Hyuga Toro were about to leave with Sei. Naruto wanted to chase, but was pulled by Sasuke again. "Okay, Naruto, Sei will have nothing to do. Those are from Anbu, and the roots are now subdued. Kakashi-sensei should take care of the rest. Kakashi-sensei will not deal with Sei, don't worry." "Right." Naruto fell silent when he heard the words, and said nothing. At this time, Sei stopped and said softly, "Thank you, Naruto." After speaking, Sei showed a sincere smile on his face and left. Time rewinds back to the end of the Three Tails event. The night on the return journey. Konoha squad rests in the Mudon hut. At this time, it was Sei's turn to watch the night. In the dark night, Sei was alone by the campfire. Looking at the blazing flame, Sei's eyes were full of holes. Not knowing how long it took, Sei took out the picture album in the ninja bag. The cover is a gray man with half-length hair named Letter, and the back cover is Sei. Sei opened the picture album, and each page was portrayed with different content. Every page from the cover is a picture of Faith defeating the enemy, and every page on the back cover is a picture of Sei defeating the enemy. All the way to the middle page, there was only one expressionless Sei. Sei looked at the middle page, stunned. The previous mission process with the 7th class made Sei still fresh in his memory, and the bond between his companions reminded him of the time he used to be with Xin. Sei calls him his elder brother. They constantly beat their opponents. But in the end, they met. No one knows what the process is like, but in the end the letter is dead. The death of Faith created Sei today, and the blank on the last page was never filled. Sei was a little stunned, recalling seeing the battle between Hinata and others a few days ago. The feeling of mutual support between companions stimulated Sei again. Sei felt as if he could draw the last page. "It's just that every time I pick up a paintbrush, I feel like I'm making a pen." Today, the same is true. "Did you draw?" The abrupt voice rang in Sei, which surprised him. "Senior Kakashi." Sei stood up quickly and yelled softly. Kakashi smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be so cautious. Since you are my teammate now, then we are friends. There is no need to take the route set." Sei was stunned when he heard the words, but quickly reacted. "Yes, Senior Kakashi." Kakashi pointed to the picture album and said again, "Did you draw it?" Sei nodded and closed the picture album. "Who is this person?" Kakashi asked, pointing to the man on the cover. "That's my brother," Sei said directly without concealing it. "Where are people now?" "Died." Sei's voice didn't have any ups and downs, as if he was telling a normal thing. Kakashi sighed and said, "Sei, do you know the difference between a ninja at the root and an ordinary ninja? The root ninja has no past, no future, no name, no proof of existence." "Yeah, there is no past, no future, even the name is fake." "It's really sad." Kakashi sighed, seeming to have infinite emotion. Sei looked at the man with a mask covering his face in front of him. There is always something about him that he can't understand. "I also know a little about the root training method. Cultivate the bond, and then destroy it with your own hands, so that they understand that they are not worthy of the bond. To be more precise, it is to make them afraid of having the bond. Because once lost, the pain, make them afraid to touch it a second time. The corners of Say's eyes twitched, and the things hidden deep in his heart seemed to be dug out at once. You can live to this day, and you must have given up that so-called feeling. Let me guess, it was because of the person on the cover? He was once a very important person to you, right? Say lowered his head and was silent. When Kakashi saw this, he did not force it, but said to himself, humans are strange creatures. If you don't accept them, you won't be able to get new things. Say past events can't explain future results. Remove that mask, you can live a real life. Really? Say muttered to himself. Yeah, if you want to take off the mask at the root, this may be the only way. When you find what you have lost, I think you will draw it on the last page of this album. Kakashi finished speaking, stood up and stretched. Don't say anything, go to bed quickly. Say you continue to cheer yourself. Kakashi smiled and walked back to the cabin, leaving Say alone to continue the vigil. Say's eyes froze again on the burning flame. The paintbrush in his hand seemed to be inspired suddenly. The focal length of Say's eyes gradually condensed, and he opened the album, and tried to draw his unfinished painting on the middle page. Chapter 554. The storm has calmed down within a day. Konoha completed a transformation. All members of the Root were arrested and locked up in the cell of Anbu. At this time, most of them showed a lifeless appearance. Because the seal of the tongue on their bodies has disappeared at the same time, they know what it means. For most people in the Roots, Danzo is their belief, and then Konoha. Now that the faith has disappeared, they have also fallen into confusion. Among them, there are also people who want to avenge Danzo. It's just that they are now completely sealed by chakra, and even their hands and feet are bound, and they can't resist at all. They can only wait for Hokage to deal with them. Although Kakashi was removed from the post of minister for the time being, in the eyes of Anbu, Kakashi was still their minister. At this time Tsunade was not there, and the third generation of Hokage was a little cold because of Danzo's death and did not deal with it. Kakashi had no choice but to hold down the matter for the time being, and wait for Tsunade to come back to deal with it. Kakashi didn't want to overdo it. It would make people feel very uncomfortable. Even Tsunade may not care about these, but it is a kind of respect. With regard to Danzo, Kakashi has not had time to explain to Tsunade. After all this happened too fast. Originally, Kakashi didn't want to do it so soon. It was only Danzo's repeated provocations that Kakashi had to advance the plan. However, Kakashi was not worried about the issue of confessing to Tsunade, because the two had reached an agreement long ago when dealing with Danzo. After all, Danzo, an old high-level executive, whether it is Kakashi or Tsunade, actually looks down on it. That was something that was checked and balanced when the three generations of Hokage were in power. They didn't need it. Once the emperor and the courtier, it was obvious that the old man Tuanzang was rejected by them. It can even be said that it is a malignant tumor to be removed. Kakashi looked at the documents in front of him in the Flagwood house. This is the information of the Root, which records the list of all members of the Root. It has to be said that the composition of the members of the Roots is more abundant than that of the Anbu. The strength of these people is also very outstanding. Of course, the strength of some people is accumulated by esoteric techniques abruptly. Although the strength is good, but the life is also overdrawn. This is in line with the temperament of the Roots. Kakashi quickly read the information again, and already had a plan in his heart. There are still some people who can use such Roots. After all, it is Konoha's high-end combat power and cannot be easily given up. This problem is left to Shisui later. For now, they are still being detained for the time being. Come back, Tsunade-sama should almost be back, Kakashi said, looking out the window, which was the direction of the City of Fire. Tsunade was worried when he had met the daimyo. The content of this meeting did not surprise Tsunade, but there is still a big difference between speculation and reality. At this time, Tsunade felt a sense of urgency. Because the daimyo only gave 10 days to let Tsunade deal with the humble matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, Konoha would probably die with the support of daimyo in the land of fire. At that time, Konoha may be facing the fate of destruction, and the only way to resolve this incident is to hand over the humble call. Therefore, in these 10 days, Konoha must catch Hiryu, so as to avoid this disaster. As soon as Tsunade left the meeting room, Anb handed over a scroll and said, "Tsunade-sama, there is an urgent report from the village." "Okay." Tsunade frowned. What happened in the village at this time? Is that guy Danzo restless again? Tsunade felt a little uneasy in his heart, quickly opened the scroll and scanned it quickly. This is... Tsunade looked more and more surprised, and then smiled with relief. It's really Kakashi, really an outstanding performance. Sure enough, he is the most suitable person to be Naruto. Tsunade doesn't actually have much desire for the position of Naruto, and being pushed to the position of Naruto before is more like driving a duck to the shelf. Tsunade will become Hokage. First, there is no suitable candidate in the village. Kakashi and Jiraiya also clearly refused. Danzo wanted to be, but Sandai did not give him this opportunity. Therefore, there is only one Tsunade left. The second is the memory evoked by Naruto, which makes Tsunade want to fulfill the unfinished dream for Kazuki. But after he really became Hokage, Tsunade realized the difficulties. That's not the life she wants. This is also the reason why Tsunade abdicated to Kakashi shortly after the Fourth Ninja War in the original book. Purely lazy. Think about being a Hokage who can't enjoy gambling or drinking. For Tsunade, this is simply torture. Tsunade closed the scroll, already thinking about it. This time, I am afraid that Kakashi can only come to this matter, Tsunade secretly said in his heart, and then said to Anb, leaving, return to Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. Among Konoha, the news of Danzo's death gradually spread, and all the families were a little surprised. Although they knew that Danzo might be unlucky this time, they didn't expect to be so unlucky. In other words, in the game between Danzo and Kakashi, Danzo was defeated. For a time, many people sighed. Since the death of Tuanzang, the 3 generations of Hokage have stayed in Sarutobai's house and never reappeared. The death of an old friend also made the old man feel that he had lost something. It may take a long time for this old man to get out of this emotion. Being accustomed to life and death does not mean that you can ignore life and death, especially when facing important people. Kakashi did not bother the 3 generations of Hokage, which may also be a tacit understanding between the two. The turmoil in Danzo was soon suppressed, because a greater crisis had arrived. Tsunade returned, bringing the decision of daimyo. The crisis made everyone a little uneasy. This is a crisis more terrifying than at any time before. In the past wars of the ninja world, no matter how critical it was, the country of fire was Konoha's strongest backing. With the economic support of the country of fire, Konoha can win again and again. If the country of fire no longer supports Konoha, then facing several other villages, I am afraid that he would have lost without having to fight. War is not just about combat power. Between life and death, the Danzo matter will not cause much disturbance. Naruto building. Kakashi, I already know about Danzo. This matter is not for the time being. Hibernation is the big problem now. I have considered your suggestion. This is indeed the only way now. But are you sure to deal with Beelio? Tsunade looked at Kakashi, waiting for an answer. Kakashi smiled and said, no. Chapter 555 Time Technique. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, Kakashi, are you not even sure about how to deal with Hiryu? Tsunade-sama, the terrible thing about Hiryu lies in the mysterious ghost shoots art, which claims to be able to swallow all the power, including the blood inheritance limit. Even I am not very sure about this. But everything is always to give it a try. I don't believe that there are weaknesses in ninjutsu in this world. As long as all ninjutsu has weaknesses, we haven't found them, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So you want to go and try it? Tsunade whispered. Yes, I believe my eyes can find the flaws in them. You are really confident? Tsunade smiled. I have been a ninja for so many years, and I don't even have this confidence. Then I will really live and go back. but just in case, I need Tsunade-sama to do some tricks on me, Kakashi said. What tricks? Tsunade asked in confusion. Tsunade-sama, please plant a time technique on me. What? Tsunade was surprised. The so-called time technique is a special kind of sealed ninjutsu. Somewhere in the human body, plant a rune of the operation style, and it will be automatically activated when it is triggered. This is an unconventional method, generally used for burning jade and stone. Even in the dark part, they are rarely used methods. Seeing Tsunade's shocked face, Kakashi said flatly, if I fail and be swallowed by the humiliation, then this time technique is the last guarantee, and it can also avoid Konoha's catastrophe. Kakashi, Konoha's future needs you to build. I don't agree with you. Tsunade patted the table with both hands, feeling a little excited. Tsunade-sama, don't worry, I care more about my life than anyone else. I just said it just in case. Kakashi smiled. This. Tsunade wavered a little. Tsunade-sama, time is running out. I can sense that this puppet curse has become stronger and stronger for me. In order to be able to deal with the humble call, I must give up resisting this puppet curse and let it lead me there. The location of Belial. Tsunade was silent for a moment, and finally sighed, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said, I understand, Kakashi, I agree. But you have to come back alive. I have a chair, I will have to hand it in sooner or later for you. Kakashi smiled and said, I understand. Okay, let's go. Go to the sealing room. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The seal room is completely dark. The moment Tsunade pushed the door and entered, the candlelight suddenly lit up. A total of 9 lamps turned the pitch black into grey, and red runes appeared on the ground. Kakashi, take off your forehead and jacket, then go to sit in the middle of the formation. Kakashi nodded, took off his forehead and jacket, and sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. The perfect upper body is exposed, which makes people feel pleasing to the eye. It's just that there is only Tsunade here, and she doesn't have much reaction to this. As a medical ninja, I have never seen what kind of body. What's more, in Tsunade's eyes, Kakashi is his junior, and he has no idea. When Tsunade saw Kakashi sitting down, his hands were sealed, and then his right hand was placed on Kakashi's silver-white hair. In an instant, the runes in the formation continued to roll, slowly climbing up Kakashi's body. Kakashi only felt some ants walking around in his body, and there was an itchy sensation. But this feeling comes fast and goes fast. With Tsunade's soft drink, the rune has been integrated into Kakashi's body. Kakashi opened his left eye suddenly, a red light flashed, and on his right forearm, a green mark appeared. Tsunade whispered, well, I have already reflected the technique into your writing round eyes. If it really fails by then, don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I don't think there will be that moment. Kakashi said, putting on his own clothes and Konoha's forehead as well. That's good. Tsunade smiled. By the way, after I leave, Naruto and the others will be chasing after me, when the time comes. I understand. I won't let them follow. Tsunade whispered. No. I hope Tsunade-sama can let it go. What? Tsunade asked in surprise. Kakashi lowered his forehead, covered the scarlet writing wheel eyes, and smiled. It's useless to stop. I know how Naruto and the others feel about me. Add Naruto and the others. His character. I won't let me take risks. Moreover, if this matter reaches the final critical moment, I'm afraid Naruto's help is needed. Naruto? Tsunade said in surprise. I didn't expect to hear Kakashi say that he needs Naruto's help one day. Yes, and it makes it more real, doesn't it? Kakashi smiled. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, who was smiling in front of him, and he couldn't figure out what he was thinking. However, out of trust in Kakashi, Tsunade agreed. Then troubled Tsunade-sama, I should be able to act tonight. Be careful. Kakashi nodded. Mount Xumi. At this time it has become the base of Belial. Belial sat somewhere and suddenly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, this Hagai Kakashi has become so powerful over the years. resisting my puppet curse for so long. But now he is finally powerless. It seems that my plan will be realized soon. While speaking, Blue looked at the 5 surrounding shelves, 4 of which had a person hanging on each, and only one was left, which was still vacant. Kakashi, come on, be a part of me, make me the invincible ninja in this world, the most powerful existence. Ha ha ha. Blue laughed loudly, and at this moment, a female ninja ran over. Master Hiryu, intelligence shows that Konoha's dancer has died. Blue stunned, and said, unexpectedly, this guy Danzang died so soon. It seems that the cooperation with him has lost its meaning. Forget it, it's just a small matter anyway. Leave him alone, take it calm down. Let us welcome the distinguished guests. Yes, Lord Blue. Among Konoha, Kakashi was lying on the bed. Suddenly, red light appeared in his eyes, and the puppet curse on his forehead appeared. Kakashi, come on, come to me. The voice of Blue echoed in Kakashi's ears. Kakashi got off the bed slowly and walked out of Konoha. On the street, the 5 Naruto people are gathering together. Let's apologize to Mrs. Kakashi for this matter. After all, we did something wrong, Xianglin said. Everyone nodded, and then walked towards Kaima's house together. But when they walked to the entrance of Konoha village, they saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 556. Go alone isn't that Mr. Kakashi? Naruto pointed to the figure at the Konoha gate and said. Everyone looked at it after hearing the words, and under the moonlight, the silver-white hair looked very eye-catching. Hey, it's really Mr. Kakashi. What is he going to do so late? In that direction? Is he going out of the village? Sakura wondered. No. There is something wrong with Mr. Kakashi's appearance, Sasuke whispered. At this time, Izumo and Ziti, who were guarding the Konoha gate, walked over. Kakashi-sama, it's confinement time now. Even if it's you, you can't leave the village, Izumo said. Kakashi ignored it and walked out on his own. Seeing this, Izumo and Ziti were taken aback. Liao stepped forward to stop them. Master Kakashi. As soon as Izumo screamed, Kakashi's hand knife slashed on his neck. A mount. Izumo only groaned, and then fell to the ground. Izumo. Zitai was taken aback, but he didn't expect Kakashi to actually do it. But the next moment, an iron fist hit his stomach. With the same snorting, Zitai fell to the ground. Then Kakashi sprinted out of the door and quickly left the door. The 5 Sasuke people were surprised when they saw this. What did they see? Kakashi injured the guard, leaving the village. What's the matter? What is Mrs. Kakashi doing? Naruto looked incredulous. Brother Kakashi injured the guard. God. What happened? Xianglin asked in shock. Does Kakashi-sensei really want to defect? Sakura whispered. How could it be? Naruto growled. Sakura was taken aback, and she had never seen Naruto so fierce. I don't believe it. I'll ask Mr. Kakashi. Naruto rushed out after speaking. Sasuke grabbed Naruto and said, wait for Naruto. Something is wrong. Let go of me. Sasuke, that's Mr. Kakashi. There must be something wrong with this. Naruto yelled out of control. Sasuke pulled Naruto past, then punched Naruto in the face. Boom. With a soft sound, Naruto fell to the ground with a fist. What are you doing, bastard Sasuke? Naruto called. Are you awake now? Sasuke said coldly. Sasuke, Sakura whispered from the side. Naruto was taken aback and looked at Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke said, Konoha's guardian work is divided into 3 levels. One is the ordinary guards, and the 2 that Kakashi-sensei knocked down just now. This is on the bright side. The second is the Uchiha clan, the Konoha police department. The third is the guard of the Anbu. These 2 are hidden in the dark. But just now, neither the Konoha police department nor the Anbu appeared. In other words, there must be a problem in it. It may even be a task. If you rush up like this, it may affect the task. Before, haven't you taught you anything about the roots? Naruto was stunned when he heard the words, and didn't know how to answer for a while. The other 3 people also came to understand. No wonder Sasuke wanted to stop Naruto. Sasuke's words are reasonable. There is indeed a weird feeling in it. Brother Kakashi's actions just now are also very strange. Let's ask Tsunade-sama to see what is going on, Shijigo said. After hearing this, Naruto looked in the direction where Kakashi was leaving, remembering what had been said at Nebusei, and finally decided to go to Tsunade to ask about the situation with everyone. Above Konoha's high wall, a white-haired ninja watched Kakashi leave. Oh, did Kakashi decide to take the risk alone? It's really in line with his style, but Tsunade will agree, which is unexpected. Forget it. That guy at Haru should leave it to Kakashi. He'd better go to Tsunade to discuss how to guard against things in other villages. Jiraiya also jumped off the high wall and headed towards the Hokage building. At this time, Kakashi kept moving forward on the way to Mount Sumeru. The red light in his right eye has not dissipated yet. Obviously the effect of the puppet curse is still diverging. However, what no one knows is that Kakashi's will is actually still sober. The effect of this puppet curse is pretty good, but I didn't expect that my mental power was already so strong. Even if I was driven by the puppet curse, my mind was still very clear. Sure enough, the Kuseri family secret art that I have been practicing over the years has not been in vain. In this way, it is much more convenient. In this direction, should I go to Mount Xumi? Sure enough, Beelio is there. On the other side, in the office of the Hokage building. It seemed a little noisy at this time. What? Grandma Tsunade, you actually let Kakashi-sensei do such a dangerous thing? Naruto said angrily. Tsunade glanced at Naruto coldly and said, Naruto, as Konoha's ninja, Kakashi has the will of fire. He just did something he thought was right. He desperately protected. It is you, the partners behind you, and the entire Konoha. It is not I ordering him to go, but his own request. Naruto was taken aback, and then remembered what Kakashi had said in his ear. Don't worry, even if I die, I will protect you. I will never let my companion be killed. The words of Kakashi in the past are still in my ears. Naruto knew that Kakashi never talked about it. He is really fulfilling his promise. It used to be and it is now. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto gritted his teeth, slammed the door open, and ran out. Naruto. Sasuke was surprised and quickly followed. Xianglin and Shigeo glanced at each other and ran out likewise. Kozakura said to Tsunade awkwardly, Teacher, I. Go ahead, not as an example. Tsunade smiled. Kozakura was taken aback and nodded quickly. Okay. Seeing Kozakura's back, Tsunade sighed. Oh, Tsunade, it's not like you. It's still sighing here. Jiraiya's tall figure jumped in from the window and looked at Tsunade with a wretched smile on his face. Jiraiya, what are you doing when you come back? Tsunade said irritably. That said, Konoha is facing such a big crisis now. My dignified Miyama mountain-toad immortal Gilda will naturally come back to overcome the difficulties with Konoha. Gilda also laughed. Let's go. What happened? Tsunade frowned. She understands Jiraiya's character. If it weren't for any important information, Jiraiya would not easily go back to the village. Sure enough, in the next second, Jiraiya's face became serious, and he said, Tsunade, I found that your scale has become more magnificent. Tsunade punched over, hit Jiraiya's face, and flew out with a bang. Moron. Chapter 557 Mount Sumeru. In Hokage's office, Jiraiya's nostrils were stuck with 2 paper towels to stop the blood flowing. There was a bruise on his face. Tsunade, your fist is really getting stronger and stronger. Jiraiya laughed. Just this smile involved the wound on his face, grinning with pain in an instant. You are as wretched as you always have, so hurry up and get down to business. Jiraiya's face became more serious, and said, Yan Yin, and Shin seemed to be mobilizing troops to the border. I am afraid that because of this Huailiu incident, they have also become suspicious. On the other side of Wu Yin, it's very quiet, which makes me feel a little strange. Tsunade frowned, and said, Yuiru's unilateral declaration of war has left Konoha in a state of isolation and helplessness. This is probably his conspiracy. Otherwise, facing the 5 great ninja village with his current strength, it will definitely be overwhelming. Uin has had a good relationship with Konoha over the years, but I didn't expect that this time I didn't fall into the trap. It's a rare opportunity to see the 5 generations of water shadows. It is indeed an ally worthy of cooperation. I can also cooperate with Gaara on the side of Sai in fight for it. Jai Lai also nodded. Gaara's impression of Konoha is also very good. It's just that Gaara is still young, and in Cheyenne, he is still controlled by other high levels. The dispatch of troops this time was probably not Gaara's original intention. I have made an appointment with Gaara to discuss at the border and will leave tomorrow. Tsunade said. I'll accompany you, Jai Lai said without hesitation. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and said, no, I'm enough alone. Besides, there is an amp. It's okay, I have nothing to do anyway, so it's decided. I'll go first. Jiraiya finished speaking and left from the window. Tsunade watched Jiraiya leave as well, with a smile on his face. What a fool. Outside Konoha, Naruto ran all the way, heading in the direction where Kakashi had left. Behind him, Sasuke and others followed. Sasuke accelerated and blocked Naruto's front, shouting, Naruto. Naruto stopped abruptly, gritted his teeth and said, Sasuke, Mr. Kakashi is in danger this time. I can't let him take the risk by himself. I don't want to listen to any truths. I just want to go and save him. Don't stop. Who said I was going to stop you? Sasuke laughed. Huh? Naruto was taken aback. You are not the only one who has feelings for teacher Kakashi. We will go with you, Sasuke said. Xianglin and others behind Sasuke also nodded. Upon seeing this, Naruto was overjoyed and said, okay, Kakashi disciple team, let's go. Mount Xumi is remote, but in the heart of the monk, it is a sacred mountain. Of course, there are not many monks in this world. The most famous is the Temple of Fire. Therefore, this Mount Xumi is in a state of desertion. It is for this reason that Blue can build his base here silently. On Mount Xumi, Blue opened his eyes and said, the distinguished guest has arrived, but there are still a few uninvited guests following. The 3 of you will send them over. If anyone gets in the way, you are welcome. Just solve them directly. Yes, Lord Belio. Not far away, 3 ninjas, 1 woman, 2 men, answered at the same time. After speaking, Blue turned around and looked at a circular hole in the roof. The sun is undergoing some strange changes. Come on, the golden circle solar eclipse is coming soon. Kakashi, come on, I can't wait. Under Mount Xumi, Kakashi looked at the door full of strange patterns in front of him, and walked over without hesitation. When Kakashi approached, the door slowly opened. Kakashi walked unimpeded all the way to the top of the mountain. Ms. Kakashi. At this time, Naruto and others finally caught up. But facing Naruto's call, Kakashi turned a deaf ear and walked on his own. Damn it, why Kakashi teacher seems to not hear me? Naruto said anxiously. Naruto, don't worry. Tsunade-sama said that Kakashi Sensei is now hit by the enemy's puppet curse. I'm afraid I can't hear us, Sakura explained. Damn it, let's hurry up. Everyone was about to follow, and a female ninja stood in front of them. Unfortunately, this is not a place you can pass through. Get out of here quickly. The female ninja sneered. Everyone was stunned, but they didn't expect to encounter enemies at this time. It's the enemy. There is only one person. I'll deal with him, and you should hurry up. Shijio whispered. Jungo, are you too reluctant to be alone? Xianglin said. Relax. I have a sense of measure. We can't waste time here. Naruto looked at Shijio and said, okay, leave it to Shijio here, let's go. Since Shijio's strength is understood, although this female ninja looks good, Shijio will not lose to her. Seeing that Naruto and others were about to leave, the female ninja stepped forward to stop it. Shijio rushed over, curse marks appeared. Blast. The right arm suddenly changed into the shape of a monster and smashed towards the female ninja. The female ninja was shocked and quickly backed away. At this time, Sakura hit the door with a fist. What a joke. Kozaka roared, and slammed a heavy punch. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a big hole broke through the door. Naruto and the mermaid filed in. Upon seeing this, the female ninja snorted and said, Cut. It seems that we have to clean up your fellow first. However, it looks like you are more like a monster than me. Shigego's curse faded slowly, and he looked at the female ninja in front of him faintly. Over the years, Jungo has been very proficient in the application of curse seals, and can be done instantaneously. The female ninja's expression was rather solemn. She bit her finger and her hands became imprinted. Psychic art. Boom. Two strange giant creatures appeared in front of Shigogo. It seems a bit difficult to deal with, Shigeo murmured. On the other side, Naruto and Rin met again. It was a weird man playing with snakes. Psychic art. Two-headed snake. Sasuke drew a knife and chopped off the double-headed snake. In the end, Xiangrin stayed to confront the man, and Naruto and others moved forward again. Soon after, another male ninja appeared, and Sakura stayed to confront him. Sasuke Naruto moved forward again. It didn't take long for the two to see Kakashi again. That is another door. It's there, Mrs. Kakashi. Naruto called again. Unfortunately, Kakashi still did not respond. At this time, the other person's voice sounded abruptly. Long time no see, Kakashi. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The Golden Circle solar eclipse is about to begin. Let's merge together. Chapter 558. Belia, who are you? Did you control Mr. Kakashi? Why target Mrs. Kakashi? Naruto roared. The feminine voice sounded again, telling everything about himself. In Konoha, there used to be a man named Hyruo. He has been looking forward to this day, because he wants to change his destiny through the art of ghost shoots. And the puppet curse on Kakashi is just his plan. It's just the beginning. Sasuke looked around and tried to find out the source of this sound, but found nothing. The voice continued. Hyruo was once a young friend of Konoha-sanin, but he didn't have such outstanding ninja talents, which made him very unwilling. So, in order to make up for the lack of talent, he began to indulge in creatures, research and hope to complete the ninjutsu that fits and fits. Ghost Hyruo. When he studied for the majority of the time, the three wars entered a white-hot stage. At this time, a battle called the Battle of the Shinsabai Bridge took place. That battle was very tragic, and Hagai Kakashi went from there. The battle is back. His return surprised me. Guess what happened? Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, completely unable to guess. They really don't understand Kakashi's past at all. Seeing that the two did not answer, Haru continued. Kakashi received a bequest from the dead teammate Uchiha Hidaido, and inherited the power of the blood inheritance limit. That's right, it's the writing wheel. As Blue spoke, his voice became a little excited. Sasuke and Naruto were taken aback. They all know that Kakashi has a writing wheel, but I never knew how Kakashi's writing wheel came from. Today, they got the answer. That is the relic of a teammate. It felt like Sasuke had died and transplanted Shaolin Yan to Naruto. Just thinking about it, both Naruto and Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable. What's more, based on their understanding of Kakashi, what kind of mood this person who values his companions so much will be like. Then it will definitely hurt, right? He didn't know what Naruto and Sasuke were thinking. He said to himself, the ghost shoots art I studied originally was just to fuse the flesh of creatures and make up for his own shortcomings. But I saw Kakashi succeeded. Combining the writing wheel eyes, I have a bold idea. That is, fusion of multiple blood inheritance boundaries. Naruto and Sasuke are surprised again. This man is simply a lunatic. In the ninja world, it is well known that the blood succession boundary is an extremely mysterious genetic ability. It is extremely difficult to use this ability if it is not for a bloodline with blood and bounds, especially for transplantation. Adaptability is difficult, and it is more likely to be killed by the backlash of blood. One kind of blood succession limit is even so, let alone many kinds. If I can integrate multiple blood inheritance boundaries, then my talent will be greatly improved. At that time, I will be able to catch up with Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. But when Blue was halfway through speaking, his tone suddenly became a little sad and regretful. However, just when I put this idea into action, The 3 generations of Hokage discovered my research. He sent Senran over and wiped me out. Fortunately, I was able to escape with preparations long ago. However, the research on the Ghost Shoot Luo technique has been conducted for nearly 20 years before the research is successful. As Liu spoke, his words seemed to be full of satisfaction. No, Mr. Kakashi is gone. Sasuke regained his senses and said at this time, "What?" Naruto also reacted. The eyes of the two moved quickly, and soon they found that Kakashi had already walked past the doorway in the distance. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke ran up one after another. At this time, Biliu walked slowly from the door. She was short in stature, dressed in white, and bandaged on most of her body. Kakashi walked to Biliu's side and walked straight into the door. Hee, Kakashi, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kakashi's right eye flashed red and did not answer. Seeing Kakashi walk into the castle behind him, Biliu showed a satisfied expression. What he needs is such a Kakashi. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke also arrived at this time. Haryu looked over and saw both Naruto and Sasuke with angry expressions. When he saw Sasuke's scarlet writing wheel eyes, Haru was slightly surprised. Oh, unexpectedly, there is still a pair of writing wheel eyes sent to the door. Unfortunately, the level is not enough, otherwise, it may be a better choice. Biliu whispered. Hearing this, Sasuke was furious. His writing wheel was actually rejected by others as being too low level. But it's no wonder that Kakashi's writing wheel is a kaleidoscope, while Sasuke's is only a 3G jade. It is not surprising that Biliu will choose Kakashi. What's more, Kakashi had been called for reservation by Humble Liu a long time ago. Kakashi, who was under the puppet spell, would obviously be more cooperative. Well, you two leave here, don't hinder me, Biliu whispered. Damn fellow, I definitely don't allow you to do anything to teacher Kakashi. Shadow clone. Naruto knotted his hands and ran towards Biliu. At this moment, dozens of shadow clones banged, jumped out of Naruto's back, and screamed towards Biliu. Sasuke didn't stay idle either, and ran quickly toward Haruo. Seeing that the shadow clone was about to run in front of him, Biliu unceremoniously knotted his hands. Leon cavity wave. Black clouds emerged from Biliu's body, covering his body completely, and then, the blue thunder shot out. The blue current was extremely fast, but in an instant, all of Naruto's shadow clones were crushed. Bang bang bang. For a moment, Biliu's front was full of smoke when the shadow clone broke. The smoke cleared, Naruto and Sasuke crushed over at the same time. One person has blue in his right hand, and the other has blue Chidori. Spiral pill. Chidori. The sound of Chidori singing, when the spiral wind rises. Facing the combined attack of the two evil ninjutsu, Biliu just took a step back, and then tore the bandage on his left hand. A mysterious rune appeared in the palm of his left hand. Dark escape. Sucking holes. As soon as Chidori and Helix Maru approached the left-hand rune, they were absorbed cleanly. How is it possible? Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback, unable to believe everything in front of them. You are still far away, and I'll give it back to you. Dark escape. Evil self-defeating fight. With a soft drink, the Helix pill and Chidori that he had just sucked resurfaced in the rune on his left hand, and then launched out with a bang, in the middle of Naruto and Sasuke. Boom. In an instant, the two were blasted out. Puff. Blood spurted from the mouths of the two at the same time and fell on the ground. Chapter 559. Damage. Biliu looked at his left hand in surprise, and whispered, these two ninjutsu are quite interesting. There is actually a trend that can be merged. Used together, the power has increased so much. He glanced at the half-dead Naruto and Sasuke in the distance, and then at the change in the sky. Biliu ignored the two, but walked back to the old castle behind him. The Golden Circle solar eclipse was about to begin, and Biliu had no time to continue playing with the two of them. Seeing Biliu walked into the castle, Naruto struggled to stand up, gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Kakashi, you must never lose to that guy. There are still many people in the village waiting for you to go back. Sasuke was also struggling to get up, but the blow was a bit too heavy, and the two of them couldn't slow down for a while. Helix Maru and Chidori have just merged together just now with the help of Blue's power of escape. This is like the spiral pill with the property change of the lightning attribute added to it, and it becomes the spiral pill with the thunder attribute. Fortunately, the fusion is only preliminary. If it is a perfect fusion version like the spiral shuriken, let alone get up now, I am afraid that their lives will be gone. Naruto, Sasuke cried strugglingly. Sasuke, can you still hold it? Naruto said. Of course, Sasuke said, covering his chest. At this time, the situation of the two of them was half-hearted, and they were all getting up by willpower. Okay, then let's move on. Okay. The two helped each other and moved forward slowly. That distance of only a kilometer, to the two of them now, looked like a moat. In the old castle, Blue manipulated Kakashi towards a red-X-shaped wooden frame. Around it, there are fork-shaped wooden frames, which are yellow, green, purple, and blue. On the ceiling, there are also 5 circles of the same color. And in the middle of the 5 circles, there is a hole that just shrouds the sun in the sky. Seeing Kakashi standing on the red wooden frame, Blue said, Kakashi, you gave me the hint to create the perfect ninja. When the moon covers the middle part of the sun and forms a golden ring, the sun's rays will have special power. After bathing in that radiance, you will become a part of me. At that time, I will become the perfect undead ninja. A look of excitement was humble. At the exposed hole, the moon gradually covered the sun, forming a golden ring. Only a moment later, Blue became even more excited. The golden circle solar eclipse is coming, and the 3 things of heaven, earth and man are about to be gathered. Kakashi, you and your writing wheel eyes will merge with me. As Blue spoke, another faint green flowing object emerged from his body and wrapped the corpses of the other 4 people in. Finally, the faint green object also wrapped Kakashi in. Belia stood on the faint green object and laughed. Ha ha ha. My ghost shoots art has succeeded. Under the power of this golden ring solar eclipse, my ghost shoots art will change. Got perfect. Ha ha ha. Belia was so excited, but he didn't notice that Kakashi's sanity had been completely restored in the faint green object. Is this the ghost shoot Leo technique? It's amazing, and it confused different blood inheritance boundaries. Kakashi muttered to himself. The red light in his right eye had disappeared at this time. The time technique on the right wrist glowed faintly. It seems that this technique has begun to take place. According to the current situation, after Blue who swallows me, he should become what he wants, but I don't know if he can really become an immortal perfect ninja. But how could I be swallowed by such a person? The forehead of Kakashi's left eye opened, and the pattern of the kaleidoscope writing wheel appeared instantly. It is a black back-shaped shuriken pattern. After Kakashi's eternal kaleidoscope was fused, he discovered an interesting thing. That is, the pattern of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye can be used separately. It is equivalent to the transformation of 3 jade into a kaleidoscope. According to the different chakra stimulus, the display of the writing wheel eyes are the 3 writing wheel eyes, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Kakashi didn't know whether this was the original function of the Eye of Eternity, or the function only after his own fusion and mutation. However, these are harmless, but have become a lot more convenient. Kakashi did not want to expose the Eye of Eternity prematurely. The time technique began to activate through the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and Belia immediately felt something wrong. What's the matter? This feeling? Kakashi dared to mess around in my body. Blue was angry, but he was helpless. That was originally a means to deal with him. How could he easily break free? Kakashi looked at the gloomy area in front of him, and whispered, I know about the ghost shoots art. It's time to go out. Otherwise, maybe I will die with this guy, but that's a big deal. It's worth it. As Kakashi said, the kaleidoscope retreated into a 3 jade writing wheel, swept around and determined a position. Then his hands were sealed. Rachel. The right palm is like a peerless famous blade. cutting towards a certain place. Tear. Undulky. The dark object was cut open in an instant, and Kakashi rushed out in a flash. With a loud bang, the dark green object exploded in an instant, and Kakashi was also ejected. Kakashi turned around in midair and landed firmly on the ground. Breathing the outside air again, Kakashi felt a tremor both physically and mentally. Sure enough, the free air is the most comfortable. Damn Kakashi, using such a move, he was almost dragged into a different space by you. However, it seems that your consciousness is not enough. I thought you were going to die with me, but now it seems that you don't want to die. What? At this time, Blue's white coat was completely broken, and he was missing. Only a bandage remained, and the mouth that seemed to have just been stitched up. I haven't the consciousness of going to death yet. I just feel that I don't need to pay my life to deal with you. Your ghost shoots art is far from perfect. There are still ways to deal with it, no need to use it. This way of burning jade and stone. He. I didn't think you were a teenager at that time. If you had grown up to such a big talk. Okay, let me see what you can do. The golden circle solar eclipse is not over yet, and your body is still in the end. Mine. Blue shouted angrily, and the whole person emitted a dazzling red light, directly breaking through the roof of the old castle. Amazing destructive power. Chapter 560 Kairin reappears. Third more boom. The scary red beam rose to the sky. Sasuke and Naruto helped each other as they walked to the door when they saw the red beam of light soaring into the sky. What's going on? Naruto asked in surprise. Sasuke also saw the red beam of light and froze in place. The two looked at the door again. Red light appeared constantly. No, it's going to explode inside. Sasuke's scarlet eyes moved, and he came to a surprising conclusion. What? Teacher Kakashi is still inside? Nothing will happen. Naruto worried. As soon as the voice fell, the door slammed open, and a voice that they all knew very well came out from inside. Ms. Kakashi, Naruto said in surprise. Kakashi looked at the two with a smile, and then ran one by one, holding it between them. Boom! The castle behind it thumped and turned into ashes, forming a terrifying airwave. Lightning flashed under Kakashi's feet and quickly left the place. If it is later, I'm afraid I will be involved in the aftermath. Kakashi is okay, with excellent physical fitness. Even if he gets involved, it doesn't matter. But Naruto and Sasuke are different. The two are injured now, so if you do this again, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Kakashi landed and put them down. Are you okay? Both Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads. It's okay. It's fine. Kakashi smiled, eyes like crescents. Kakashi Sensei, are you okay? What happened? Naruto asked. Let's talk about this later. Now, let's talk about that guy. Kakashi looked at Belia in the distance, when he was standing on the wreckage of the old castle. The original castle has been razed to the ground by it. Shocking destructive power. Naruto and Sasuke also looked over after hearing this. Originally looked a bit handsome, but now it was like a monster. There is a gap in the chest. Kakashi, be one with me obediently. You can't be my opponent at all. How can I know if I don't try? I will make you regret it. With you, it is impossible to be my opponent at all. Blue said, placing his right hand on the final bite, and his hands were sealed. Psychic art. With a bang, only a huge psychic beast appeared in front of everyone. With wings on his back, it looks like a dog, but there are snake heads entangled in his body. This is... Sasuke was taken aback. This thing seemed to be a combination of the psychic beasts used by the three people before. At the same time, the three psychic beasts that fought with Shigogo, Xiangrong, and Sakura also disappeared. Before that, the three ninjas had already merged with their psychic beasts. What's the matter? Suddenly disappeared. Shijigo wondered. This way of disappearing was caused by being psyched up. There was such a big movement on the mountain just now. Is it because Naruto and the others have gone to war? I'm going to pass it quickly. Thinking of this, Zongo ran towards the mountain. Xianglin and Sakura reached the same conclusion and ran towards the top of the mountain one after another. Ms. Kakashi, What kind of monster is that? Naruto asked in surprise. Kakashi frowned slightly without answering. The fighting power of this big guy does not seem to be weak, but Naruto and Sasuke are still injured and may not be able to hold it. I have to deal with Blue, but I am not in the mood to deal with this big guy. If it looks like this, just call out that guy. Having said that, this guy hasn't fought alongside him for a long time. Kakashi thought of this and bit his right hand through. At the same time, both hands get printed. Psychic art. Boom. A huge smoke sounded, and a huge black three-headed dog appeared below Kakashi. Kakashi, long time no see. What do you tell me to come out? 7 prisons whispered. 7 prisons? How about that big guy's solution to you? Kakashi pointed to the big dog with wings on his back. 7 prisons moved their gazes, and there was a hint of excitement in their eyes, and said, he looks very resistant to fights. He is a good opponent. It seems that he can move his muscles. Then leave it to you. After Kakashi finished speaking, he jumped off the head of the three-headed dog and fell in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto looked surprised and asked, Teacher Kakashi, is that your psychic beast? Isn't your psychic beast only Parker and Tetsuya? Sasuke is also curious on the side. Tetsuya and Park's auxiliary ninja dogs. The 7 prisons are the fighting dogs. Just like your Toad family, they have a clear division of labor. That's it. It's amazing, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke also looked at the huge three-headed dog longingly. Intuition tells Sasuke that this psychic beast is very strong. Sasuke also wanted a powerful psychic beast. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan does not have such a psychic beast. Even if it is a ferret, he uses his own crow as a psychic beast. Kakashi naturally couldn't care about Sasuke's small emotions at this time, and he still had more important things to do. 7 prisons rushed forward and fought against the big dog with wings on its back. It seems that there will be no winner or loser for a while. Kakashi now focused his attention on Blue's body. Blue's breath took 4 ninjas who had followed the limit. The perfect body has gradually formed, but because my body is not fused, his body still has flaws. I just discovered that flaw in the body of Blue. Right on the chest. So our attack point is right there. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke responded in unison. Kakashi nodded, opened instantly, and galloped toward Blue. A Kanwu suddenly appeared on his right hand, and then Kakashi appeared on Blue's side, and Kyu stabbed forcefully. Blue sneered at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place. Quick escape. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and Blue suddenly appeared behind him, kicking him on the back. Kakashi flew out under force and hit a rock. What? Teacher Kakashi's speed was actually restrained by that person. Sasuke surprised. Kakashi, for me who has swift escape, your speed is no more than that. Obediently surrender. Landon Upanishad Langilong. Blue made a seal with his hands, and in an instant, countless thunderclouds condensed and rushed into the sky. In the sky, thunderclouds are constantly flashing, and thunder may fall at any time. This is not an ordinary thundercloud, but a cumulonimbus cloud that can grow through chakras. The place covered by this cumulonimbus cloud belongs to my domain. I want to inject all this power into this land. Kakashi got up from the ground and coughed twice. This foot is not light, and Kakashi's body is also a bit unbearable. Unexpectedly, the speed of this fast escape is so fast. In other words, after Blue swallowed the fast escape ninja, the ability of the fast escape has become even better. It is amazing, Kakashi whispered. At this time, Belia has 4 blood succession boundaries, and they can all be used proficiently, even better than the original user. This is why Kakashi did not react for a while. After all, the original Xondun couldn't keep up with his own speed. It seems that the speed must be made faster. Kakashi looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and smiled. This Blue is really polite, but I haven't used this trick for a long time. Kakashi jumped up and stood on the side of the stone, condescending. Upon seeing this, Blue shouted, Kakashi, Have you not given up? You can't beat me. It's too early to say this. Now that you have made this cumulonimbus cloud, then I will use it unceremoniously. Kakashi said, the sound of Chidori singing in his right hand. What are you going to do? Blue exclaimed in surprise. When Sasuke saw this, he was taken aback. This is too. The right hand was raised high, and the scarlet left eye looked at the cumulonimbus cloud in the sky. Well done, Killin. With a soft drink, in the sky, a giant blue beast showed a hideous look. Chapter 561 Load lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, moose body, dragon scales, oxtail. It's for the unicorn. The astonishing momentum filled the sky. When Naruto and Sasuke saw this, their eyes widened. What a terrible ninjutsu. Sasuke had seen this ninjutsu in the scroll given to him by Kakashi. Sasuke will also do it, but because of the harsh starting conditions, he hasn't used it yet. Now that Kakashi used a unicorn, he knew how much it would be a loss that he hadn't used this ninjutsu. It has this terrible momentum before it has been launched. The power of this ninjutsu is absolutely beyond imagination. Looking at the terrifying behemoth in the sky, Blue was also surprised. Powerful thunder. He had never seen such a terrible thunder escape. Compared with the thunder escape that he had just used, Lan escape, this thunder behemoth was obviously better. Is this using the cumulonimbus cloud I just convened? Blue asked in surprise. Blue didn't expect that the move he wanted to use was actually used by Kakashi. The unicorn in the sky has already taken shape, and there is still a faint roar. I didn't expect to hide such ninjutsu. It's really amazing. Blue exclaimed. Kakashi's scarlet left eye watched the thunder flashing in the sky, and then he looked at him, screaming, and waved his right hand. The blue fierce beast roared wantonly from the sky, and then fell from the sky with a boom. Chiron landed. The speed is jaw-dropping. However, before the Chiron landed, Blue had already stretched out his left hand. Dark escape. Sucking holes. The horrible suction once again emerged from the strange rune in the palm of the left hand of the basal Yuhu, and the red light made people feel strange. The Kylin smashed into Belia fiercely, but did not cause the damage he had imagined. The terrifying beast was actually sucked into the red rune in an instant. The seemingly powerful attack fell on Blue's body, but there was no response at all. Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. This ability to absorb is too terrifying, right? Is there no limit? I saw Blue's left arm swelled suddenly, as if it was about to burst. But after a while, Blue's left arm returned to its original shape again, but he gasped heavily. Obviously, after absorbing this amazing thunder escape, Blue was not as easy as it seemed. Naruto swallowed and said to Sasuke on the side, Sasuke, that guy actually blocked the blow. It's really terrifying. No wonder Mrs. Kakashi is taking the risk. Sasuke nodded, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Such an opponent is more terrifying than anyone encountered before. Even Kylin can absorb ninjutsu. Doesn't it mean that ninjutsu has lost its meaning to him? As for a ninja, if ninjutsu is unable to cause harm to the opponent, then the odds of winning will be greatly reduced. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Although he knew that Blue's Mingdun was very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong. I don't know if compared with Pain's hungry ghost Tao, is this Mingdun strong or weak? Kakashi secretly asked in his heart. Blue gasped for breath, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, I said. Ninjutsu has no effect on me. You can't be my opponent at all. Give it back to you. Thunder done. Kairin. As Blue said, and with a flick of his left hand, the amazing Dun chakra spurted out suddenly. The unicorn beasts condensed again, but this time the target of the attack has become Kakashi and Naruto. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he didn't expect that Belia could even use this kind of ninjutsu to fight back. Oops. Kakashi secretly said that it is not good. The speed of this unicorn is too fast. It is impossible to get through. There are only two remaining methods. One is hard resistance. But even with Kakashi's body trained with 8 Dodun armor and Thunder Dun armor, he didn't dare to try the destructive power of the unicorn. His own ninjutsu knows the power of it best, and only relying on his body to resist the unicorn is simply a fantasy. Then there is only one way left. Kakashi's 3 jade in his left eye continued to rotate, and the 3 go jade were connected end to end, condensed into a black dart shape. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Shenwai. The unicorn was already in front of him, and the electric current of that lightning attribute even made Kakashi's hair stand up. Naruto and Sasuke were even more horrified. If this is hit head, it will definitely die. But at this moment, the strange spatial fluctuation blocked Kakashi's front. The unicorn that was moving forward at an astonishing speed actually disappeared invisible in this weird twist. At this moment, Kakashi's front was empty, and the unicorn that had been chosen and devoured was gone, as if it had never appeared before. "What's the matter?" Blue exclaimed in surprise. "This is space ninjutsu." After all, Sasuke came from a big family, and he had a wider experience than others. Sasuke recognized the weird fluctuation just now, that it was a fluctuation of space ninjutsu. Sasuke looked at Kakashi's back and his eyes became more admired. This ninjutsu, which is said to be extremely difficult to learn, was actually used so skillfully by Kakashi. Blue looked at Kakashi, to be precise, looked at Kakashi's left eye. The weird pattern stunned Blue. "That's ... kaleidoscope writing round eyes." "So is your kaleidoscope writing round eyes ability space ninjutsu. Really powerful ninjutsu, but, unfortunately, it soon belongs to me." Blue looked at Kakashi's gaze becoming even hotter. The stronger Kakashi is, the more perfect he will become after he swallows Kakashi. Blue couldn't wait to wait. On the other side, the battle between the 7 prisons and the big dog has also become fierce. In the battle between the 2 giant beasts, there were many more potholes on the ground. Kakashi panted slightly, using the kaleidoscope to right the wheel like this. In his current state, the load was still too heavy. After the fusion of the Eye of Eternity, the cost of using the kaleidoscope to right the wheel has not decreased, but has increased. Of course, the power of Shenwai has become stronger than before. This also caused Kakashi's originally abundant chakra to become somewhat inadequate at this time. According to the current situation, without using the fairy mode, Kakashi's chakra can only use the power of God 3 times. The use of divine power is not only the damage on chakra, but also a great burden on Kakashi's body. Things that do not belong to you, even if you are skilled in using them, can't eliminate this load unless you find a solution in that body. Unfortunately, Kakashi has not found this way. Chapter 562 Lan Gilong using the power of God under the unicorn. At that speed, it can be seen how much the chakra is consumed. Shenwai is like this. The faster it is used and the larger its scope, the more chakras will be consumed. Kakashi, your body is so perfect. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being the blood heir to the limiter I left. Blue exclaimed in excitement. To him, victory is like something that can be achieved at his fingertips. Kakashi took a deep breath, and the writing wheel eye returned to the shape of the 3-gold jade. Blue was slightly surprised when he saw this, and then mocked. "It seems that you can't use such ninjutsu at will. Can't you even maintain the kaleidoscope form?" Kakashi ignored Blue's ridicule, and the situation at this time had already moved in the direction he least wanted to see. Blue's strength seemed to be higher than what he had imagined. The fusion of the 4 kinds of blood succession boundaries not only allowed Blue to master the 4 secret arts, but also greatly increased the power of these 4 secret arts. Achieved a complementary role. The power exerted is more than 4 times stronger than the original one. These are just 4 blood inheritance boundaries. If Belia were to integrate the 5 blood inheritance boundaries, I am afraid that the power would have to be doubled, or even several times, to achieve a perfect state. It is no wonder that Belia has such confidence that one person dares to challenge the 5 major countries. If Belia really succeeded in swallowing Kakashi, he does have this ability. In a moment, Kakashi temporarily suppressed the side effect of using Shenwai, shook his right hand slightly, Qianting suddenly appeared, flashing thunder light. It seems that you still haven't given up. Let me think about it. What do you plan to do next? Use the speed you are proud of, swordsmanship, or thunder? Blue continued to mock. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and opened his step wide. In an instant, Kakashi turned into thousands of after images, as if attacking from all directions to Belial. Too slow. Not enough. Qianting appeared on the left side of Belial and cut from right to left. Blue moved his toes and hid. Sure enough, ordinary Shunbu couldn't keep up with the speed of Xundun. Well, this one. Shunbu. Lightning flashed from the soles of Kakashi's feet, and the speed suddenly doubled. Like a fang, Qianting slashed towards Blue's right arm. Ding! The sound of steel strikes. Qianting, who had cut iron like mud, slashed on Blue's right arm, and there was no trace at all. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he smiled grimly. Steel escape middle dot tempered. Blue bent his waist, and his left fist surged out. Boom! This punch hit Kakashi's chest. Boom! Kakashi was blasted out and fell to the ground, right next to Naruto Sasuke. Blue did not take advantage of the situation to pursue it, but said triumphantly, "This steel escape can make the body harder than steel. Your long knife or any weapon can't pierce my skin." Puff! Kakashi spit out blood and covered his chest with his left hand. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke ran over quickly. Ms. Kakashi, are you okay? Naruto said nervously. Sasuke also looked worried. Kakashi shook his head and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. It's okay, just a small injury. Kakashi stood up. The punch just now was really too strong. It felt like being hit by steel in his chest. I didn't react for a while, so I took a punch like this solidly. At this moment, Kakashi looked at Belia more solemnly. I originally thought that Belia was powerful, but it shouldn't be too strong. After all, it was the guy in the original book who was dealt with by Naruto's spiral shuriken. But now it seems that this humble humor is a bit too strong. Under the swift escape, the speed is not weaker than himself. Under the steel escape, the strength of the body are amazing, much stronger than the hardened soil at the corner of the capital. That punch, even if it wasn't as fierce as the wily punch, was not far off. Under the escape, almost all ninjutsu was invalidated. Landun is a terrible attack method. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky still did not disperse. Kakashi couldn't help being surprised when he thought of this. Correct. The Landun just now has not been released yet. Because of his unicorn, the Langalong used by Belia just now was interrupted, but it hasn't stopped. Looking at the current situation, it is still continuing to converge. If this cumulonimbus cloud is allowed to converge, the power of the formed Landun will be even more terrifying than a unicorn. It is also a reference to the power of the sky thunder, but obviously the scale of this Langalong is even more amazing. Seeing Kakashi looking towards the sky, Hiryu sneered and said, "Is it true that I found it?" "Yes, my ninjutsu is not over yet. When the Lan escape falls, it will be the time when your lives will end. You can't escape. The entire Mount Xumi is within the scope of this ninjutsu." Ha ha ha. Belial laughed wildly, as if victory was in sight. The three were shocked when they heard the words. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, can you still use chakra now?" If Naruto can use the spiral shuriken, perhaps this battle will be much easier. After all, Belia couldn't absorb the high-density ninjutsu of the spiral shuriken, because of the lack of control. After hearing this, Naruto condensed the chakra inside, and immediately felt a tingling pain. "No, Kakashi-sensei, I was injured by the ninjutsu of Hylia before, and my body hasn't recovered. I can't gather chakra at all." "What about you, Sasuke?" Sasuke also shook his head. His situation was the same as Naruto's. The numbness caused by the initial fusion of Helix Bill and Chidori was so strong that they could not recover for a while. Kakashi's expression became more solemn when he heard the words. "It seems that I can only rely on myself. It's just that if you do this, you will be more risky." "Naruto, Sasuke, you will be more careful now. I may not care about you," Kakashi whispered. Naruto and Sasuke looked solemn. It was the first time they saw Kakashi so serious. No matter how powerful the enemies of the past were, Kakashi seemed to be indifferent. But this time, both of them felt that Kakashi was really serious. The time is almost up. Next, feel the power of this boundless land done. Land done upright. Langilong, Blue yelled softly, and the cumulonimbus in the sky seemed to have taken a stimulant, and danced. In the faint, there are countless thunder lights rolling in the dark clouds. Suddenly, a huge blue dragon head merged from the black clouds. Langilong, roar. Longian is shaking the sky. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were fixed on the giant thunder dragon. The silver-white curse imprint hidden in the back of the waist suddenly rotated away. A powerful force poured into Kakashi's body. Fairy mode, open. Chapter 563 Devour Thundercloud. The left eye is scarlet, and the right eye is golden pupil. The left eye is sanguineous writing wheel eye, and the right eye is a cross. The horizontal pupil of the toad from Myomu Mountain, the vertical pupil of the snake in Longdedong, and the golden pupil of the wet bone forest, blended perfectly in the right eye. The red eye shadow appeared quietly, covering a wider area than before. A strong momentum erupted from Kakashi's body. But in a moment, it completely converged again, as if it was an illusion. Sasuke and Naruto behind them couldn't help but step back. Naruto was surprised. This is the fairy mode? But how can it be so scary? Naruto was puzzled. In the process of following Jiraiya's practice, he completed the spiral shuriken and his cultivation reached a new height. Jiraiya once led Naruto to Myomu Mountain to learn the fairy model. In Myomu Mountain, Naruto also saw what the so-called fairy model looks like. But the boring first level kept Naruto from going through. Do not move. These two words are a little too difficult for Naruto, who has an abrupt personality. At that time, Naruto had no reason to learn, so it was difficult to calm down and learn this move. Jiraiya did not reluctantly see it, thinking that the time has not come. Although I didn't learn it, I can still recognize the Xianzu chakra. Naruto had known before that Kakashi would be in the fairy mode, but he didn't expect it to be such a powerful fairy mode. Even Shinzuo Xianren, who is a demonstration for Naruto, can't reach this level. When Sasuke saw this, he clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. This is my teacher. This kind of terrifying power, just looking at it, makes people feel excited. The two were excited at the back, but Kakashi did not have the leisurely feelings of the two. Because of the sky full of thunder, and the amazing Langilong is already in front of you. The scarlet left eye 3-go jade spun quickly again, connecting into one piece. Shenwai. The focal length of the left eye fell among the dark clouds and thunder in the sky. The scope is so large that even Kakashi frowned. He must send all the black clouds in the sky to a different space. Otherwise, the people on this mountain, apart from the humble, I am afraid that no one can live. Not only Sasuke and Naruto behind him, but also Sakura, Shigogo, and Kashin who came with him. These people were all grown up by Kakashi, and he would never let them die because they came to save themselves. A sharp pain came from his left eye, and Kakashi was a little overwhelmed by the huge range of nearly 100 meters in diameter. The blood slid down the left eye, and the bloodshot climbed up instantly. No, if you continue like this, you can't swallow that huge black cloud at all. It seems that you can only use that, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then the black dart pattern in his left eye suddenly became a little thicker, and in the center of the black dart, a four-pointed star pattern appeared. The eternal kaleidoscope writes round eyes. The huge spatial fluctuations instantly stirred the black clouds in the sky. The entire sky seemed to be swallowed. What's going on? Blue asked in horror. What a mighty force this is, as if to swallow the sky in one bite. This amazing scene stunned everyone present. Shigeo, Xiangrin, and Sakura who were rushing also stopped at the same time, staring at the weird sky dumbfounded. What's going on? That direction is the top of the mountain? What kind of battle happened to make it look like this? Junga whispered. The same doubts appeared in the minds of Xiangrin and Sakura. Beyond Mount Xumi, a man with an orange spiral mask was watching the scene from a distance. At this moment, his heart was full of shock. The expression hidden under the mask was full of shock. It is a pity that no one can see his expression because of the mask. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have applied the power to this level. You deserve to be called a genius. Even if I merged with the first generation cells, I couldn't do this. Whispering in his heart, the emotions in his eyes are very complicated. Fortunately, unwilling, and a little angry. But after a while, it was calm again. Now drilled out of the ground and stood behind the dirt. You are here. Do you see anything? Asked with the dirt without looking back. What a terrible guy. The thunderclouds in the sky were swallowed by his kaleidoscope. Kakashi drove in the fairy mode. I didn't dare to get too close, but I could feel that he was stronger. Absolutely lowly. Yeah, stronger. With such a large-scale power, I am afraid that after this time, Kakashi's writing wheel will not last long. That is the cursed eye. This usage is simply kill yourself. With the earth talking, there was a slight ups and downs in the constant tone throughout the year. Looking at the back with the dirt, said, with the dirt, don't you worry about blindness in that eye. That's your eye. How can the things I give out belong to me? If I lose my sight, it's better, so that my power will no longer be weak. The sound of the soil was calm, making it hard to tell whether he was telling the truth or the lie. That's really a shame. Only when there is only one pair of round eyes, can the real power be exerted. For me, one eye is enough, and Daito halfway said, suddenly stopped. And what? Daodu asked. Nothing, this scene is enough to see here. Kakashi, who has turned on the fairy mode, will not be his opponent. Let's go. After taking the soil, he left slowly. As for why not leave Shenhua? Okay. At this time, if you enter the Shenhua space, you will probably be electrocuted into Super Saiyan, right? Haiju's eyes were full of profound meaning when he looked at the back with the soil leaving. He turned his head and looked at the black cloud that had disappeared without a trace. What a good pair of eyes, what a pity. Haij, what do you mean? The other half of Beiju asked curiously. Idiot, it's none of your business. What? Everyone is together. If you scold me, you scold yourself. Seeing that Beiju started playing tricks again, Haij kept silent. Beiju felt boring, so he stopped making noise. Above Mount Xumi, the huge black cloud and the amazing thunder dragon dissipated invisible after a space distortion, as if they had never appeared before. Kakashi half kneeled on the ground, panting heavily, and 2 bloodstains flowed out of his left eye. After integrating the Eye of Eternity, Kakashi used such a large-scale power for the first time. The consumption is huge, even under the fairy mode. It is somewhat overwhelming. Chapter 564 Cat Catching Project. Naruto and Sasuke behind him had already been dumbfounded. The space over a kilometer in diameter was swallowed by distortions like this, and no matter who it was, they would be surprised and speechless. How is it possible? Liu said with a look of disbelief. This is the most powerful attacking ninjutsu of Liu. Whether it is scope or power, it is absolutely shrank. But it disappeared so inexplicably. It's no wonder that Liu was so frightened. That space ninjutsu again? But such a large range? How could it be? Liu murmured to himself. A deep surprise still remained in his eyes. Kakashi's state at this time has become a bit bad. Not only did he use such a huge divine power, but also used the Eye of Eternity. Among them, the consumption of chakra and pupil power is so great that Kakashi's limit has been approached. The fairy mode can barely be maintained, but it is estimated that it can only be maintained for 3 minutes. In other words, Kakashi must defeat Liu within 3 minutes. Otherwise, the fairy model will fade, and the side effects of the eternal kaleidoscope will make the situation even worse. As for the latter two, it is estimated that they will not be of much help. Who could have imagined that these two would have residual blood as soon as they came over? or residual blood that could no longer be exported. In this regard, Kakashi is also quite helpless. The plan to use Naruto's spiral shuriken to solve Ryu was also in vain. Ms. Kakashi, are you okay? Seeing that Kakashi seemed a little tired, Naruto couldn't help asking. Kakashi shook his head, but did not speak. But both Naruto and Sasuke could see that Kakashi was tired at this time. Naruto and Sasuke both blame themselves a little. If it weren't for the previous impulse that caused the injury and couldn't use chakra, maybe they could help at this time. Kakashi, it seems that the move just now hurt you a lot, and you have reached your limit. Don't you plan to give up? Blue looked at Kakashi's tired look, his surprise dissipated, and the rest of the excitement. Kakashi is close to the limit, and his body still maintains a certain level of combat strength. There is no reason why he can't win. Kakashi frowned, thinking constantly in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something, and whispered towards Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto, Sasuke, I thought of a way, but I need your cooperation. Both Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up when they heard this. Teacher Kakashi, you said, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke also nodded. Remember the original cat-catching task? The two were taken aback when they heard the words, and then both showed clear expressions. This is a memory belonging to Class 7 alone, and they all know what it means. I understand, Teacher Kakashi, Zyuoming said in unison. When Kakashi heard the words, the corner of his mouth curled up and said, okay. Action. Sasuke and Naruto ran out at the same time. Although chakra was paralyzed and unusable due to the previous attack, his physical fitness was still there. At this time, the two are just equivalent to losing the chakra, and physical skills can still be used. Seeing the two rushing towards him, Blue said his face calmly. Although he didn't know that the two chakras could not be used, Blue had enough confidence in the face of these two teenagers. It's useless for you to come, none of you are my opponents. As Blue said, his hands were knotted. Landun lay on cavity wave. Black clouds emerged from Blue's body, forming lightning and listened towards the two of them. The two were shocked and wanted to avoid, but it was too late. At this time, I only heard a soft drink. Xianfa. Earth escape. Earth array. Two earth walls emerged from Zyuoming's feet, blocking the thunder and lightning's offensive. Although it was blasted to pieces afterwards. But the two Zyuoming behind the wall have disappeared. Gone? Blue said in surprise. Just before Belia hadn't reacted, Kakashi had already rushed over. Thousand Ting swept. Moon cut. Blue raised his right arm and grasped Qianting tightly. Steel escape. Qianting couldn't cut in anymore. What I said, it's useless. Blue said grimly. That's not necessarily. Kakashi said. A green light appeared above Qianting. More precisely, it was the hexagonal crystal on Thousand Ting that glowed green. This is. Blue exclaimed in surprise. I saw Qianting suddenly enveloped in green energy. And then Kakashi used force to cut into the skin of Blue. This. How is it possible? Blue was shocked. Blue quickly stretched out his left hand, trying to absorb chakra above Qianting, but at this moment, Kakashi took the knife and retreated. On both sides of Blue, two figures suddenly appeared, one on the left and the right, embracing Blue's arms. Just like when Xingren caught the cat named Xio. It is Sasuke and Naruto who just disappeared. Caught you, Naruto said excitedly. Blue who heard the words with a dazed expression, but still tried to shake off the two men forcefully. Get out of here. The two hugged tightly, but there was no chakra inside, and they couldn't hold them tightly. Boom. Blue flicked hard, and the two of them flew out. You want to control me too? It's ridiculous. Blue mocked. However, at this moment, Blue discovered that strange spatial fluctuations appeared on his left arm. This is. Blue looked at Kakashi who was not far away in surprise. His left eye is like a black dart. Shinwai. Kakashi gave a soft drink, and Blue's left arm broke. Do not. Blue said in horror, but it was too late. The break of his left arm means that Blue has lost the red rune on his left arm, and Ming Dun can no longer use it. Just as Belia was wailing, Kakashi took a moment to reappear in front of Belia. Ended. Thousand Ting shines with unprecedented light, the power of the fairy, the power of thunder. There is also the power of the hexagonal crystal. Beliu's pupils shrank, and he stretched out his right arm subconsciously, trying to block it. Tear. The hard right arm of Beliu just persisted for a while before being stabbed in by Qianting's blade. Qianting pierced Beliu's chest unimpededly, and that was the place where Kakashi was going to swallow it before. It is also the weakness of Beliu. What? Severe pain spread the whole body of Beliu. The four kinds of blood that had been perfectly suppressed ran away in an instant. A red light appeared on Beliu's body. Kakashi was taken aback, and quickly avoided. Boom. Beliu's body actually exploded. The corpses of the four blood ninjas all flew out. Beliu's body seemed to grow taller suddenly, and his face became a lot more mature. But Kakashi knew that was what Beliu was like. The appearance of the child before was the effect of the ghost shoots art. At this time, the ghost Beliu technique, break. Chapter 565 Plead. The smoke dissipated, leaving only a weak figure. Beliu. It was originally a spirited appearance, but now it has become scarred. Great. It's a success. In the distance, Naruto was still lying on the ground, making a fist with his right hand, with a look of excitement on his face. Sasuke also watched this scene on the ground not far from Naruto. Well, we won, Sasuke whispered, with a smile from the corner of his mouth. The scene just now reminded both of them of the time when they had just become Saiyanin. Although the tasks are very boring, but looking back at this time, it is a very good memory. Moreover, they are now beginning to realize that for all the seemingly trivial tasks, Kakashi is actually teaching them their own experience, including combat opportunities, coping strategies and so on. Kakashi never said this clearly, just to let them realize it for themselves. The master led the door, and the practice was on the individual. Kakashi doesn't like to help them walk little by little, but helps that they can learn how to run by themselves. His students always have to go out of their own way, instead of just following in your own footsteps. People always have a day when they grow up. Each of the 5 disciples taught by Kakashi has a different development direction. The areas of expertise are also different. Although there are skills overlap, the results of using them are different. What Kakashi can do is help them lay the foundation. As for how high the building can be built, it's up to them. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke also gradually realized the role of those boring class missions. The chakra in the two of them gradually recovered, and the numbness caused by the combined attack of Chidori and Helix pill gradually subsided. Qianting held by Kakashi's right hand turned into a white light, which fell into the wrist of his right hand, condensing the rune of the seal. The fairy face gradually faded, and his face became a little pale. After taking a few heavy breaths, Kakashi suppressed the chakra scattered in his body. The consumption this time is a bit big. The most important thing is to use divine might to swallow the huge thundercloud with a radius of 1,000 meters. At that moment, he deprived Kakashi of most of the chakras. Not only the scope is huge, but also the huge chakra consumed by the activation of the Eye of Eternity. Finally it's over, it's a risk. Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this battle would be so hard. Fortunately, in the end, he won. On the other side, the battle between 7 prisons and Big Dog has also come to an end. It seems that Kakashi's side is over. Then my side is almost over. Hey, puppy, I have been playing with me for so long. It's been hard. Goodbye. The 7 prisons uttered a low drink, and the chakra inside the body quickly condensed. Although the Big Dog didn't know what the 7 prisons were going to do, he suddenly felt a bad feeling. 2 of the 3 heads of the 7 prisons opened their mouths at the same time, and the chakras of the 2 attributes gathered one after another. Fire escape, the fire of hell. Wind escape, howling bullet. Combined ninjutsu, hell scream. The scorching flame and the violent hurricane merge into one at this moment. The flame became even hotter and smashed towards the Big Dog with a bang. The speed is so fast that the big dog has no way of reacting. Boom! The flame hit the dog's head and spread to the whole body. Roar! The big dog barked sternly, his body tumbling constantly, but to no avail. After a while, the big dog turned into black ashes and disappeared in the ruins. Cut! Can't you just be a little serious? Seven Prison said disdainfully. When Naruto and Sasuke saw the terrifying combination of ninjutsu, their eyes widened. These three-headed ninja dogs are amazing, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Seven Prisons, this time the speed is a bit slow, Kakashi said. It's hard to come by. Naturally, you have to have fun. Your battle is disappointing. Although your opponent is strong, you are forced to do so with your ability. Isn't it underestimating the enemy? Chihel attacked. Kakashi smiled helplessly when he heard the words. Indeed, this time he underestimated the enemy. That sky full of thunderclouds is the biggest failure. Next time, don't let me watch such an unsatisfactory battle. Then, goodbye. After talking about the seven prisons, he disappeared in the same place with a bang. Kakashi shook his head. These seven prisons really don't save himself face. Kakashi walked to the side of Naruto and Sasuke, helped them up, and asked, "Are you two okay?" Both of them shook their heads, and Naruto said, "Teacher Kakashi, we cooperated well, right?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Ah, it's perfect, you deserve to be a member of Class 7. Mr. Kakashi, since you also agree with us, if there is such a thing in the future, please be sure to tell us and don't take risks on your own. We have all grown up and will not drag you down as before." Naruto stared at Kakashi with his big watery eyes, imploring. Sasuke on the side also said, "Kakashi-sensei, Naruto is right. You used to protect us. That's because we are too weak. But now, we have grown up, even if it is not better than Kakashi. Teachers, but there must be a place to help teachers." Kakashi was taken aback and looked at the two teenagers in front of him. Suddenly, they realized that they had indeed grown up. In the impression, they are still little ghosts only at their waist, but now, they have reached the height of their own shoulders. The little devil became a boy, and the immaturity in his eyes slowly dissipated. At this moment, there is light in their eyes. They also have people they want to protect, and they also have the ability to protect their precious things. They are no longer little ghosts who need protection. Kakashi was slightly touched. Looking at the sincere faces of the two, under the mask, a curve was rolled up. "Ah, that's what I said. The little ghosts have grown up. Then, I will ask you in the future." Naruto and Sasuke both nodded heavily. Kakashi stretched out his hands and touched their hair lightly. Sure enough, it grew taller. "Ah, Teacher Kakashi, your hair is messed up by you," Naruto murmured, but didn't avoid it. The gentleness in the palm made Naruto feel at ease. Sasuke flushed and remained silent, but he didn't avoid it in the same way. "Well, don't care about these details." Kakashi smiled. His exposed eyes were like crescent moons. "Ms. Kakashi." Familiar voices came from not far away, and the three of Zongwu also rushed over at this time. Looking at the scene in front of them, the three also understood that the battle at this time was over. Kakashi waved his hand to the three of them, but the smile on his face never stopped. "Everyone is okay. It's great," Naruto said with a big smile. Chapter 566 can finally be hospitalized. Looking at the five teenagers in front of him, Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of relief. Maybe one day he will die, but these five disciples who have inherited their will prove the traces of their existence. Before he knew it, he had many fetters. In the dust, Blue's body moved slightly, reaching its limit. Kakashi seemed to feel it, and looked over. As if thinking of something, Kakashi walked over. Several people were surprised when they saw this and wanted to follow, but they were stopped by Shigeo. "Ms. Kakashi should have something to deal with, let's watch it here." Zongguo's words stopped all of them and did not follow. Shigeo with a soft heart can sometimes feel the subtle atmosphere better. Blue collapsed to the ground, already losing the strength to get up. At this time, his gaze was dull. It was a candle in the wind. Blue looked at Kakashi, laughed at himself, and said, "I had already swallowed you, but I didn't expect to lose to you in the end. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with you who are born with a powerful talent. People, sure enough. I. Still not suitable to be a ninja. In the humble tone, there is helplessness, unwillingness, and relief. He was also a teenager who yearned for beauty, but as he got older, he couldn't get the ability to match his peers. So he began to feel low self-esteem and embarked on the road of no return. In fact, it can be regarded as unlucky for Hiberius, so I have to compare it with Sannin. Among the ninjas, even if they are those who have the limit of blood inheritance, how many people can compare with Sannin? After working hard for a lifetime, it was nothing in the end. Huiliu, talent may be a very important thing, but hard work is also essential. Don't always use a genius to obliterate the efforts of others. I know a person whose talent is not outstanding, but he counts 10 years of hard work has allowed him to surpass most people in the world. Is there really such a person? Liu said with some suspicion, but there was a kind of expectation in his eyes. Yes, he is my friend, maybe you should have heard his name too, Met Ki. Hearing this, Liu was a little bit stunned. It's him. That foolish persistent guy. Does he already have this kind of power? Well, because he never gave up. Although he looks like a fool, he is a trustworthy companion. Kakashi smiled. A companion? Liu murmured. Then his eyes fell on the blue sky above, where, it seems that a young friend appeared. Jiraiya, Oshimaru, Tsunade, Shumo, Dai and so on. Yes, for strength, I seem to have abandoned these companions who had laughed together. Maybe I was really wrong. After Liu finished speaking, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the whole person seemed to feel a sense of relief. Kakashi, this is the ghost shooting art I studied. It is the painstaking effort of my life, even if it is my compensation for causing you such a big trouble. Although you shouldn't need it anymore. Liu slowly took out a scroll from his body and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and accepted it. Seeing Kakashi took it, Liu's extended right hand slowly fell, and there was no trace of breath in the whole person. Above the scroll, there is still warmth. Kakashi sighed, and slowly pulled down his forehead, covering his tired left eye. Afterlife, be an ordinary person. Kakashi picked up Liu and walked to the side of Naruto and the others. Kakashi-sensei, this? Sasuke asked in a puzzled manner. Bring this corpse back to the village. The village's disaster still needs him to solve it. Kakashi whispered. Sasuke was stunned. At this time, Kakashi suddenly felt his head become a little dizzy, and his eyelids seemed to heavier a lot. This feeling ... it seems to be going to the hospital this time, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, before he had time to speak. He puffed and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Ms. Kakashi, Naruto called. When Sakura saw this, she checked immediately. Sakura, what's wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked nervously. The rest are also worried. After a while, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's okay, it's just overconsumption. It should be a side effect of Suanyan. Going back to the village and resting for a while should be fine. After hearing the words, Sasuke looked at Kakashi's forehead and blocked his left eye. No wonder, after using such a large-scale pupil technique, Kakashi is not the body of the Uchiha clan, and it is not surprising that there are such side effects. Zongo carried Kakashi on his back, and everyone left Mount Xumi with the corpses of Liu. The junction of the country of wind and the country of fire. Tsunade and Jiro are also confronting the people of Sane at this time. Soon after, news of the murder of Liu reached here. When Tsunade and Jalai also heard the news, their expressions were a bit complicated. Although what they are waiting for is this news, when this news really comes, their mood is still very delicate. Liu was also their companion when they were young. Although he finally went astray, the old friendship in his heart still exists. The friendship in my youth is always the most touching. Liu has also left, and there are really fewer and fewer old friends. Zilei also chuckled lightly. It's just that in that smile, I don't know how much helplessness and bitterness there is. Tsunade sighed and said, explain the situation to Sarah. It's time for this fast to end. After Tsunade finished speaking, he came to leave the camp and headed to the place where the two armies confronted each other. When he walked to Jiraiya's side, Tsunade whispered, "Laughter, idiot. Don't walk in front of me." The voice is very soft, so light that you have to wonder if you have auditory hallucinations. After Tsunade finished speaking, he left without stopping. Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade's back. He was no longer a young man. At this time, the seriousness after years of wind and frost baptism appeared on his face. "Tsunade," the softly whispered, as if he had been obsessed over the years. "Well, I am a toad immortal, but there are still many things to do. Happiness is not a man's pursuit." Jiraiya also whispered to himself softly, and the camp was empty. When uttering this sentence, Jiraiya also seemed to be relieved a lot. "I am no longer a teenager, and there are many things that I can hardly do anymore." Konoha's death relieved Konoha's crisis. The other four major countries also understood that it was just a misunderstanding before and did not continue to make trouble. After all, fighting at this time is not good for anyone. Shane and Yuan obviously won't participate in the war, and if Union and Yanin want to start a war, they must also consider the attitude of these two villages. Therefore, the tense atmosphere among the five powers disappeared into the invisible. The daimyo of the fire country re-established his trust in Konoha. This fuss provoked by Blue finally came to an end. There is no man named Belia in this world, and nothing seems to have changed. On the bed of Konoha Hospital lay a man with silver hair. Somewhat strangely, even if he was lying on the hospital bed, he still had a mask on his face. The man opened his eyes, looked at the white ceiling, and said in a low voice, "Sure enough, he still came in." Chapter 567 Ward. The monotonous ward looks a bit strange and familiar. It seems that I haven't been here for a long time. The last time I came here, I was seriously injured because of an evil mission in Anbu. It took a full month to lie down in the hospital before recovering. I touched my face mask and found that I was wearing it well. It's just that it's obviously been changed and I don't know who it is. Just as Kakashi thought, the door was pushed open. "Master Kakashi, are you awake?" Leiren is a young woman, about 20 years old and beautiful. Seeing Kakashi wake up, his tone was quite pleasant. "Hello, you are, Master Kakashi? I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiaozai, and now I'm a medical nurse. I have been taking care of Master Kakashi these days," Xiaozai said respectfully. "That's right, trouble you," Kakashi said, touching his mask. Xiaozai's face turned red when she saw this, and said, "Master Kakashi, I'm sorry. Your mask was stained with blood before, so I decided to clean it for you." "Ah, it's okay, thank you." "No need. Master Kakashi doesn't blame me." "Hee, of course not." Xiaozai's face turned redder when she heard this. At the moment, Xiaozai gave Kakashi a daily checkup, and said, "Master Kakashi, your body is no longer in serious trouble. All that is left is to take a good rest. You can be discharged from the hospital in about a month." "Okay, trouble you." Kakashi smiled. Xiaozai blushed and said, "This is what I should do. There are other patients who need me to take care of, so I'll go first." "Go ahead." Xiaozai left the ward. The blush on her face has not faded. Master Kakashi is so gentle, and when he washed his mask before, that face. Xiaozai thought of the face under the mask, and couldn't help getting even more excited. Gentle, handsome and powerful, in the world of Hokage, it is simply the perfect companion. In the ward, Kakashi lay halfway on the bed and whispered, "Will it take a month?" "It's really long." Just when Kakashi felt bored, the door was pushed open again. "Ms. Kakashi." The noisy voice entered Kakashi's ears first, and it didn't take much to know that it was Naruto. The voices of the five people filed in through the small door. Kakashi turned to look at several people, smiling. "Ms. Kakashi, you finally woke up. You have been in a coma for 3 days." Naruto cried. "Naruto, you are too loud. It will hinder Kakashi Sensei's rest. Keep it quiet." Sakura taught. "Hi, I know it was wrong. Naruto immediately admitted. Xianglin and Shijigo walked to Kakashi's side. Xianglin said, "Brother Kakashi, this is the bird of paradise I just bought in the Inno store. I heard that putting it in the ward can make the patient happy." Kakashi took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Xianglin." Brother Kakashi likes it. Xianglin smiled shyly. Shijigo took out a fruit basket and said, "Brother Kakashi, these are the fruits I prepared for you. I picked these fruits by myself in the morning." "Thank you, Shijigo." Kakashi smiled. Putting the flowers and fruits on the cabinet beside him, Sasuke also walked over and said, "Kakashi-sensei, how do you feel?" "It's okay, just rest for a month." "Huh? It's been so long." "Teacher Kakashi, if you are like this, isn't there no one to lead our 7th class?" Naruto wondered. Kakashi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already figured out who to lead the class. Don't you want to be lazy?" "Oh Yamato, I'm sorry, it's time for you to betray your body." "Ahem, no, it's a betrayal of labor." Naruto laughed a few times when he heard this, and said, "How come? Ha ha ha." At this time, the door opened again with a bang. A green figure ran in. "Kakashi, my opponent in life, I heard that you are hospitalized again." Kai said. There was a black thread hanging from Kakashi's head. "Have something to say. What does it mean to be hospitalized again?" "Obviously, the number of times I have been hospitalized is really good." "K, this is the hospital, your voice is too loud." Kakashi vomited. "That's right, Teacher Thick Eyebrow, your voice is too loud." Naruto on the side said. Kai heard this and quickly blocked his mouth. Sorry. Kakashi, get back soon, I'm waiting for the 1000th duel with you." K said, thumbs up, revealing his white and shining teeth. Kakashi squinted and smiled. "Ah, it will." The originally boring ward was filled with laughter because of the addition of these guys. Several people are noisy, but they have a warm feeling. Kakashi looked at a few people, echoed a few words in time, and felt satisfied. Humans, they are mass animals. The life of a person is really a bit bitter. As time passed bit by bit, several people also left. They are no longer idle little ghosts. Each has things to be busy. Except for Naruto, everyone else is shinobu. As a Sharingan, it is an important combat power for the village, but things have never been less. As for Naruto, this guy said that he wanted to develop a new ninjutsu with Konohamaru, so he went with him. As for what new ninjutsu is, Kakashi doesn't have much interest. It is probably the new technique of women's clothing. Kakashi said he was very straightforward and was not interested in these. As night fell quietly, the moon climbed onto the branches. Kakashi closed his eyes and rested on the bed when two more people walked in. "Kakashi, how is the recovery?" Kakashi opened his eyes and saw that it was none other than Tsunade and Mute. "Tsunade-sama, I bother you, I'm recovering well." Tsuna took a look at Kakashi beforehand, and then said, "It is indeed recovering well. This time it will be like this because of the excessive use of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, right?" Kakashi nodded, not denying it. "The repulsive effect of the writing wheel eyes is too strong. After so many years, your body still has not fully adapted." Tsunade sighed. "I'm used to it a long time ago." "By the way, Tsunade-sama, how's the matter with Harugo?" Kakashi didn't want to continue to write about Lunyon, so he asked. "The matter of Belia has been resolved, and other villages have also expressed their understanding. Konoha's crisis has been resolved." "Kakashi, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, things will be troublesome." "It should be." In the room, the atmosphere between the three people suddenly became a little heavy. Chapter 568 The Law of Fusion. Kakashi, the Danzo incident seems to be a big blow to the old man. Tsunade said, "I know that when I shot Danzang before, 3 generations of adults came to me to intercede, but..." Kakashi was half silent when he said it. As for the other half, Tsunade understood. Neither of them had a good opinion of Danzo, especially when Danzo started to intervene in Hokage affairs indiscriminately. Tsunade is not the 3rd generation of Hokage. and he doesn't have so much tolerance for Danzo. There are actually not many conflicts between the two. Therefore, dealing with Danzo is a tacit understanding between Kakashi and Tsunade. Tsunade does not object to Kakashi's shot against Danzo, but rather supports it. It's just that they all had concerns about the attitude of the 3 generations of Hokage. Today's result is already considered the best person. As for the other 2 members of the Elders group, Maito Menon and Zwan Xioch-hun, there is no such substantial force as the Roots, and the threat to them is not great. At most, it is to rely on the old to sell the old. Unfortunately, neither Kakashi nor Tsunade eats this set. At this point, Tsunade's right to speak that belonged to Hokage was truly complete. Kakashi, the ninja at the root, is still in Konoha's jail. It's no way to keep it like this. After you recover, you can include them. These people have been brainwashed by Danzo. I believe you have a way to make them become Konoha's ninjas again, Tsunade said. Kakashi smiled helplessly when he heard the words. Tsunade-sama, you really can count on me. I'm still in the hospital bed, so you start to send me missions. Tsunade smiled and said, sooner or later these are yours anyway. You can't escape. Kakashi was helpless, and then said, the ninja at the roots, I have already thought about who will take over, and I will let him go. But not now. The people at the roots should be locked up for a while before talking, and grinding them. Resolute. It's okay to close it for a while, but who are you going to take over? Tsunade wondered. I'll know at that time. Let's keep it a secret for now. Kakashi smiled. You guy, forget it. Then let's talk about it then, Tsunade said helplessly. The 2 talked about something more, and then Tsunade also left. As Hokage, she has a lot of things. The reason why she came at night was because she was busy until the evening and was free. After all, in such a big mess before, there are many things waiting for her to deal with. The night is darker. The lights outside began to gradually go out, and in the ward, only the bedside lamp was still on, and Kakashi was reading it with the Intimacy Paradise in his hand at this time. Learn the new by reviewing the past. You can be a teacher. After closing the Intimacy Heaven again for a long time, Kakashi murmured, it's not easy to experience a different truth every time. After Kakashi finished speaking, he put the Intimacy Paradise on the side cabinet. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to think of something, and opened the cabinet on the side with a ninja bag lying in it. This ninja bag naturally belongs to Kakashi. It was taken down by the nurse and placed in a cabinet. Ninja bags belong to the personal belongings of ninjas, and generally no one will open them to look at them, because there might be some mechanism in it, which is very dangerous. Kakashi opened the ninja bag, and there was a brand new scroll inside. It was the Ghost Shoot Luo technique given to Kakashi by Belia before. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi opened the scroll. The art of Ghost Shoot Luo, a forbidden art that has spent a lifetime of research, taking the self as the core, drawing on the blood of others and following the limits of terror for their own use. Within 10 minutes, Kakashi finished reading it. This Ghost Shoot Luo technique is really magical, but unfortunately, the method is too bloody, Kakashi whispered. The Ghost Shoot Luo technique looks simple on the surface, but the risks are not small. After all, it is a ninjutsu that forcibly deprives the bloodline of bounds. If it were really that easy, it would have been a rotten street. Drawing on other blood inheritors is just the last step of the Ghost Shoot Luo art, and the first step is to constantly transform one's body. There were so many bandages and scars on Blue's body, all of which were left over from the transformation. Only by transforming his body into the form required by the Ghost Shoot Luo technique can he begin to devour the blood and follow the limits. And in the process of swallowing, there is also a huge risk. If you are not careful, you will die. What a dangerous ninjutsu! Kakashi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he was in Belia before, Kakashi also observed Beliu's body through the eyes of the writing wheel. That kind of body can no longer be called a human. Kakashi didn't like the power gained through this form. Although this is a world where power is supreme, Kakashi still has his own principles, becoming a monster that is neither human nor ghost. This has exceeded Kakashi's bottom line. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Kakashi to practice this ghost shooting art. However, Kakashi was quite interested in the way of fusion. Bilious body can accommodate 5 blood inheritance boundaries at the same time, and it is not just the result of transforming the body. There is also this unique method of integration. It can counteract this physical rejection, although most of them are relied on body modification. The chakra operation method among them also played a certain role. This method is quite interesting, but I don't know that it can be applied to the fusion of Shaolin Yan and my body. Kakashi was lost in thought. This method seems quite reliable, and it is indeed worth trying. Try it. Kakashi thought of this, stamped his hands, and began to manipulate chakra inside. Whether the method works or not, I will find out after trying it. Following the method recorded in the scroll, chakra wandered through Kakashi's body. However, it didn't take long before Kakashi felt a chest tightness. Kakashi opened his eyes abruptly and whispered, "No, there seems to be some restriction." Kakashi was a little puzzled. It had been very smooth before. Why did it suddenly fail? Where is the problem? Kakashi released his mental power and moved forward again in accordance with the trajectory. It didn't take long for Kakashi to discover the problem. Is it chakra? I saw in Kakashi's body 7 chakras with different attributes were constantly circulating, completely obscuring the trajectory. Yin and Yang, wind, fire, thunder, earth and water. It is the chakra who possesses these 7 attributes that Kakashi can replicate all ninjutsu except for the boundary of blood succession. Of course, it also requires Kakashi's own chakra control ability to be sufficient. Just as Kakashi was puzzled, the 2 scrolls in the ninja bag emitted a faint white light. This is, Kakashi took out the 2 scrolls suspiciously. Those 2 scrolls almost forgotten by Kakashi. With a bang, the seal was lifted, and a stone box and a slate appeared in front of Kakashi. Chapter 569 Golden Text. The stone box comes from my Kokachi who met in the village of Yucha many years ago. The stone slab came from Ryugasaki Yumeki whom I met earlier, and was later placed in Jinren village. When Shishui was in Jinren village, he discovered that the slab was abnormal and gave it to Kakashi. It was just that Kakashi studied for a few days and found no mystery, so he gave up and kept it in his ninja bag. At this time, these 2 things came out of the scroll, and they shone white together. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't know what the stone slab was, but the stone box was brought out by Aunt Maisie from the ancestral hall of the Whirlpool family. It was obviously not an ordinary thing. What's going on? Are these 2 things related to the ghost shoot Luo technique? Kakashi was a little puzzled. Looking at the appearance of the 2 things, it seems that they are in touch with each other. No. It has nothing to do with the ghost shoots art. I didn't activate the ghost shoots art just now. I just activated the chakras of 7 attributes according to the method of body fusion. So, it's because of my chakras? Question mark. Kakashi had some guesses in his mind, but it was a little strange. Kakashi picked up the slate. At the beginning, Shishui said, because the slate discovered the fluctuation of the seal technique when he touched it, he gave it to me to deal with it. However, the seal technique on this slab was looming, and I couldn't figure it out at all, so I finally gave up. Now this situation seems to be very similar to what Shishui said before. Why would there be a reaction in the hands of Shishui? I remember that Shishui only has 4 attributes: fire, wind, thunder, and yin. Kakashi thought for a moment. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, his eyes widened suddenly. By the way, Shishui transplanted the cells between the pillars, so the 3 attributes of water, soil and yang are complemented. Now Shishui is also a ninja with 7 attributes. Kakashi suddenly realized, and the doubt was explained. So, these 2 things are reacted because of the 7 attribute chakras, so there must be a connection between the 2. And it may even come from the same person. And those who can have this ability, I'm afraid there are not many people in the world. Kakashi muttered to himself. The answer was already in his mind. No wonder Ryuki said that this stone slab was found in ancient ruins. It seems to be a historical thing. In the wet bone forest, The slug fairy also said that these two things are good things, but they didn't tell me what they were. Kakashi looked at the slate stone box in front of him, and his curiosity continued to expand. Something that can respond to the 7 attribute chakra is probably not a vulgar thing, and it must be helpful to myself today. So, how do you open it? Kakashi looked up and down the slate and the stone box several times, but found nothing strange. I have watched it carefully before, but the result is the same as today. No, since you have a reaction to the 7 attribute chakras, you might have a result if you try it with chakras. Kakashi thought of this, without hesitation, mobilizing chakra in his body. The chakra in Kakashi's body has the thunder attribute, the most prosperous, followed by the yang attribute chakra. Originally, Kakashi's yang attribute chakra was not strong, but under the touch of fairy magic, the yang attribute chakra became increasingly vigorous. Then there is the yin attribute chakra of writing round eyes. And to activate the chakras with its attributes at the same time, Kakashi needs to separate each type of chakras, so that the chakras with other attributes will not be swallowed because of their strength. Kakashi calmly entered the chakra into the slate. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The stone slab originally showed a change in shape, and a small groove appeared in the middle. This is, Kakashi is a little strange, what does this groove represent? But when Kakashi looked at the stone box, the doubt was solved, because the size of the groove is exactly the same as the bottom of the stone box. The two things were originally together? Kakashi asked in surprise. Kakashi picked up the stone box and placed it gently into the groove of the stone slab. Sure enough, the next moment, a burst of white light flashed, and the original stone box and the stone slab were strangely connected together, becoming a whole. It's tightly closed, without any gaps. It's as if the two were originally something together. No wonder there was no response from the previous research. It turned out to be because of this. The stone slab and the stone box were fused together. At this time, in the center of the stone box, 9 jade appeared, arranged in a circle, which looked very primitive. Sure enough, there is a way. Kakashi reached out and pressed it on the stone box, and the 7 attribute chakra was output again. A burst of white light flashed, and the stone box opened slowly. Countless golden words appeared in the air, looking very mysterious. These are, before Kakashi could read it clearly, all the words came into his mind. The severe pain spread, Kakashi couldn't help groaning unpreparedly. The golden light dissipated, and the original stone box and slate turned into ashes and disappeared into the air, as if the first life had never appeared. Kakashi couldn't help covering his forehead, panting heavily. His eyes widened, his body was dripping with cold sweat, and he looked exhausted. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Master Kakashi, are you okay? This voice is the nurse who takes care of Kakashi, Xiao's eye. Kakashi suppressed his breath a little, and said, I'm fine, I just accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. Is that so? Master Kakashi can be more careful. Xiao's eye said concerned. I see. It's getting late, I'm going to bed. Okay, Master Kakashi, rest early. Remember to call me if you have something to do. Okay. Xiao's eye stepped back after hearing this. The previous golden light and Kakashi's sigh attracted Xiao's eye. At this time, seeing Kakashi said that it was all right, Xiao's eye naturally left. It's just that Xiao's eye still doesn't know what happened to that golden light. Although only a nurse, Xiao's eye also knows what to ask and what not to ask. Therefore, Xiao's eye left directly. In the ward, Kakashi gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the original pain gradually disappeared. What happened just now? What are those things? Kakashi was puzzled. The golden light entered his mind, but he couldn't remember anything at this time. The slate and stone boxes have disappeared, indicating that the meaning of their existence has been completed. Then those golden words should be the point. But why did it disappear at this time? What exactly are those golden words? It looks like part of it is a seal. Chapter 570. I can't tell if you are a friendship or a mist love. The stone box of the whirlpool family should be related to the sealing technique. which Kakashi had expected. But what exactly was recorded on the slate, Kakashi didn't know. Now Kakashi can only see that the part of the golden light text is the sealing technique. As for the others, it is not clear for the time being. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He originally thought that today he could figure out what the slate stone box was, but now it seems that the form is indeed cracked, but the content is still a mystery. After several experiments to no avail, Kakashi felt a little tired and fell asleep. Somewhere in Konoha, at the moment when the golden light flashed, the middle-aged uncle seemed to feel something and looked in the direction of their hospital. Have you finally discovered the mystery? Then, solve the answer as soon as possible. The war is not far away. The night was quiet and silent, passing quietly. Early the next morning, as soon as Kakashi opened his eyes, he saw Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill of the room. Master Jiraiya, why are you here? Oh, Kakashi, are you awake? It seems to be well rested. How about it? Hasn't it been a long time since I felt hospitalized? Jiraiya also teased. Not bad. It's rare to have time to rest. Kakashi smiled. You guy has a good mentality. But thanks to you this time, otherwise Konoha would be in danger. This is what I should do. Well, with you, I can safely go to all parts of the world to collect materials. Jiraiya also said, laughing. 3 black lines appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Sure enough, this guy is still old and rude. Well, this time I come here to deliver Naruto to you again. I have something to do, Jiraiya said suddenly. What's the matter? Kakashi wondered. Of course it is based on it. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed again. Kakashi, Naruto's growth has reached a certain level. The demon fox clothing can be controlled on the 5th floor. This is the limit of Naruto at present. If you want to find a breakthrough in a short time, you can only rely on the fairy mode. Unfortunately, Naruto, this guy, for the time being, there is no way to settle down and learn. This makes me very troublesome. Jiraiya also said, when the time is up, Naruto will naturally be able to learn. I heard Shinzuo Xianran say that Master Jiraiya has been learning the Xianran model since he was a child. It's just that because chakra is not enough, he can only learn not to move. This is true, but also intermittently. It took several years to learn. Ahem. Jiraiya also coughed embarrassingly, and said, the boss is really true. You can talk to the outside about everything. But you are right, this kind of thing is really not anxious. So I didn't ask for it. People. Naruto's huge chakra, practice fairy mode is indeed a good choice, but don't worry for the time being. Yeah? Okay, that's it. Naruto and Konoha will be handed over to you. I'll go first. After speaking, Jiraiya looked at Kakashi with a strange expression, then jumped out of the window and disappeared into Kakashi's vision. Kakashi felt a little strange. There was a feeling of entrustment in his eyes. What is he entrusting? Naruto or Konoha? Kakashi was a little puzzled, but didn't think about it. After all, Jiraiya said he was just collecting materials. Jiraiya turned his head and went to Hokage's office, when Tsunade was busy. Yo, Tsunade. Jiraiya said hello with a smile. When Tsunade heard this, he raised his head and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya too? Is something wrong? I found Chief Akatsuki's stronghold. What? Tsunade and Silent were surprised when they heard this. Really? What's the details? Tsunade asked. Mute on the side also said, according to this, maybe a surprise attack can be planned. Well, don't be so anxious. You can't do things in a hurry, especially when there is a big bet. Jiraiya also said, suddenly becoming serious. What? Tsunade, we haven't had a drink for a long time, so let's talk while drinking. Jiraiya laughed. Tsunade reprimanded loudly after hearing this. I'm an idiot. Naruto, you actually let me drink in broad daylight. So how can I be worthy of a ninja who is performing a mission outside? Izakaya. Tsunade drank a large bottle of sake suddenly, with a relaxed expression. Jiraiya also looked helpless. Really, what I just said was completely pretending. Tsunade smiled, but did not refute. Okay, can you talk now? Tsunade said. Ah, you know Yunin village, right? Yunin village? You mean that very closed village? Well, Yes, according to the results of my investigation, the leader of Uran village is likely to be the leader of Akatsuki. It is for this reason that Uran village has implemented a closed policy in recent years to prevent Akatsuki from being organized. Secrets leaked out. So that's the case. It's very possible. Tsunade meditated. But this is just my guess for the time being. I plan to dive into the investigation on my own for the specific situation. Tsunade was shocked when he heard this. Idiot. If there is really Akatsuki space camp, you are undoubtedly making a mistake like this. Compared with Tsunade's excitement, Jiraiya also seemed much calmer. Tsunade. One of the three ninjas. How can I die so easily? Tsunade fell silent when he heard the words, with guilt on his face. Jiraiya, sorry. Huh? Why did you say this to me all of a sudden? Every time you play a role that suffers. Jiraiya also laughed when he heard the words, and said, ha ha ha, why suddenly I feel so emotional? Originally, this position of Naruto was also yours. The old man also said before. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya interrupted her and said, I am not working as Hokage's material. Besides, I prefer to be free. Cut. You are still so aggressive. At the beginning, you felt guilty because you didn't stop Dash-1. You have been investigating the situation of Dash-1 for these years. Do you think I don't know? Jiraiya also fell silent upon hearing this. I have been unable to find out about Daishimaru in the past 2 years. He seems to be planning something, but I don't know at all. Jiraiya also said a little lonely. The Oshimaru guy is still so persistent. We and the 3 generations clearly. You in the airport back then have now become a magnificent Hokage. Times are constantly changing, and my mission is to set an example for young people and help them. For this mission, I can block my own life. Maybe this is the only way an elderly person like me can show good looks. At Konoha Hospital, Kakashi frowned slightly looking at the birds flying by the window, and felt a bad feeling in his heart. Why is there a very bad feeling? What is going to happen? The sky is getting dark, the sun is gradually slanting west, and the scorching sun turns into a warm dusk. Tsunade and Jiraiya also drank for a day, and left the izakaya at this time. On the benches on the outskirts of the village, the two sat down again. After resting for a while, Jiraiya also stood up and said, I should leave. A worried look appeared on Tsunade's face, and he said, Jiraiya must come back alive, if even you die. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. Haha, will you cry for me? I really look forward to it. However, it shouldn't be as sad as it was when I was killed. Tsunade turned his face away and cursed in a low voice, stupid. Jiraiya also smiled and said, then use your favorite gambling to take a gamble. You bet I will die. Anyway, you will lose every time you gamble. Tsunade was surprised and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade, his eyes facing each other. However, if I can come back, the blush appeared on Tsunade's face, not only because of drunkenness, but also because of something else. Jiraiya's face had never been so serious, but the second half of the sentence couldn't be said. Ha ha ha. Kidding. I thank you very much. A man becomes stronger only after being dumped. If a man doesn't even measure this kind of thing as a joke, how can he be considered a man? A slight loss flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Is being strong a man's mission? Forget it. Anyway, happiness is not a man's pursuit. I really dare to say, I have never even had a girlfriend, so I don't want to be cool anymore. Ha ha ha. That's what I said. Jiraiya also picked up the large scroll set aside and carried it on his back. When Tsunade saw this, he couldn't help but grasp the corner of his clothes tightly, looking a little embarrassed. Then, I really have to go this time. Jiraiya also, okay, be careful. Ha ha ha, of course. Jiraiya also said, walking forward without looking back. Under the sunset, his shadow was stretched very long. By now, Jiraiya also whispered, and stretched out his right hand toward the sky, showing his thumb. It's like when I was young. Every time I left Tsunade, he deliberately made such handsome moves. Seeing Jiraiya slowly disappear into the sunset, Tears unconsciously flowed from Tsunade's eye sockets. What a big idiot. Chapter 571 Arrangement. Dusk and night appeared alternately, and night fell again. The man who claimed to be the immortal Toad left Konoha and headed for the unknown road. An infiltrating bet on his life. At this time, the quiet Konoha, except Tsunade, no one knew about it. They enjoy peace, but they never know how many people sacrificed themselves for this peaceful peace. Tsunade was a little lost and returned to the Hokage office. At this time, Mute was still helping Tsunade with his affairs. Naruto is running away. Her assistant Naruto is naturally going to replace her. Seeing Tsunade came back, Silent hurried forward. But before he got close, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol on Tsunade's body. Drinking from morning to night. How can there be no alcohol on the body, Tsunazama? How can you drink like this? Mute said reproachfully. If it had been the past, Tsunade would begin to pretend to be a fool to avoid the silence of the blame. But this time, Tsunade didn't. On the contrary, her brows were frowned, and she seemed to be unresolved. Silent has followed Tsunade for many years, and naturally knows what her every move means. Every time Tsunade showed such an expression, he rang the rope tree after drinking. At this time, Mute only sighed faintly, added a piece of clothing to Tsunade, and then silently accompanied her next to her. Putting the dolphins aside, Silent picked up a piece of clothing and put it on Tsunade's body. Mute, Tsunade said suddenly. Huh? Tsunade-sama, what's the matter? I bet he will die. What? Silent asked in confusion. She didn't understand why Tsunade would talk about this suddenly. Tsunade lowered his head and continued. Jiraiya went to Akatsuki's lair alone to inquire about information. I bet he will die. Do you think this is all right? After all, I will lose every bet. After Tsunade finished speaking, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade-sama. Mute saw it, but couldn't say a word. Tsunade's appearance may be able to fool others, but for Silent, it is obviously an extremely worried appearance. That big idiot will definitely come back. After Tsunade finished speaking, he fainted. Silent was surprised, and hugged Tsunade quickly. Really? I drank so much alcohol. Are you already drunk? Mute complained. But when he saw the tear marks at the corner of Tsunade's eyes, Silent couldn't complain anymore. Tsunazama. Silent sighed, then hugged Tsunade and left. If you complain, leave it to tomorrow. Konoha Hospital, ward. Clatter. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Anbu came in with a mask, and Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Danzo, you are here. The Anbu took off the mask and said, Senior Kakashi, what do you want me to come over? That's it. My injury is estimated to be hospitalized for about a month. During this period, please lead the 7th class to perform the task. This. Senior Kakashi, it's just a month. Don't you want me to lead the 7th class? Yamato asked, puzzled. Actually, I thought about this matter for a long time before deciding. Although Naruto has a good relationship with Kyuubi now, there will be no rampage incident, but it is difficult to guarantee that Kyuubi is controlled by someone, causing chakra to run rampant. Your Mudun is aimed at the tail beast's best weapon. You can protect it by following Naruto. After all, Akatsuki is becoming more and more restless now. Kakashi explained the reason to Yamato, and Yamato suddenly realized. So that's it, I understand. The Anbu matter will be handed over to Xiao for the time being. If there is any problem that can't be solved, then let Xiao come and find me. Yes, Senior Kakashi. Please. Yamato retreated to arrange after receiving Kakashi's order. On the hospital bed, Kakashi put his hands on the back of his head, lying on the bed comfortably. The Danzo matter has been settled, and it is time for the ninja at the root to deal with it. Nowadays, I don't have much time to spend on the route, so I find someone who has the ability to conquer the route. Shishui is the best candidate. It seems it's time for Shishui to return, but if Shishui comes back, then it's time for Itachi to finish. Kakashi kept thinking about it. On the other side, somewhere in the land of Earth, rainy, Itachi sat alone on the cliff, quietly looking at the city in the country of soil in the distance. The land of land, one of the 5 major countries, has a completely different climate environment from that of the fire country. There are desolate rock walls everywhere. It looks a bit depressed. Itachi didn't know what he was thinking, and at this time, a tall figure jumped out from nowhere and landed in front of Itachi. He was holding an exaggerated knife with a bandage on it, and above the big sword is a red-haired old man. "Have you finished capturing the 4 tails, Ghost Shark? I told you to be gentle with the elderly. This is not an ordinary old man. I can kill him if I control my strength. This is already my limit," the ghost shark said with its teeth open. "Forget it. Go back to the leader and seal it." Itachi finished speaking and turned to leave. The ghost shark didn't care, and walked behind Itachi. In a cave, an image of Pain emerged, followed by the huge alien golem. The seal began again, but only 6 people on the 10 fingers were left. Pain, Xionan, Ghost Shark, Ferret, bring soil. Absolutely. There are really fewer and fewer people, Gu said with a low smile. "Ah, what Senior Gu said, but it doesn't matter if there are few people, everyone else is very good." "Ha ha ha," Daito said weirdly. Gu glanced at Daito, but did not answer. Itachi looked at the soil. What was hidden under the yellow spiral mask? Why does this man who claims to be Uchiha Madara pretend to be like this? If you can solve him, maybe you can go back to the village sooner. Itachi's gaze attracted the attention of the soil. The writing wheel under the mask looked back at each other. Itachi looked away faintly. The soil under the mask frowned slightly. This guy really made people uneasy. 3 days later, the seal was completed. Pain's indifferent voice sounded. 4 tail beasts have been sealed, and the 5 tails were captured by Deidara before Deidara's death, and we will seal them together in a few days. I will shoot the 6 tails myself, and the 7 tails will be handed over to Afihij. As for the 8 tails, Pain looked at Itachi and Ghost Shark, and said, "Yao will be handed to you." "Yao? The leader is really good to us. He must be a very good opponent," Gu said with some excitement. However, Itachi didn't say a word. Chapter 572 Soil Spider Family. "Itachi, is there a problem?" Pain asked. "No, I understand," Itachi whispered. "Very good, loose." After Pain finished speaking, the image disappeared, and Xiaonan disappeared with him. Daito glanced at the ferret with deep meaning, and then disappeared. Itachi looked at the outgoing golem, and then jumped down with the ghost shark. The outer Damode slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. Gib complained, "Seal is really tiring. Ghost, let's find a place to rest." After speaking, Itachi left without waiting for Gib's answer. Out of the cave, a crow fell into Itachi's eyes, and the scarlet writing wheel seemed to be conveying something. The ghost shark came out of the cave at this time. "Brother Ferret, where are you going?" "Let's go." Itachi leads the way, but the message from the previous crows echoes in his mind. "Senior Kakashi, let me go back." Itachi thought for a moment, but decided to refuse this request. It was not the time yet. Itachi decided to continue lurking. Regardless of whether it is Pen or the soil, it seems extremely dangerous. After finding a time when the ghost shark was not paying attention, Itachi used the crow to give Kakashi his reply. In Konoha Hospital, Kakashi looked at the crow in front of him, knowing it clearly. Itachi seems to be trying to figure out their plan to bring the soil. But the danger in this is not low, Kakashi whispered. Akatsuki does need someone as an internal response, but in Kakashi's view, Itachi is no longer safe at this time. Bringing the soil is not a fool. Danzo is dead, and it is estimated that Shishui will not be kept for long. Itachi's identity as a betrayal is not likely to deceive him for long. If you take soil and start with Itachi, the result is really hard to say. Forget it. Itachi is determined, just let him figure it out. With his ability, he shouldn't be able to keep him with the soil today. Kakashi made a secret decision in his heart, so he stopped worrying about Itachi. He is not a babysitter, and is responsible for these people's affairs every day. With Itachi's ability, Kakashi believes that there won't be much problem. Compared to the surging wind here, another big event happened on the other side. The misty six-tailed man's Uli defected. At this time, Chumim was sending Anb to hunt down. Lui is the only tailed beast in Uin today. Chumiming will naturally not give up easily. At this time, the six-tailed man Ziliuga was also involved in an incident. Konoha, Hokage office, Tsunade-sama, this is the information sent urgently. Please check it out. Mute took a scroll and hurried in. Tsunade was puzzled, and opened the scroll. After watching it again, Tsunade frowned. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Silent asked in confusion. Something happened to the soil spider family. The earth spider family? The soil spider family is a special group of ninjas. They have passed down a secret technique from generation to generation, which can gather natural forces to launch an offensive. With themselves as the core, it can cause explosions in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. So scary? Mute said in surprise. Tsunade nodded and said, yes, during the 3 wars, the 3 generations discussed with the leader of the Earth Spider clan, and made this secret technique a forbidden technique, so that they would not use it again. As a condition, when the Earth Spider clan is dangerous at that time, Konoha must provide free assistance. So that's it, Mute said suddenly. Tsunade pondered for a moment, and said, silent, Suminamura, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Mute heard the words and set off quickly. Tsunade looked at the scroll in front of him, bit his lip, and whispered, it's really an eventful time. It didn't take long before Yamato came to the Hokage office first. Hokage-sama, Yamato said respectfully. Yamato, Kakashi has told you before, right? You will take the place of the teacher of Kakashi Class 7 for the time being. For this task, you need to lead Class 7 to start. I understand. Yamato nodded. At this moment, the 3 Naruto arrived at the door. Naruto pushed open the door and ceremoniously, Mr. Tsunade, do you really have an sleevel mission for us? Naruto said excitedly. Naruto, you must knock on the door of Hokage's office. Why don't you always remember? Sakura complained. It's okay, Granny. Tsunade doesn't mind. Tsunade glanced at Naruto. This guy's character really resembles when Kiryu was a child. Okay, stop arguing with you two. Come here, Tsunade said. Naruto heard this and walked over. Sakura and Sasuke followed closely behind. Who is Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked, pointing to Yamato. Hello, I am Yamato, Senior Kakashi's subordinate. This time I am here to replace Senior Kakashi as your temporary captain. Yamato explained. Ah, is that the person Kakashi teacher said before as you? Naruto asked in surprise. Sakura and Sasuke were also surprised. Sasuke took a look at Yamato up and down, and seemed to wonder if this person was really qualified to replace Kakashi. Okay, you can do things on your own way for the team's run-in. Yamato will explain the situation of the task. You can set off now, Tsunade said. Huh? So anxious? Naruto said in surprise. Urgent task. Okay. It's time for my uncle Naruto to show off. Looking at Naruto, Tsunade smiled. The country of rain. Nagato was lying halfway on the bed, with black pipes all over his body. Xiaonan pushed the door in and looked at the long door on the bed. A trace of darkness flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Xiaonan, is there anything wrong? Nagato whispered. Nagato, there seems to be strange people around the village asking for information about the village recently. Oh, did you find out who it was? Xiaonan shook his head and said, the other party seems to have a strong sense of investigation, and has not found any useful information yet. Really? It doesn't matter. Outside the village, he won't get any useful information. If he enters the village, I will know his movements as soon as possible. Don't worry. Yes, Xiaonan replied, no longer speaking, but it seemed that he had something to say. Xiaonan, is there anything else? Nagato, is everything we are doing right now? Yahiko's original ideal was not achieved in this way. Nagato's pupils shrank and looked at Xiaonan and said, Xiaonan, as long as the peace mentioned by Yahiko can be achieved, then it doesn't matter what way it is. But according to Mr. Madara, as long as we gather the 9 big-tailed beasts. Wait, I will definitely give you and Yahiko a truly peaceful country. Chapter 573. Toad looking at the crazy Nagato. Xiao Nan felt a bit sour for a while. That originally gentle Nagato now became like this. After all, it was his own fault. If he hadn't been caught by Banzo at the beginning, then Yahiko would not die, and Nagato would not distort Yahiko's so-called peace, and become the current unscrupulous appearance. I understand, Nagato. I will always support you, Xiaonan said lightly. Xiao Nan. Nagato saw the flash of loss in Xiao Nan's eyes, but he was helpless. There is a way. There is no way to turn back after choosing, and Nagato does not want to turn back. In his view today, only by using tail beasts to create terrorist weapons, suppress the ninja world, and create a balance of terror, can real peace be ushered in. In this world, it is really naive to want people to understand each other and form peace. It is a beautiful fantasy, and it is almost impossible to realize it. Even if this short-term peace is formed in the end, it will still be no broken after a group of people pass away. But having said that, where can there be permanent peace in the world? Then I'm going to work. After Xiao Nan finished speaking, he left the room, leaving Nagato alone. Darkness enveloped Nagato, and the eyes of reincarnation exuded a weird light. Yahiko, soon, the plan is half completed, and in a few months, I will be able to complete the collection of tail beasts. At that time, the outer golem will be fully recovered, with its power, enough to shock the ninja world. The peace you expect will come. No one will break this peace. Whoever dares, will die. Nagato murmured. At the highest point of Uran village, Xiao Nan's body turned into pieces of paper and scattered. Flew past Uran village, and landed somewhere in the country of rain. There is a cabin. Xiao Nan, dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, had a cold face, and his face was a bit pale. Looking at the wooden house in front of me, the memories of the past gradually came to my heart. Teacher Jia, Yahiko. Xiao Nan whispered softly and gently opened the door. The room was empty, and it looked as if no one had lived in it for a long time. A big hole was broken in the roof, and I don't know how much wind and rain floated in. The house was full of vines, and the vines were full of small flowers. Xiao Nan walked in and his eyes fell somewhere. It was a wooden wall with 3 signs hanging on it. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan are written separately, and the names of Yahiko and Nagato are hung with a red sign, and Xiaonan's name is a toad. Xiao Nan turned his head and looked at the opposite side. There was also a name with Chilia written on it, and there was a toad card that looked exactly like Xiao Nan. At that time, the 3 of Xiaonan left in a hurry, and Nagato and Yahiko's signs have not yet been turned over. The toad brand is a secret sign given to them by Jiraiya. Red noodles means people are in the house, and toad noodles means people have gone out. After so many years, neither Xiaonan nor Nagato came back. At first, it was because of being too busy and lack of time. Then Yahiko died, and Xiaonan and Nagato had no intention of coming back. The reason why Xiao Nan came back today was because of an ominous premonition. Xiao Nan walked to Nagato's toad card, cut the vine on it, and opened Nagato's toad card. Immediately, Xiao Nan's eyes fell on Yahiko's red card. Yahiko ... It's been so long and I haven't come back to see you. I'm so sorry. Xiao Nan whispered softly. In his words, there was endless loneliness and nostalgia. Thinking of the days when the 4 were together, that might be the happiest time in Xiao Nan's life. Xiao Nan turned around and walked to Jiraiya's toad. Teacher Jiraiya, Nagato has changed, but I don't have your ability to change him. I don't know what the purpose of the man who calls himself Madara is, but if this continues, will Nagato really succeed? That's a confrontation with the whole world. Even if it is Nagato, can it really be done? A worried look appeared on Xiao Nan's face. But there was another helplessness. Teacher Jiraiya, if you hadn't left in the first place, maybe all this wouldn't be like this. Why ... Why did you want to leave? Xiao Nan said with some blame. But in the end, Xiao Nan knew that his blame was unreasonable. If it weren't for Jiraiya, they had already died in this troubled world, So how could they live to the present? Teacher Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I failed your expectations. When we meet again in the future, I don't know what our position will be. Although Xiao Nan said so, he already had the answer in his mind. They are Akatsuki, and Jiraiya is also the teacher of the Kyuubi people, and they are also Konoha. Sooner or later they will meet. And once it's up, I'm afraid it will be the situation where you die. Xiao Nan looked at Jiraiya's toad card silently, and then left. The past is only the past after all, and what she can do now is to help Nagato accomplish everything he wants to accomplish. At the same time, protect Nagato. Beware of the man with the mask. In Xiao Nan's eyes, all of this was to redeem himself. Because Yahiko will die and Nagato will become pain, both have a relationship with Xiaonan. The moment Xiao Nan walked out of the wooden house, a feeling of anxiety surged in his heart. This uneasy feeling, Xiao Nan looked towards the sky, and it started to rain again after the clear weather. The country of rain, originally a rainy country, suddenly changes to the sky. It does not seem to be a strange thing. Perhaps, it's just an illusion. Xiao Nan left, and at this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and the sign that had just been turned over in the room was turned back again, revealing the bright red face of the card. 7 days later, in the country of rain, outside Yurin village, Jiraiya also looked at the Yunin village, which was shrouded in a dark cloud, and was slightly surprised. It's not that he has never been to Yurin village, but the way he was before is completely different from the way he is now. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, the appearance of Yunin village has changed so much. Jiraiya also whispered, "It looks like you can't enter by conventional means." Jiraiya also pondered for a moment, and then cut his finger, and his hands became imprinted. Psychic art. With a bang, a little toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. "I beg you." Jiraiya also said to the toad. Crack. The little toad screamed, then opened a big mouth that was completely inconsistent with the body, and swallowed Jiraiya in one mouthful. And Jiraiya did not resist at all, as if he had been swallowed voluntarily. After the little toad swallowed Jiraiya, he bounced towards Yurin village. The sky became gloomy again. Chapter 574. Aware Konoha, the hospital. Kakashi was lying on the bed, still thinking about the golden text before. Several days passed, but Kakashi still had no clue. Kakashi turned over and felt a little sore and numb, and his head was a little dizzy. It seems that the body still hasn't recovered. Sure enough, the Ona-month healing period cannot escape, Kakashi said helplessly. Sasuke and others followed Yamato to perform tasks. These days, Kakashi's hospital bed seemed a bit deserted. But this kind of desertedness, Kakashi has long been used to it for so many years. After all, he was once a lone ranger in the Anbu. How many dangerous tasks are done by one person? The loneliness and loneliness are not comparable. I don't know how Naruto and the others are. This time the task seems to be very urgent. Since Kakashi didn't take over this mission, he didn't know the content of this mission. However, if you want to use the skills of a few people, even if you meet Akatsuki's members, you can still fight, but there is nothing to worry about. After all, several people now have at least the strength of Shangren, even elite Shangren. With nothing to do, Kakashi sat cross-legged, absorbing the power of nature between heaven and earth, and the silver-white curse imprints on his back also gradually recovered. With the intervention of the forces of nature, Kakashi felt that his body seemed a little better. It seems that the force of nature also has a little effect on the recovery of the body. Kakashi laughed. The immortal curse was already full, and Kakashi stopped absorbing the power of nature. If you too much, things will go wrong. Kakashi lay on the bed, took out his ninja bag again, and took out the intimacy paradise from it. As soon as his hand picked up the intimate heaven, Kakashi shook his hand and the book fell to the ground. The silver-white brows frowned slightly, and the anxiety in his heart became more intense. What the is going on? Why do you feel this way? Is it Naruto and the others? No, this feeling appeared before Naruto left. Kakashi was puzzled and wanted to bend down to pick up the intimacy paradise. Suddenly, a flash of light blasted into his mind. Jiraiya too. Kakashi was taken aback. watching the affectionate heaven react violently. Right. It's Jiraiya. Thinking of this, Kakashi stood up abruptly, and then felt dizzy. The injury has not recovered. Such a sudden movement will cause a certain amount of pressure on the nerves. Damn. How could you forget such an important thing? At this point, isn't it when Jiraiya also went to Yunin village to investigate the news? No wonder Jiraiya also said that to me before. Obviously, I knew this was a horrible thing. I just want to tell the funeral when I'm young. Can this guy want to do it alone? No, I'm going to find him. Kakashi immediately changed into his clothes, and planned to go to the Hokage office. Tsunade was the only one who was probably whereabouts now. Moreover, Kakashi has to confirm that Jiraiya is not really going to Yurin village. Otherwise, he rushed in without thinking, and in his current state, he was afraid that he would be looking for death. Kakashi was about to go out. Xiaozai pushed the door and walked in. Master Kakashi, where are you going? Your injury hasn't healed yet, Xiaozai said in shock when she saw this. I'm busy, Kakashi said, turning on instantly, and the next moment, he left the hospital. Xiaozai only felt that Kakashi disappeared with a flower in front of her. Master Kakashi, Xiaozai shouted in a flustered manner. But no one responded in the empty room. Worse, Master Kakashi's current physical condition can't move casually. Thinking of this, Xiaozai hurried to Dean Nohara's office to report the news. In Konoha village, Kakashi moved forward quickly, feeling dizzy, but still resisted. Boom! With a crisp sound, Kakashi rushed into the Hokage office. In an instant, several Anbu rushed over and surrounded Kakashi. Kakashi? Tsunade asked in surprise. And these Anbu also looked at Kakashi in surprise. They didn't expect that the person who forcibly broke in was Kakashi, their Anbu minister. It is worth mentioning that after Danzo's death, Kakashi's Anbu post was restored by Tsunade. Kakashi panted heavily, looked at Tsunade with a bewildered look, and said, Tsunade sir Jiraiya-sama where did you go? Tsunade's face changed when he heard this, and he waved his hand and said, you go down first. Yes. The Anbu immediately evacuated upon hearing this. Kakashi, why are you asking this suddenly? I have a very bad feeling that something will happen to Lord Jiraiya in all likelihood. Kakashi naturally couldn't explain why he asked. So he pushed this kind of thing to the point of feeling. What? Tsunade was startled when he heard the words, and clenched his fists. This was what she worried about the most. Tsunade-sama, where did Jiraiya-sama go? Tsunade was silent for a while and said, he found the location of the leader of Akatsuki's organization. He said that he had gone to Yunin village to inquire about information in Yunin village. This morning he also sent a message with a toad saying that he was ready to sneak into Yunin village. This morning? That shouldn't have played against Pain yet. Pen? Tsunade asked puzzledly. Pen is the leader of Akatsuki's organization. He is extremely powerful. If Mr. Jiraiya can meet him, he will probably die too. Kakashi bit the word death hard, and Tsunade sat on the seat in shock. How come? Tsunazama, I will go to Amnin village now. Wait, your injury. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Kakashi's figure had disappeared. The art of flying thunder god. Damn it. How come all of them are so brave? Tsunade slammed a punch on the table, his face full of anger. But soon the anger subsided again. You all come back safely, Tsunade whispered. The country of rain. Kakashi's figure quietly emerged somewhere. And there is a three-pronged kunai. The hidden place is very concealed. If it is not possible to find it, it will not emerge at all. After Kakashi appeared, he half-kneeled on the ground, looking very tired. Fortunately, when I was performing the mission, I left the Thunder God technique in Yunin village. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to come over. Kakashi looked at Yurin village not far away. At this time, it was strangely not raining in this village, where it rained all the year round. Kakashi frowned and said in secret, no, I'm afraid the two have already played against each other. The rain in Yurin village is Pain's rain Tiger-free technique, which is used to detect the overall condition of the village. Now that the rain has stopped, there is only one reason, that is, Pain is fighting against people. Chapter 575. Sneak into Inuran village. The rain dripped on the water, causing waves. A toad jumped out of the water and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the toad opened its mouth wide, and stretched out a hand from it, and then another person came out towards it. With long white hair and a huge scroll on his back, the figure looks a bit stalwart. The rain fell on Gylia's body and splashed with water. It seems that I successfully sneaked in. It is unexpectedly simple. Then, let's get in the intelligence first. At the same time, the highest point of Uran village. Pain was taken aback. What's wrong? Xiaonan asked. Someone blocked my rain. Judging from the feeling of chakra, it is very powerful. Who would it be? Xiaonan asked in confusion. I don't know, Xiaonan. I will stop the rain. You used the paper clone technique to find the location of the intruder. Yes. Pain made a seal with both hands and stopped the Yu freedom technique. Immediately, countless pieces of paper flew out of Xiaonan's body and scattered in all directions. Watching Xiaonan leave, Pain whispered, "This chakra has a familiar feeling. Who can it be?" After thinking to no avail, Pain gave up. After all, Xiaonan made an investigation, and I believe the result will be soon. No matter who it is death to invade Yunlin village. At this time, Jai had also received the so-called Angel of God's pen from the mouth of the two Yunlin village, Jimnin. It seems that things have become a little troublesome, Jilai also whispered. A long toad shoots out of Jilai's mouth. It is Toadyin who is in charge of Naruto's gossip seal. Jilia, what did you call me out for? Then you want to unlock the seal? Toadyin said. Of course not. I'm going to fight a tough enemy this time, so let you come out in advance. Toadyin's pupils were slightly enlarged when he heard the words, and he whispered, what kind of enemy? Even you are not sure. Did you let me out to escape in advance? Akatsuki's leader. Shilia, you are still so eager. Although Akatsuki's leader doesn't know who it is, he must have amazing strength to become Akatsuki's leader. If you come alone, aren't you afraid of dying here? Jilei also smiled and said, ha ha ha, I am the Toad Immortal. Jilei, where can I die so easily? Then what do you want me to do? It's just in case. Let's unprint it first. If I have an accident, you will give this key to Kakashi. Kakashi? Yes, Kakashi is the person who was predicted by the Big Toad Immortal to influence the future of ninja. He and the Son of Prophecy must be related, either on the same front or hostile to each other. For Kakashi, I trust it very much. The future is in his hands, and there is bound to be an infinitely bright future. Therefore, I can rest assured that Kyuubi's key is handed over to him. Kakashi is indeed a good candidate. The Immortal of the Toad clan is indeed qualified. Toadyin nodded and said, what I am most worried about right now is the enemy behind it. The enemy behind? I'm not sure about this. Maybe I find the so-called Pain, and this doubt will be solved. Before again, Toadyin, you should go back to Miyama Mountain. Toadyin looked at Jilia, and said, Jilia, you are all too old. Don't always behave. Even if you want to find out about the leader of Akatsuki, I think you and Kakashi will be dispatched together. The chance of success will be much higher. As an old man, I have my own pride. How can this kind of thing trouble the younger generation? And I am afraid there is still a little connection between the leader of the Akatsuki organization and me. It is best for me to handle it. At the end of the talk, Jili's tone was a bit low. Dawn. In fact, when I first heard this name, Jili didn't care. But when he arrived at Uranin village, Jili also suddenly remembered something. After I separated from the three of Yahiko, I heard the news that the three of them founded an organization and it continued to grow. Only more than 10 years ago, the news of death suddenly came. The name Akatsuki suddenly fell silent. It wasn't until a few years ago that Jilia heard the name again. At first, Jilia just thought it had the same name. But now it seems that this organization is very likely to be the organization founded by the three Yahikos. If that's the case, I'm afraid. Jilia also had a guess in his mind. but whether it was true or not is yet to be verified. The only way to verify is to go to the highest point of Yunin village. This is where the so-called Pain and the Angel are. Since you have made up your mind, I also know that I can't persuade you. Take care of everything. After Tojin finished speaking, he didn't wait for him to respond, and then disappeared with a bang. Jai didn't say a word, and looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Is the gold there? Gilda didn't delay his effort much, and moved towards that tall building. Under the tall building, Jilai also entered it with the help of Uren's body captured by him. But what Jilai did not find was that there was a white piece of paper not far behind him. Above the tall buildings, Beast Dao looked into the distance. Countless pieces of paper condensed into Xionan. Ben, it's teacher Jiraiya. Xiaonan said. Her expression was a bit complicated. This may be the person she doesn't want to face the most in this world. Oh, is it teacher Jiraiya? No wonder there is a strong and familiar feeling. What are we going to do? Brutal Do's face was indifferent, and he said lightly, naturally, I killed teacher Jiraiya. In any case, he wouldn't be in the same camp as us. We all know him well. Xiaonan's heart burst, although she had long thought that Pain would say this. But when she heard it in person, it still made her a little unacceptable. That's Jilai too, the one who taught them to survive in troubled times. But now, Pain is going to kill him. Is that why you used this body? Xiaonan whispered. Yeah, teacher Jilai is very strong. If you use your whole cards from the beginning, I'm afraid you will lose. The animal muttered. Then, let me do it first. Oh, Beast Dao turned his head and looked at Xiaonan, as if he thought of something in his cold pupil. But unfortunately, there is nothing inside. It's like someone who is completely empty and thoughtless. Then you go. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan once again turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared in front of the animal road. Watching Xiaonan disappear, Beast Dao whispered, Teacher Jilaiya, maybe you want to pave the way for my peace. I'm really sorry. Chapter 576 Disappointed. Goodbye. This place is really empty, there is no one guarding it. Are you confident in your own strength? Jilai also whispered. Jilai also hides in Uren's shadow, manipulating it to move forward. Toad flat shadow manipulation. Before long, Jilai saw a small door and walked over. Just as soon as you entered the door, countless papers flew in. Style paper dance. Countless pieces of white paper wrapped all of Uren's body, as if it might explode at any time. Caught you. Xiaonan whispered and walked over, and at this moment, the dark shadow suddenly reflected the figure of a person. White hair and long hair, 2 tears of blood stretched out from the corner of his eyes. Jiraiya. Fire escape. Flame bullet. The scorching fireball forced Xiaonan back. Xiaonan landed on a high place opposite Jilai, with a cold expression, but he was not half surprised. It seems that Jilai's way of playing like this has already been expected. The body did not return to its original state, even the feet did not heal. Just like that kind of flying paper. Teacher Jilaiya. Long time no see. The lips kissed him. Originally it was supposed to be an intimate tone, but it didn't contain any emotion when he said it. Some are just endless indifference. Jilaiya looked at Xiaonan with cold eyes, and said in a low voice, Xiaonan, it really is you. I've grown up. Xiao is really the organization of you and Yahiko Nagato. Where are the two of them? Xiaonan didn't answer, but instead unwrapped the paper that trapped the Uren. Uren, relieved, knelt on the ground instantly, panting out loudly, and then looked at Xiaonan. Uren showed a look of surprise, and called out in a panic, Angel Lord, this guy is an intruder. Jilai frowned when he heard that, but he didn't expect Xiaonan to be the so-called angel. You leave, I will deal with it here. Xiaonan spoke indifferently, and Uren ran away immediately after hearing this. I don't know if Xiaonan's majesty is too great, or Jilai also caused too much shadow on him. Angel, Xiaonan, it seems that you are obsessed with strange names. Teacher Jilaiya, these have nothing to do with you. You shouldn't be here. Really? If I don't come, how can I know that my lovely disciples are now in this look? Then, who is the so-called god? Nagato or Yahiko? Are these important. Jiraiya's expression became a little weird, and the indifferent Xiao Nan in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. The pieces of paper continued to fly beside Xiao Nan, condensed into wings. Do you think it's an angel when you become like this? Teacher Jiraiya, this is an order from God. You will die here. After speaking, countless paper shurikens shot towards Jiraiya. Fire escape, flame bullet. The encounter of paper shuriken and Yandan. For a time, it's not even close. Jiraiya frowned, then stopped Huodun, rolled to the side, and escaped the paper shuriken. At the same time, toad oil was spit out. Toad oil wrapped Xiao Nan, and for a while, Xiao Nan could not move. Immediately, Jiraiya's long hair entangled Xiao Nan. Forbearance. The art of messy lion hair. It seems that you are developing in the wrong direction. Really? Does Teacher Jiraiya regret saving us in the hands of Oshimaru? Sure enough, he should listen to Oshimaru's words and kill us, right? Xiao Nan spoke indifferently, but recalled the situation when she first met Jiraiya in her heart. At that time, if it really died in the hands of Daishiwan, there might not be so many things afterwards. Nagato will not become what it is now that life is worse than death. Yeah, it would be great if you died in the first place. Such an idea emerged in Xiao Nan's heart uncontrollably. I have never regretted saving you. At the beginning I taught you ninjutsu so that you can have the ability to survive in troubled times. You are undoubtedly my approved disciples, no matter how hard you have been in this world afterwards. It's really sad that I shouldn't meet up and attack me directly without saying anything. Sure enough, I'm a failed teacher. Jiraiya also said, with a self-deprecating expression on his face. It seems to be thinking of a certain friend once. Jiraiya still remembers those cold pupils clearly. Teacher Jiraiya, you have no idea what happened to us afterwards. Xiaonan said indifferently. In the bottom of my eyes, there was a trace of complaint. If Jiraiya had been there, Yahiko would not have died. Why are you leaving? Despite the ups and downs of inner emotions, Xiaonan did not show any signs. In these years, she has already completely condensed those emotions that were easy to show. At this time, she might not even be able to laugh. She has become an angel outside of God. High above, overlooking sentient beings. Explanation? Not required. Even if I don't understand, that's not the reason you became Akatsuki. That's the way to complete the wrong way. Really? Teacher Jiraiya, then tell me, what is the right way? Use your so-called understanding to let the world forgive each other's crimes? The same indifferent voice suddenly came, and Zilei also looked at the sound source. Long orange hair with bangs and rippled eyes. Jiraiya's pupils shrank, and he whispered, Nagato? But why is it completely different? What happened? Teacher Jiraiya, your so-called concept has been proved by me and is wrong. Nagato, what happened? Teacher Jiraiya, this is none of your business. After all, you are just an outsider. Outsider? Jiraiya also felt a bit bitter when he heard that. It turned out that he was just an outsider in his disciple's heart. During those 3 years, couldn't they leave any memories in the other's heart? Xiaonan looked at Jiraiya. All the changes in her expression were printed in her eyes. What does Jiraiya mean to me? Xiaonan was a little stunned for a while. Teacher Jiraiya, you are just a mortal after all, and you can't understand the changes. Nagato, how is Yahiko? Holding the last hope, Jiraiya asked about the life and death of the last disciple. Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Could it be that even a person with Yahiko's personality eventually fell? Ah, you said Yahiko is dead a long time ago. Brute said coldly about Yahiko's death, and there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in his words. Jiraiya frowned. Sure enough, is Yahiko dead? I don't know why, but Jiraiya, who heard the news, not only didn't feel sad, but felt a little fortunate. At least Yahiko did not fall, did not become a member of Akatsuki, did not become the hand of evil, did not participate in Akatsuki's horrible activities. As for the sadness, since more than 10 years ago, Jai was already sad about it. Looking at the indifferent face in front of me, I recalled the Nagato who had said that no matter what pain he encountered, he would never give up protecting Xionan and Yahiko. Jiraiya can only sigh for a moment. Time is really a ruthless thing. The gentle boy who was originally a gentleman has now become like this. Even the news of Yahiko's death can be said lightly in this tone. Nagato, you have changed. Teacher Jiraiya, I am no longer immortal. You can call me God. Chapter 577 Waiting to return. Nagato, you have become joking. Jiraiya laughed. Teacher Jiraiya, you are still so naive. The world can grow only through suffering. Your naive thoughts will not bring peace. Although I don't know if my method can bring peace, but the method of peace is definitely not knowing this method. What makes you the way you are now? It's just war. Only after experiencing war will I understand how stupid I was before. Now I have gone through pain, faded away from the body of a mortal, and become a true god. Abandoning the thoughts of friends is what you call growth. It seems that the teacher from Lei Yi still can't understand my intentions, and the dialogue with the teacher can only go to here. Nagato, what is your purpose for collecting tail beasts? Jiraiya also asked. Oh, Teacher Jiraiya is also interested in this. Anyway, you are also a dying person. It's okay to tell you. The purpose of collecting tail beasts is to use the power of tail beasts to develop a forbidden technique. With this forbidden technique, just a country can be destroyed in an instant. At that time, there will be real peace in the world. How could that kind of thing bring peace? Jiraiya also retorted. Teacher Jiraiya, what do you think will happen if this kind of ban is provided to the 5 major countries or other countries? Jiraiya was also taken aback. But he didn't expect Nagato to propose such an idea. Animal Dao didn't intend to wait for Jiraiya to answer, but said to himself, they will definitely use it, because that is the power to determine the outcome. No one will remain indifferent to the death of tens of thousands of people. Jiraiya also gritted his teeth and said, this kind of thing is the peace you said. Death can bring suffering. After seeing that horrible power, everyone will experience the fear of death. At that time, no one dares to start a war, and the world will naturally usher in true peace. The world needs to experience pain can grow. And I am the who guides the growth of the world. I didn't expect you to be paranoid to this level. Jiraiya also looked at Nagato in disbelief. There is no happiness in the peace that is exchanged in this way. The world is just living in fear. Nagato's method is to put a Damocles sword on everyone's head, unable to indulge the desire for war because of fear, thus living tremblingly. Teacher Jiraiya, you are nothing more than a mortal, and it is normal that you cannot understand God's thoughts. In my opinion, you are just a small existence that cannot grow anymore. Hearing this, Jiraiya laughed. I didn't expect to be looked down upon by the kid. Speaking of which, I am not a human anymore. Psychic art. Boom. The smoke dissipated, and a big toad appeared at Jiraiya's feet. Toad holds a steel fork in one hand and a shield in the other. Because of anger, tears of blood gushed out. It was originally Sunin, now an immortal, the toad monster of Miomu Mountain. Lord Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, the toad underneath moved a bit, and Jiraiya fell over without standing still. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Animal Dao whispered, you are still the same as before, no improvement, clumsy. Toad-jian. Don't sway when I'm handsome. Sorry, because I am very clumsy. Spiritualism. Beast Dao Jai-in again, summoned the chameleon, and hid in the chameleon's mouth. It disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya frowned and said, it seems like a very troublesome opponent. He can only summon 2 immortals and enter the immortal mode. Although it is not as good as Kakashi, it should be able to withstand the offensive of this reincarnation. I didn't expect to be surpassed so much by Kakashi in this aspect. It's really shameful. After Jiraiya whispered, he folded his palms together and began to gather chakra. Jiraiya, do you want to? Yes. This time the opponent is terrible. I can only rely on the 2 immortals to help me enter the immortal mode. Toad-jian. The opponent seems to be very good at spiritism, so before I summon the 2 immortals, please help me resist. Up. Yes, although I am very useless, but I will work hard. At this moment, with a bang, a scarlet three-headed dog appeared in front of them. 3 heads, 6 eyes. There are many black tubes stuck in his head. Looks hideous. If the 7 hells of Kakashi's psychic beasts are here, you will find that this is the 7 cracks that Pen killed in the first place. Now, it has become Pen's psychic beast, completely manipulated by him. It looks like a vicious dog. Toad-Jian, be careful. Yes, although I am very useless, the battle between the toad and the dog is about to start. After a fight, at the cost of the toad's health and serious injury, 2 great toad immortals were summoned. After the explanation, the 2 great toad immortals joined the battle. Upon seeing this, the animal Dao summoned the hungry ghost Dao and the human Dao. The war is triggered again. Immortal Toad comes, fights Pen 3 times. At this time, Kakashi entered the Yunin village. Where is it? Kakashi was a little worried. He cannot be sure of the current situation. At this time, Jai Lai should also fight Pain. However, Kakashi has no way of knowing where it has been. I knew I should have put a Thunder God technique on Jailia. It's just that it's too late to say this now. The top priority is to quickly find the right talent. At this moment, a loud bang came from a distance. There, Kakashi was shocked, and then Chakra ran away, opened his steps in a flash, and ran away. It must be supported. With a move of his toes, there was a bang in the ground. Konoha Hokage building. There was a patter of rain outside the window, and the sky became a little gloomy. Silent walked in with a lot of documents. Master Tsunade, this is the document to be processed today. Tsunade looked at the rain outside the window and whispered, Silent, it's raining outside again. Huh? Silent didn't know why Tsunade would talk about this suddenly, but still said, Yes, Tsunade-sama. It rains easily this season. It will stop after a while. Really? It rained like this when Suatoki Secretary died. Tsunade whispered, with some worry on his face. Tsunade-sama, haven't you already bet that Jiraiya-sama will die? With your luck, Jiraiya-sama will definitely return safely. Tsunade smiled when he heard the words, and looked back at Mute with a smile. Yes, it must be like this. I don't know if Kakashi will have anything in the past. After all, his injury has not fully recovered. Jiraiya-sama plus Senior Kakashi, even if the enemy of Akatsuki is strong, it shouldn't be an opponent. I hope so. Although Tsunade thought so too, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Looking at the light rain outside the window, Tsunade thought of the brave figure again. The wretched old uncle who said that happiness is not a man's pursuit. Really, you know how to be cool. Tsunade scolded with a smile. After he comes back this time, he should have no way to be cool anymore. At this time, the rain outside dissipated, revealing infinitely beautiful sunshine. Chapter 578. The choice between life and death. Below the tall buildings and above the sea, Jiraiya's left arm was already severed. It's just that what he cares about is not this, but the 6 figures not far away. 6 ways of pain. Come on. What's the matter? I have killed 3 people just now. Why did it become like this? Shinzuo Xianran said in shock. Just now, Jai Lai also worked hard with the 2 immortals to solve the 3 ways through the ultimate illusion of the immortals, Toad Pro Sing. But now, it seems that the efforts have been wasted. Jai Lai also looked at Tandao and was extremely surprised. Yahiko? What's the matter? You are Yahiko? What about Nagato? Tandao looked at Jiraiya coldly, and whispered, the 6 of us are the 6 ways of pain. God. Enough. I don't want to hear you say this. Who are you? Yahiko or Nagato? Jiraiya's heart was full of shock at this time. Originally, when he saw the eyes of reincarnation, Jai Lai also subconsciously regarded the person in front of him as Nagato, even if his face was completely different from before. But at this time, seeing Yahiko, Jiraiya's thoughts changed again. Yahiko and reincarnation eye? Could it be that Yahiko killed Nagato for the power of the reincarnation eye? Captured his reincarnation eye? If this is the case, the comfort that originally belonged to Yahiko will disappear without a trace. The appearance of 3 of his own disciples was a huge blow to Jailia. Teacher Jailia, that's it. Heavenly Tao whispered. For a time, Pen 6 Tao attacked together. The 6 people joined together, and Jai Lai, who had already lost his arm, was not an opponent at all. However, within a few rounds, Jai Lai was suppressed. In the distance, Xiao Nan watched all this coldly. At this moment, Xiao Nan had already foreseen the result. After being attacked by pain, he severed his arm. Even if it was Jai Lai, it had already come to an end at this time. Teacher Jailia, it's a pity that you still lost in the end. In the ninja battle, intelligence is very important. From the beginning, you have no chance of winning this battle. We know you too well, Xionan whispered. Xionan and Nagato have also been with Jirai for 3 years, and they have a basic understanding of his ninjutsu. If you don't understand, there is only Xianzu. But Xianzu is more of an amplification effect. The so-called fairy mode uses natural energy to greatly increase physical activity to increase agility and defense. At the same time, it can use natural energy to increase physical attack range and perception. Essentially, Chiryu's ninjutsu is still the same. It's just that the power has become stronger. And it was the illusion that was beyond Pain's expectation. Toad's singing maid Xylai also defeated Pain's Sandao. This is a tactic other than intelligence. This tactic, in many cases, is enough to seal the victory. At this time, Jilai also had all his cards out. And Pen's ability to have 3 ways to Jilai is not clear at all. Even more frightening is that Jilai didn't even know the 6 in front of him. But they were just like puppets. It makes no sense to smash with them. Xiao Nan was condescending, her eyes full of indifference. The life and death of Jiraiya seemed to be unable to leave any fluctuations in his heart. The original feeling of mentoring and apprenticeship seems to have faded in the passage of time. People, maybe it's all like this. Can you really remember the feelings you haven't contacted for more than 10 years? I am afraid that the original feelings have already deteriorated. The reunion after more than a decade may be more of a matter of right and wrong. Feelings will be weak. It's not that the world has changed, it's just that people's hearts have changed. Just like this time, Xionan and Nagato can look at Chiryu's life and death indifferently. Even if there are ups and downs in the heart, nothing will change, because of this person, blocking their way. So he is going to die. Even if he used to be his own master. Under the attack of the 6 ways of pain, Jilai also struggled to support it. Taking advantage of a certain gap, Jilai also took the opportunity to bring the beast Dao into the toad enchantment. A spiral pill killed the animal road again, and Jilai also sat on the ground panting. He is tired. With one broken arm, he was in his 50s again, and he was very tired now. But at this moment, beast Dao dying to fight back, piercing the black stick through Jilia's arm and body. Jilai was hit hard again. The guard forehead of animal Dao slipped slowly. And when he saw the scar under the guard forehead, Jilai only felt a flash of aura flashing through his mind. There is a guess for the 6 ways of pain. Boss, big sister, I want to go back and confirm one thing. Xiao Xylia, you are crazy. You may die if you go back now, Shinzuo Xianran said excitedly. That's right, kid. Taking advantage of the fact that Pain hasn't discovered this place. Well, leave quickly, said the immortal Zima. I know that when I go back at this time, I will probably die, but if I miss this time, I am afraid I will never have the opportunity to detect Pain's intelligence. If I fight with him in the future, I am afraid that it will cause more casualties. Even if I die, Konoha will still have Kakashi. As long as I get the information, Kakashi will be able to defeat Pain. But I've already decided. Maybe this is what the Big Toad said. When I make a decision, whether to bring new changes to the ninja world, or to destroy, I feel that this is what I should do. Xiao Xylia also. Shinzuo Xianran stopped talking. Boss, big sister, please take back the information you just collected about Pen and this corpse. Jiraiya also said halfway, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes, and continued, also, please tell Tsunade. But the words were not finished. They were interrupted by Shinzuo Xianran. Just let the child do this kind of thing. Jilai was also taken aback, looked at Shinzuo Xianran, and said, but at this time, Immortal Zima smiled and said, I want to come back before dinner. Ah, after it's over, I will go back to eat with Jailia. Immortal Zima smiled and nodded. Jailia also lowered his head, unable to see his expression clearly, only to hear him say softly, thank you. This time, after 9 deaths, Shinjuo Xianran chose to accompany him, and he was also ready to die in battle. For this Shinjuo Xian, who had taught himself since childhood, Jilei also had the same feelings as his master. Tandao looked at the calm water, still looking for Jailia's whereabouts. Escape? The indifferent voice could not hear the slightest emotion. But there seemed to be a sense of relief. It flashed past, making people suspect that it was an illusion. At this moment, a head was exposed in the water. White hair and scarred face. Toad Mortal comes here too. The cold eyes looked at the face of Pain Lidao, and in an instant, he came to a conclusion. That's it. This is what pain really is. At this moment, a ruthless big hand under the water quickly pinched his throat. Chapter 579 First Collision Bad. Jilei also secretly said that it is not good. The speed of this hand is too fast. With the body that is now out of the fairy mode, it is impossible to avoid it. Xiaonan in the air whispered, it's over. However, at this moment, the other blocked the blow. The bones on the slender fingers are distinct and powerful. This swift blow was caught by such a hand. Boom! Splashing water. Waves were rolled up all around. The waves dispersed, revealing 2 figures. Shurarode and Kakashi. It seems to have caught up. Kakashi panted. Red eye shadow appeared on his face. Fairy face makeup. Kakashi? Jilei said in shock. Why is Kakashi here? Kakashi did not answer, and another punch struck Shurado's face. Boom! With a crisp sound, Shurado was directly beaten into a mess. One punch. Jiraiya was stunned when he saw this, and the power of this punch had caught up with Tsunade's strange power punch. However, after the punch, Kakashi knelt on the ground, his chest rising and falling violently, looking very exhausted. Jilei also quickly helped. Kakashi, are you okay? It's okay, just a little collapsed. How did you come? Master Tsunade said that Jiraiya-sama came to Akatsuki's base alone, knowing that something will happen, so he rushed over. You kid, you still have injuries on your body. Didn't you come here to make trouble? Jilei also blamed. Little Jailia, don't be brave. If Kakashi hadn't just come here, now you are dead. Shinjuo Xianran said. Jilei was also a little embarrassed when he heard that. Although it is true, it always feels weird to be saved by a junior. Pain looked at this scene coldly, with a faint surprise in his eyes. Kakashi appeared suddenly, and he didn't even notice it. The technique of hiding the breath is very good. Shattered Shurado with just one punch, and his physical skills were very superb. But the pattern on that face is somewhat similar to that of teacher Zilei. Is it also a fairy? It seems that there is another troublesome guy. Just looking at his state, it seems something is not right. Hagai Kakashi, Pain said coldly. Kakashi looked at Heavenly Tao. A pair of reincarnation eyes, deep and cold and merciless. A cross eye, a writing wheel eye, full of dignity. Your name has long been heard, and I didn't expect to see you in this place. Pain said again. Kakashi chuckled, stood up slowly, and said, I didn't expect to see you this way, Pain. Oh, that's interesting. But even you can't change the ending. Jiraiya quickly said. Kakashi, don't fight with these people. None of these 6 people are entities at all. I am afraid they are similar to the existence of puppet art. I am afraid that these people are all dead. The real Pain should be hidden in the dark, manipulating these people. There is a strange power on that black rod that can interfere with chakra. It must be the signal receiver. Ah, I see. Lord Jailia, my current physical condition can't support it for too long, so prepare to find a chance to escape, Kakashi whispered, and at the same time stretched out his right hand, holding Qianting in his hand. At this time, Kakashi was seriously injured, and the chakra in his body was also very limited. The fairy mode used probably only lasts about 5 minutes. In this state, it is really impossible to defeat Pain in 5 minutes. The reason why the Shuradao can be solved with one punch just now is because of surprise, this kind of opportunity, but not too many. In front of him, there are 4 Pennsylvania. Jili was already scarred and unable to fight anymore. Not only can it not help, it may become a drag. In the current situation, the best way is to escape. Flying Thunder God is naturally the best choice, but Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique has not been practiced, so it is fine to use it by himself. But it takes a little time to take people away. And this time, obviously Pain would not give it to himself. If you can't bring him and leave, Kakashi loses meaning when he comes here. Jilde was taken aback and said, Kakashi, you, Master Shinzuo, you first go back to Miyama Mountain, and then Master Shinzuo. Shinzuo Xianran was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said, okay. At this moment, Pain had already rushed over. Want to go? Vientiane Danian Tandao snorted coldly, and there seemed to be a huge force between heaven and earth, pushing Xylite to Dandao. Bad. Kakashi was shocked, Chakra was lucky, and there was a riot at his feet. Instant step. Holding Qianting in his hand, he slashed towards heaven. But at this moment, the human world rushed over and blocked him. Kakashi made a decisive decision. Qianting flicked it, and threw it towards heaven, while Kakashi's hands were sealed. Done. Thunder Dog. The blue chakra formed the shape of a thunder dog and hovered between his hands and rushed to the human realm. The ferocious thunder dog roared away, but at this moment the Hell Dao rushed over and stood in front of the human Dao. Sealing technique. The mark. The terrifying thunder dog was completely consumed. Jilei, who had been attracted by Vientiane heaven, also arrived in front of Pain at this time. Pain stretched out a black stick with his left hand and stabbed at Jilia. Jilia's pupils shrank, and he felt the threat of death. Xiao Zilai. Shinzuo Xianran shouted. At this time, the silver-white long knife flew, dinged, hit the black rod, and then held it on Qianting with one hand. The left hand is full of thunder. Thousands of birds sing together. Tando's eyes condensed. Shenluo dancing. Boom. The huge repulsion instantly pushed Kakashi and Xylai out. Jiraiya's figure flew upside down, and the next moment, Kakashi caught it. Master Shinzuo, it's now. Shinzuo Xianran was taken aback for a moment, and quickly Jai-in. Boom. Shinzuo Xianran turned into a smoke and dissipated here. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi, who had just been bombed, turned into smoke with a bang at this time. Shadow clone. Kakashi, be careful. Jai also called. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and the black shadow directly under the water suddenly appeared. Kakashi pulled Jili and quickly stepped away. That is the Iron Fist of Road. It's too late to escape. Boom. The punch hit Kakashi's back. Kakashi only felt a pain in his back, a smell in his throat, and the mask was stained with blood again. Kakashi, Hell Road did not let go, but chased up again, and another punch came. Kakashi's left hand immediately flashed thunder. Thousand bird sharp gun. Tear. The blue thunder light pierced the chest of Hell Road. Kakashi and Jili also landed. Jiraiya was about to say something, only to hear a bang, and then disappeared. Kakashi smiled upon seeing this. Did you make it? Heavenly Dao also rushed over at this time, his expression even colder. Did one escape? Ben, that's it. Chapter 580. Dead Body. Somewhere in the land of fire, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others have completed the mission of the Earth Spider Clan. In the meantime, I met Ziliugao, the six-tailed man, and his apprentice, Hotaru. At this time, everyone is on their way back. The mentorship between Yudaka and Hotaru is really enviable, Sakura said. Yes, I believe Hotaru and Yugo's spiritual journey will be very enjoyable. It is a good thing to have a master. I kind of miss Kakashi Sensei and the lecherous fairy. Naruto laughed. A smile appeared on Sasuke's stern face. Yes, others have a master, and he also has a master. And his master is even better. Hey, Sasuke, does your expression have the same thoughts as me? Naruto quickly discovered the strange expression of Sasuke, and asked immediately, idiot, who would have the same idea as you. Sasuke denied on the spot. What? That kind of expression obviously thinks of Mr. Kakashi like me, but I still don't admit it. I didn't. Don't admit it yet. Just know. The two began their daily fight again. Kozakura held his forehead. These two guys were still the same as expected. Yamato smiled and watched the two arguing, a little envious in his heart. He grew up in Gen and Danbu. He had no such experience. Senior Kakashi's disciple is really enviable, Yamato secretly said in his heart. Captain Yamato, don't mind. They are just like this. It's okay. Young people should have such vitality. Let's go back to the village quickly. Okay. A group of 4 rushed towards Konoha. Hokage building. Several people were standing in the Naruto office at this time. Jiraiya was covered in blood and looked very weak. Shinzuo Xianran was sitting on the table, while Tsunade was healing Jiraiya. Looking at the broken arm, Tsunade's eyes were hot. Idiot. Who made you so brave? Jiraiya touched his hair in embarrassment, and said, ha ha ha, it's just a careless moment. Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the top of the head, and the tears in the corner of his eyes slipped quietly. Stupid. Jiraiya was also taken aback, and said softly, Tsunade, don't be so cool next time. Tsunade whispered. The green chakra kept flashing on Jiraiya's wound. Time seems to have entered a static state. Looking down, he found a person lying on the ground. With silver white hair and a scar on his left thigh, he looked very peaceful. Kakashi. He was lying on the ground. At this moment, the door of Hokage's office was pushed open. Miss Tsunade, we have completed the Sleeville mission. This time you can let me do it, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The coming person is naturally the 7th class. Laughter fairy? Naruto was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that Jiraiya would be here. What surprised Naruto even more was that Jiraiya looked embarrassed. He had never seen a lecherous fairy like this. Naruto, back. Jiraiya also whispered. At this time, Sasuke's pupils shrank and his eyes fell on Kakashi on the ground. Ms. Kakashi? Sasuke's voice caught the attention of Sakura and Naruto. They also saw Kakashi lying on the ground. Why is Kakashi-sensei lying on the ground? Is she asleep? Isn't the injury still not healed? Really, it makes people worry. Sakura complained, and wanted to go forward and pick Kakashi up. But when Sakura touched Kakashi's body, she was shocked. That cold touch. Sakura quickly took a few steps back. A look of horror. Sakura, what's the matter with you? I can't stand still. Naruto asked in confusion. Ms. Kakashi, Mrs. Kakashi, what happened to teacher Kakashi? Isn't it too heavy? I'll help you. As Naruto said, he also stepped forward to help Kakashi. But it also stopped. Why? So cold. At this time, Jiraiya also said, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi are dead. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue sky, it fell on the hearts of the 3. Laughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't Kakashi-sensei right here? You put him on the floor. You see. He is cold. Say yes, Sasuke. What about Kakashi-sensei? Will you die? Sasuke did not answer Naruto's words. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and at the same time, the scarlet writing wheel eyes appeared instantly and landed on Kakashi's body. No flaws. Nothing is flawed. This is Kakashi's body. And I have lost my heartbeat. How can it be? Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Naruto had a bad feeling in his heart. Sasuke, what do you mean like this? Do you also believe that Mr. Kakashi is dead? It's impossible. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he said nothing, but the bloodshot eyes in his pupils grew more and more. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya again. Laughter fairy, you are saying something. Teacher Kakashi is not dead, right? Jiraiya also revealed his broken left arm and blood stains all over his body. Naruto was taken aback. With this tragic appearance, has the lecherous fairy just experienced a big battle? Naruto, I found the base of the leader of the Akatsuki organization and went to investigate. I fought a battle with the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, but lost, and his left arm was also cut off. At this time, Kakashi came to rescue me. In the end, he saved me, but No. How could it be like this? Teacher Kakashi is so powerful. How could he die? This must be fake. Sasuke slammed forward, grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, and shouted, "Where is that person? I'm going to kill him." The scarlet writing wheel eyes were full of murderous aura at this time. "Sasuke, calm down." Sakura quickly grabbed Sasuke, but Sasuke was unmoved. "Sasuke, although your strength is good, you are still far behind Pain. You used to die." "Tell me," Sasuke said again. His voice was cold, as if from Jiraiya hell. Jiraiya was also surprised. Among Sasuke's scarlet pupils, the three-eyed jade was spinning rapidly, and then a new pattern was born. Six-pointed star. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. In an instant, blood and tears overflowed. Sasuke fainted directly. Sasuke Kozakura was taken aback, and quickly hugged Sasuke. One after another, Naruto was immediately stunned. Looking at the cold corpse on the ground, Sasuke fainted, the seriously injured lecturer's immortal, weeping hands. It seems that all of this is telling Naruto. All this in front of me is real. Kakashi is dead. Naruto sat down on the ground in despair, tears slipping silently. Chapter 581 Naruto's Choice. It was night. Naruto was walking alone in the streets of Konoha. The dim light stretched the lonely back very long. It was late at night, and there was no one on the street. In the distance, bright lights flickered. Naruto looked up, and there was a shop still open. It was a small shop with 6 characters of Yoku Ramen written on the door. Japanese ramen is 4 characters. Naruto was taken aback and walked over unconsciously. "Naruto, come here so late. Do you want to eat ramen?" Uncle Handbeat asked. Naruto nodded silently and said, "Uncle, I want a huge bowl of miso ramen." "Naruto, there is something wrong with your emotions." "What's wrong?" Uncle Handbeater is a bit strange. Why this energetic Naruto, no matter when he comes, has suddenly become so gloomy now? "I'm okay," hit the uncle. Naruto said lightly. When I heard this, I stopped asking more and went to make ramen. For Naruto, shout I has enough understanding. If Naruto doesn't want to say, there is no need to ask more. Naruto didn't speak anymore, just sat in his seat silently. The sky outside began to rain. Naruto heard the sound and looked out. It was a light rain, it came quickly, and it went quickly. However, it was this light rain that brought Naruto's memory back to his childhood. That was the first time he met Kakashi. It was also raining lightly. At that time, he had been hungry for 2 days, and there was no way to come to Uncle Handbeater, hoping to get food. It was at that time that Naruto met Kakashi. The first time I saw Kakashi, Naruto had doubts in his heart. Why did that person cover his face and left eye? And this question, until now, Naruto didn't know the answer. Naruto had never seen the face under the mask. In the future ... maybe there will be no chance. White Mao. Brother. Naruto's mouth whispered this name that he hadn't used for a long time. Although Kakashi refused to let Naruto call himself that way, in Naruto's mind, this name is more important than the title of Teacher Kakashi. Because that was my first nickname. Naruto looked at the side seat. When I first met, I sat in my current position, and Teacher Kakashi sat aside. "Ah, my name is Kakashi Hagai. I am glad to meet you." At that time, he bent his crescent eyes and said to himself like this. At that moment, he was like a ray of sunlight, illuminating his dark life. "Naruto, the huge miso ramen is ready." Uncle Handbeat put the ramen in front of Naruto. "Thank you, Uncle Beater." Naruto picked up the chopsticks, but didn't eat it for the first time, but stared at the ramen in a daze. Mr. Kakashi invited himself to eat ramen for the first time, and it was this super large miso ramen. Although Naruto ordered it himself, the spoon scooped up the noodle soup and gently sent it into the mouth. The warm feeling has never changed. Tick. Tears fell into the noodle soup. Looking at Naruto again, tears were already on his face. "Naruto?" surprised with his hands. Naruto didn't answer, but ate it with big mouthfuls, just as before, in front of Kakashi. "I'm glad to meet you for the first time, so I don't have a meeting ceremony, so I will invite you to have ramen. How do you think? Mrs. Kakashi, I really miss you asking me to have ramen again. Even once. Soon, the ramen all entered Naruto's stomach. Ah, this taste is amazing, Naruto said softly. It's just that the expression and words are completely out of line. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Uncle Handbeat asked again. He was a little worried about Naruto's situation. It's okay. Beat the uncle, he'll give you the money next time. Goodbye. After Naruto finished speaking, he turned and left a bewildered Handbeat. This is the reason why you don't pay for meals. After a long trail, Naruto walked back to his house. Shijigo and Xianglin are out on missions, but they haven't come back yet. Therefore, there is only Naruto at this time. The empty room seemed to make that mood even more solemn. Lying on his bed, Naruto's eyes were dull. A scarf hung on the head of the bed. Naruto gently took it off and surrounded him. This is the first gift of Naruto's life. That day, the cold wind howled. Kakashi took off his scarf and put it on Naruto. Naruto still remembers the warmth clearly. At this moment, there seemed to be a taste of Kakashi on the scarf. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto clutched the scarf tightly, as if to rub it into his body. Naruto buried his head in his knees and sobbed silently. Outside the window, Jiraiya watched all this silently. Kakashi, it seems a bit cruel to do this. Jiraiya whispered in his heart, but did not say anything. Growth is originally synonymous with pain. Jiraiya also understood at this time that Naruto was the son of destiny. Therefore, he must grow up as soon as possible. Even if the process is painful. Jiraiya felt sad, but still knocked on the window glass. Clatter. The crisp voice roused Naruto, who was crying. Looking at the figure outside the window, Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. Naruto. Jiraiya also exclaimed. Lecherous fairy. Teacher Kakashi, Jiraiya also fell by Naruto's side, and the remaining right-handed gently stroked his hair. Just like Kakashi did. Naruto was stunned for a while. The feeling was familiar and unfamiliar. Turning to look at Jiraiya, the empty left arm looked particularly dazzling. Naruto, Kakashi values you very much. The way you look like this is not what he wants to see. Laughter fairy. As Naruto said, he was silent again. The feeling of missing a piece in his heart made him feel uncomfortable. Ms. Kakashi. When I was very young, he started to take care of me. The shadow clone is the first ninjutsu he taught me. He told me what a ninja is and what is ninjutsu. It's like my own brother. I want him to see the moment I became Naruto. Lecherous fairy, do you know? I have an agreement with Kakashi Sensei. As long as I become a ninja recognized by him, he will tell me about my parents. But the agreement has not been fulfilled. So he left. Teacher Kakashi, you big liar. As Naruto said, tears overflowed again. Naruto. Jiraiya also looked at Naruto, not knowing what to say for a while. Laughter fairy. Your left arm. Is the enemy strong? Naruto asked suddenly. Jiraiya also nodded silently. Naruto's expression suddenly became firmer. Laughter fairy. Let's go to Miyomu Mountain and continue the unfinished practice of immortality. I must defeat that enemy. Chapter 582. Sasuke's determination. On the bed, Sasuke opened his eyes and woke up suddenly. The familiar room is his home. Ms. Kakashi. Sasuke whispered, a sting in his eyes. What? Sasuke screamed, and stunned Mikoto and Futake outside the room. Sasuke, what's the matter with you? Mikoto ran in quickly. Fu also looked worried. However, when they saw Sasuke, they were all surprised. The scarlet eyes were hideous and terrifying. But what is even more surprising is the pattern in those eyes. Not the previous three jade, but the six-pointed star. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Both Mikoto and Fuyu were taken aback. But Sasuke did not expect that. Sasuke opened the legendary eyes. It is conceivable how much this incident stimulated Sasuke. Dad, Mom, Mr. Kakashi, he really. Fu and Mikoto were both silent. They don't know what to say. Sasuke seemed to understand something, jumped out of the bed and ran out. Sasuke, Mikoto shouted, but Sasuke didn't look back. Mikoto, let Sasuke calm down alone. Fu said. But he has grown up and knows how to deal with his own affairs, Fu said with satisfaction. I hope so. Looking at the direction Sasuke was leaving, Fu touched his eyes, remembering what Kakashi had said. Sasuke, you are now qualified to accept it. Above the mountain, Sasuke sat on a boulder with an indifferent expression. This was the place where Kakashi instructed Sasuke to learn Chidori. They stayed here for a whole month. At this time, the traces of being smashed by the 1,000 birds still remain on this mountain, but the person is no longer there. Ms. Kakashi, Sasuke whispered, his hands slowly forming seals. Zawushin Wu Mao. Just like when I was just studying. Nourish. First there was the sound of electricity, and then all the birds screamed. The roaring Chidori kept beating on Sasuke's left hand, and the blue light reflected on his face. Tears emerged. At this time, the lonely teenager seemed to no longer exist, and some were just a sad man. After Itachi defected, Kakashi was the person Sasuke relied on most. Only now, this ninjutsu seems to have become the only connection between him and Kakashi. Why did it happen like this? I have already been seriously injured, so why do I have to try my best to perform the task? If there is no injury, how could I die? Sasuke roared angrily, his heart full of resentment towards Kakashi. With a badly wounded body, facing an enemy that even Jiraiya can't defeat, this is a kind of death-seeking behavior in Sasuke's view. Then after roaring, the sadness in my heart climbed up again. The pain in the eyes continued. Sasuke can feel that a new force is being bred. A power called the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Once, he heard Kakashi say he also wanted to evolve Zunyun to this level. But what I didn't expect was that this day finally came. The price is Kakashi's death. If it turns out to be like this, Sasuke would rather not write about this so-called kaleidoscope. But is everything really a choice? It's really a pair of evil eyes. Sasuke laughed at himself. The blue thunder light was still flickering, and suddenly, Sasuke felt that there was an extra person next to him. Chakra feels very strange. Sasuke didn't hesitate. Chidori pressed it up instantly. I didn't want that person to grab Sasuke's left hand in an instant. Facing each other, they are all scarlet writing round eyes. Sasuke was startled. His body turned. Chidori. Upon seeing this, the man hurriedly jumped away and escaped the blow. Only then did Sasuke have time to look at the people. She has sharp short hair, a dumpling nose, and a thick white bandage on her left hand with a small sword behind her back. The most attractive are those scarlet A's. Sanguineous writing wheel eyes were slowly turning. Sasuke looked at the incoming person, dumbfounded. This person is not someone else, it is Shisui. Brother Shisui, Sasuke cried incredulously. From the perspective of the writing wheel, Sasuke can see that this person did not use the transformation technique. He is the Uchiha Shisui who is known as Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja. Shisui smiled and said, Sasuke, it's been a long time since I saw you. Brother Shisui, didn't you die 10 years ago? Sasuke asked in shock. Well, there is a little story in the middle. As Shisui said, he touched his nose. What happened? Sasuke asked curiously. At the time, Sasuke's age was too young, and he didn't know many things. He only knew that one day Shisui went missing inexplicably, and he also left a suicide note. Later, the clansman accused the brother of killing Shisui. Thus the contradiction broke out. After that, there was no news of stopping water. Sasuke also thought that Shisui was really dead. But now, Shisui appeared in front of him gracefully, which made Sasuke not surprised. What happened to the result that it is now? Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you later if I have a chance. I am looking for you now because I have something else to do. Shisui smiled. What's the matter? Confirm one thing. What's the matter? Your eyes. As Shisui said, his eyes moved, forming a four-sided spiral. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Sasuke said in shock. You should have also opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, right? Shisui said. When Sasuke heard the words, his eyes moved, and the six-pointed star pattern appeared again. Shisui nodded in satisfaction and said, yes, sure enough. Kakashi was right. Like Itachi, you have the qualifications to open a kaleidoscope and right round eyes. Sasuke was taken aback when he heard the words, and said, Brother Shishui has contact with teacher Kakashi. Shishui nodded and said, Kakashi entrusted me before. If you turn on the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, come and guide you to use these eyes, so that you can become familiar with the use of these eyes as soon as possible. Sasuke heard that his face was a little gloomy, and said, Does Mrs. Kakashi anticipate this day? Don't let Kakashi down, Sasuke. Get acquainted with these eyes as soon as possible. The enemy of the future, but very powerful. Brother Shishui, are you talking about the enemy who killed teacher Kakashi? Including him, but not just him. Sasuke heard this with some doubts. I know you are very confused now, and you will understand in a week. Now, all you have to do is to familiarize yourself with these eyes. When Sasuke heard this, he no longer struggled. Now these are not important to Sasuke. There is only one thing he wants now, and that is to avenge Kakashi. Brother Shishui, trouble you. Chapter 583 Recovery Urine Village. Above the tall buildings. Nagato, how is the situation? Xiao Nan asked softly. The Azure Dao and the Human Dao are all destroyed. It is a little troublesome to repair, but it will not take too long. The Beast Dao was taken away by Teacher Jiraiya and needs to be remade. I am afraid it will take a week. I didn't expect the loss to be so serious. Xiao Nan whispered. This isn't the most troublesome thing, it's just that Mr. Jiraiya and Kakashi ran away, and Pen's secret was also mastered by them. The situation has become a little troublesome, Nagato whispered. What are you going to do? Miss Jiraiya and Kakashi were both seriously injured, and it is very difficult to recover in a short time. Therefore, fix Pen's 6 ways as soon as possible, and then go to Konoha. Capture 9 tails, Nagato said coldly. Nagato, Luai's trace has been investigated. Do you want to capture it? Luai, just go with Tan Dao. It is good. Xiao Nan finished speaking and turned to leave. In the room, again only Nagato was left. Haki Kakashi, I didn't expect it has become such a big trouble now. See you next time. I must kill you. Even if you know the secrets of the 6 ways of pain, the strength gap between you and me is still irreparable. Nagato said. The sharp color in his eyes flashed past. Calling himself a god, Nagato has absolute strength. This failure made Nagato feel a sense of depression in his heart. Since becoming Pain, he has never suffered such a failure again. Therefore, mood swings are also normal. Konoha, the secret room of the Hokage building. Tsunade pushed open the door of the secret room and walked in. There is a bed with a person lying on it. Silver white hair, a special mask. The distinctive features are enough to make most people in the ninja world recognize the ninja in front of them. Flag Mu Kakashi. This powerful man in the ninja world was lying here at this time. He looked quiet, as if he was dead. Regardless of anyone, looking at the state of Kakashi at this time, he will think he is dead. The heart stopped beating, and his face was pale. Even the dead. Suna checked his hand forward, sighed lightly, and said in a low voice, it's really a messy guy. I don't even dare to use this kind of treatment easily, but it seems to be a success. After Tsunade finished speaking, a green chakra emerged from his hands and pressed it to Kakashi's chest, more precisely, at the heart. Tsunade pressed his hands on it, withdrew his right hand, covered his heart with his left hand, and then hit the left hand with a heavy hammer with his right hand. Boom! Kakashi's body shook violently, and his heart seemed to be beating. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't stop his movements, and knocked again with his right hand. Boom! Tsunade's movements were getting faster and faster. From once every 3 seconds, it gradually became 3 times a second. Boom boom boom. Kakashi's originally still heart started beating again following this wonderful rhythm. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Kakashi coughed sharply, and his body moved. Cough cough cough. Tsunade looked overjoyed and stopped moving. The right hand was placed on Kakashi's forehead, checking Kakashi's physical condition at this time. It seems that there is no problem. The body's functions are recovering. and the injury that would have taken a month to recover has been completely healed. Sure enough, this kind of treatment has a miraculous effect, but the risk is too great, Tsunade muttered. After a while, Kakashi opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Master Tsunade, Kakashi whispered. Kakashi, your body has just recovered, don't move for now, take a day or so to rest, you can regain the vitality of the heyday. Tsunade said. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Looking at this situation, our plan should have been successful, right? Kakashi asked. Tsunade nodded and said, Naruto has already followed Jiraiya to Miyama Mountain to learn fairy art. This time he has made a lot of determination. If he didn't complete his studies, he probably won't come back. As for Sasuke, he is seeing your corpse. At that moment, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes had already opened. Unexpectedly, your position in his mind was so deep. Now Shishui is teaching him to use the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. That's good. Even if I didn't die in vain. Kakashi smiled. The plan was successful, but you still have to think about how to explain to them both later. Both of them are very sad. I have never seen Naruto look so fragile. It seems that I have lost everything in my life. The goal is the same. Kakashi was silent when he heard the words. He also knew that this kind of deception would make the two of them distraught, but it was a necessity. Time is running out, and Akatsuki's minions have been fully exposed. According to the situation in front of him, all the 1 to 5 tails have fallen into Akatsuki's hands, and the remaining 6 and 7 tails are estimated to be captured in the near future. When the time comes, it will be the time to bring the soil to announce the 4 wars. The growth of Naruto and Sasuke still lacks extremely important steps. That is the growth of pain. The original book Jiraiya and Itachi's death allowed Naruto and Sasuke to fully grow up. Not only did his strength advance by leaps and bounds, it also strengthened his forbearance. The growth of a ninja is like this, accompanied by pain. Now, both Jiraiya and Itachi have a close relationship with Kakashi, and Kakashi will never let them die. Therefore, the method of growth can only be changed. The most appropriate and convenient one is to make one's own death after deliberation. Needless to say, the relationship between Naruto and Kakashi, since childhood, Kakashi was Naruto's most important person. And Sasuke's relationship with Kakashi is also very deep. With Kakashi's death as a medium, both should be able to make considerable progress. The facts are the same as Kakashi thought. Both Naruto and Sasuke have made rapid progress in a short period of time. In fact, Kakashi originally had such a plan, but he has never found a chance. This time Pen's matter made Kakashi made up his mind. And because of the injury, this treatment is also the fastest way to recover. Kakashi now has no time to lie on the hospital bed. Pen may invade Konoha at any time, and Sasuke and Naruto may not be able to resist Pen at that time. And Shishui is not convenient to shoot, so Kakashi must recover in the shortest time. I will explain to them then. If there is time, I will not use such a risky approach, Kakashi said helplessly. Kakashi, did you find something again this time? Tsunade asked. Behind pain, there may be even more terrifying enemies. What? Chapter 584 Reason Time to return to the day of the war. Immortal Zima returned to Konoha with the corpse of Brute Dao. Naruto office. Silent opened the door and walked in. Master Tsunade. Immortal Shima is back with a corpse. What? Corpse? Tsunade was surprised. Could it be? Xiao Tsunade, it's been a long time. Before Tsunade could react, Immortal Shima had already entered with the corpse. When Tsunade saw the corpse clearly, he let out a sigh of relief. It's not selfish, Master Shima, why are you here? Tsunade asked in confusion. It's like this, Immortal Shima said. The situation just now. Tsunade's expression tightened. Jai stayed and continued to investigate Pain's situation. Okay, stupid. At this time, I'm still trying to do it, and in all that way. Don't you stay here to find death, Tsunade said, and slapped his hands on the table, feeling a little excited. Xiao Tsunade, I understand your worries, but this is Jiraiya's choice. I believe he will survive. Tsunade heard the words silently, and his eyes were a little hot. In such a situation, he stayed and continued to inquire about intelligence. Tsunade knew very well that the chance of surviving was almost zero. Suddenly, Tsunade thought of something and quickly asked, "Where is Kakashi? Didn't you see Kakashi?" "Little Kakashi? Did he go?" Immortal Zima said with some confusion. He had heard that Jiraiya had also gone to a mine village before, so he rushed over. "Is it still late?" Tsunade said, his face darkened even more. "I really didn't see." Immortal Zima was halfway through, and suddenly felt something in his heart. "The kid's father seems to be calling me." Immortal Zima thought this way, knotting his hands and slamming on the ground. Inverse psychic art. Smoke was everywhere, and two figures, one large and one small, appeared in the Hokage office. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, waited for the smoke to dissipate before he could see the person. "Jiraiya?" Tsunade said in surprise. The person who came was just a bewildered Zirai, as well as Shinzu Oxinran. "Tsunade, you still lost this bet, and am back alive." Jiraiya also smiled. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's embarrassed appearance, and his pupils shrank slightly. "I haven't seen this look like this for years. Back then, when mine fought side by side, Tsunade would often heal the embarrassed Jika. But I have never seen Jiraiya like this." The broken left arm was still bleeding and looked miserable. Tsunade was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Tsunade suddenly walked over and took Jiraiya into his arms. "Big fool, you know how to be cool." Maybe Tsunade was holding her too tightly, and Jiraiya was a little out of breath. The strange touch made Zirai also unable to bear to break it for a while. This hug has been awaited for too long. It has appeared for a long time now, but it is like a dream. Jiraiya's only right hand was at a loss for a while. It doesn't fit anywhere. It was just the touch on his chest that let Jiraiya know that the person in front of him was indeed Tsunade. That unique scale cannot be imitated by ordinary people. As if he had realized something, Tsunade quickly pushed Jiraiya away. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. "Ha ha ha, Tsunade. You can give me your love letter next time." Jiraiya smiled. Tsunade looked in a daze when he heard the words. The familiar words are as if they were when they first met in childhood. After so many years, this guy is still the same. "You guys are still so inconspicuous, right? Where's Kakashi?" Tsunade asked. Hearing this, Jiraiya looked a little solemn, and said, "I don't know. He stayed alone to deal with pain." "What? Another fool," Tsunade said angrily. At this time, Jiraiya also took out a three-pointed kunai from his arms. It was Kakashi who put it in before catching Jiraiya. "This is Kakashi, who possesses the art of Thunder God. Shouldn't be difficult to get out, but I don't know why, and haven't come back for so long," Jiraiya also said. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground with a scream. At the same time, blood also spread to the ground. "Kakashi!" Tsunade exclaimed. At this time, Kakashi looked extremely weak, and there was a recessed place behind it, which seemed to have been hit hard. The mask has also been stained red with blood. The body was struggling to rely on Qianting to stay on the ground. Jiraiya also hurriedly stepped forward and held Kakashi. "Kakashi, are you okay?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "I can hold it. But fortunately I can run fast. Otherwise, this last blow will directly cost me my life." Tsunade's right hand pressed directly on Kakashi's forehead, frowning. "Kakashi, your situation is not optimistic. The internal body has been bleeding heavily and must be operated on immediately. Even if the operation is successful, it may take more than half a year to fully recover," Tsunade said. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't expect the injuries to be so serious. After Tsunade finished speaking, he wanted to help Kakashi to the operating room, but was stopped by Kakashi. "Tsunade-sama, wait a moment." "Huh? You are like this? What are you waiting for?" "Your situation must be operated on immediately." Kakashi shook his head and said, "The time is too late. The recovery period for more than half a year will make me miss a lot of things. Pen will come again." Next time. maybe he will attack Konoha directly. Then what are you going to do? Tsunade asked. Tsunade knew that Kakashi was a well-measured person, and since he said that, there must be a better way. Master Tsunade, when I was studying medical ninjutsu, I once read one of your notebooks. It contains a heartline suspended animation therapy that can heal severely injured people in just a few days. I don't know. Is it real? Heart pulse feign death therapy? Tsunade was taken aback. This medical ninjutsu was indeed developed by her, but she abandoned it because it was too risky. I didn't expect to be seen by Kakashi. Do you want to use this method? No, the risk is too great. It is not necessary at all. No. It is necessary. I have read that note. The main risk of surgery is that after the heart stops beating, the body will lose the supply of nutrients and cause shrinkage. But for this, as long as I use natural energy to replenish the energy in the cells in advance, the risk can be drastically reduced. Moreover, I have a reason for the suspended animation, Kakashi explained. The reason for the suspended animation? Tsunade was puzzled. Because of Naruto and Sasuke, they both need to grow. Kakashi explained the reason again, and Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions became serious. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, please cooperate with me in this scene. Tsunade and Jiraiya also looked at each other, and then Tsunade sighed. Okay, just do what you said. Tsunade said, pressing a palm on Kakashi's heart, and chakra surged. Chapter 585. Ready. Tsunade still used the heart pulse feign death therapy on Kakashi, and also played this scene with Jiraiya. So there was the scene that Naruto and Sasuke saw. The news of Kakashi's death was actually only circulated between the 7th class. Futake and Mikoto are only allowed by Tsunade to cooperate. After all, if the news of Kakashi's death spreads, it will have a very bad effect on Konoha. The most powerful combat power on the bright surface is so lacking. I am afraid that other ninja villages will inevitably have a little action. Therefore, in order to avoid this embarrassing situation, Tsunade did not publicize the news. And it is not necessary. In the secret room, Kakashi told Tsunade of his guess, and Tsunade fell silent. You mean, there is someone behind Pen who confuses him? Tsunade said. Kakashi nodded and said, and this person is very likely the person who made the Nine Tails incident. You sure? Yes. Itachi is lurking in Akatsuki, and once told me that in Akatsuki, there is a mysterious man with a spiral mask. His right eye is a writing wheel, and he possesses a strange spatial ninjutsu. Moreover, it was Akatsuki who took Itachi with him back then. He called himself Madara. Even Pain was quite respectful of him. There must be a connection between the two. After all, if he was really Madara, he would definitely not be Pain's subordinates are more likely to have a cooperative relationship. Tsunade fell into silence and whispered, do you call yourself Madara? If this is the case, I'm afraid Konoha alone can't deal with him. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage. He also knows how strong his grandfather was. That is definitely not a height that mortals can easily reach. Even if the 5 shadows of today are added together, it is not enough for one person to fight between the pillars. And Madara, which was able to beat the original Hokage more than once, was definitely a terrifying enemy. Yes. Not to mention that there are probably 6 or 7 tail beasts collected by Akatsuki today. 1 reincarnation eye, 1 new Uchiha spot, plus 7 tail beasts. This is definitely a terrible combination. With just 1 Konoha, absolutely irresistible. You mean, the 5 powers are united? Tsunade asked. Yes. This is the only way now. But there are gaps between the 5 great ninja villages. Shane and Yu Ain have a good relationship with us, and maybe we agree. But the gap between Yunin and Konoha is not small. What's more, you had injured 4 generations of thunder in the first place. Cage, I'm afraid there is no small trouble in the middle. And Yanin's 3rd generation of Tuiying is also an old slicker. It is not easy to convince him. Tsunade said. This is not a problem. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This is especially applicable between countries. There is no big problem with sand and mist. You have already said that. 4 generations of Lolo Ying is irritable. He is very clear about the situation. The hatred on the battlefield will not be brought into the village. I was merciful to him at the beginning. Even if he did not read this favor, he would not have much hate it. As for Tukage, you also said that he is an old slippery person. This kind of person values interests the most. The 4 ninja villages are all united, and he absolutely dare not stand alone. Unless he is not afraid of being isolated by the 4 ninja villages. They are not. The peak Konoha in the period was confident of a metaphor. Even if it is a false union, he will definitely participate. Kakashi analyzed it, and after Tsunade listened, he nodded repeatedly. With that said, it seems that the union of the 5 ninja villages is not a difficult task. What is lacking is just an opportunity. According to you, the union of the 5 major villages is imperative? Yes, this day will not be too far away. Do you need me to initiate the 5 Shadows Conference? Kakashi shook his head and said, no, the time has not yet arrived. Opportunity? The 4th generation Raikage has a very good relationship with your Ikirabi. As long as Xiao acts on Kirabi, it will inevitably arouse the thunder anger of the 4th generation Raikage. At that time, you don't need to initiate the 5 Shadows Conference. It will take the initiative to initiate it. This way it can take the initiative more. It makes sense. But if Yao is captured, Akatsuki's threat will be even more terrifying. Kakashi smiled and said, Yao will not be captured. Tsunade looked at Kakashi strangely when he heard this, and said, why are you so sure? Because in Akatsuki's organization, it is Itachi who is responsible for capturing Yao. Tsunade was stunned when he heard this. If Itachi was responsible for the capture of Yao, it would certainly not let Yao fall into Akatsuki's hands. The previous tail beasts can give up, but only Yao and Nine Tails are the bargaining chips that must not be easily given up. Without mentioning the importance of Chirabi and Naruto, the combined combat power of Yatai and Nine Tails alone will not lose to the 7 big-tailed beasts. I have to say that when the 6 Tao Immortals distribute the tail beast chakra, they are very eccentric to the 8 tails and 9 tails. Of course, this is especially true for Kyuubi. Judging from the situation of the original work, I am afraid that the complete 9-tailed beast can directly confront the 8-tailed beast. What are you going to do next? Tsunade asked. I'm afraid Pain won't give up easily. Both I and Master Jiraiya left Urinen village with serious injuries. This is a good opportunity for Pain. He might choose to capture Kyuubi directly. So, his next step, it is very possible to invade Konoha directly and capture Naruto. We must be prepared. Does he really dare to fight Konoha on his own? Tsunade said in disbelief. Even if the opponent is the Eye of Reincarnation, Tsunade doesn't feel that the opponent has this kind of strength. After all, although Konoha at this time has not yet reached his heyday, his strength is definitely among the top 5 ninja villages. Kakashi chuckled and said, Pain claims to be a god, and there is nothing he dared to do. Moreover, his strength is indeed very strong. Since you say that, I will do a good job of protection. Tsunade finally decided to believe in Kakashi. After all, if this kind of thing happened, it would cost Konoha a terrible price. If it doesn't, it's a drill. And it doesn't hurt. Kakashi nodded. This was the limit he could currently do. By the way, Kakashi, what are you going to do about the merger of Jin Shinobu and Konoha? Tsunade asked. Not long ago, Kakashi told Tsunade about this. The strength of Jinrenkan cannot be underestimated. In addition to the war oftens, there are also the Flagwood clan in Jinren village. In terms of overall strength, although it is not as good as the 5 ninja villages, it is already well-deserved number 1 in the little ninja village. This matter will be suppressed after Pen's attack. Even if Jinrenkan is integrated into Konoha, he can only choose a secret form. It's up to you to take care of it yourself. Kakashi heard the words and nodded. Chapter 586 Lost Notes. After talking with Tsunade, Kakashi returned to the Hajiki home. Rest is naturally the best in your own home. Now Naruto has gone to Mount Myogi, and Sasuke is taken away by Shisui to practice kaleidoscope writing, so he is not worried about being discovered. As for Sakura, Tsunade naturally went to deal with it. Regarding Sakura's strength, Tsunade was still quite satisfied. According to Tsunade, Sakura's strength has been steadily advancing, and has now reached a bottleneck. When the technique of the 100 heroes is completed, Sakura will show the strength that is not inferior to Tsunade. This made Tsunade quite emotional. Sure enough, the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves forward. As a family of thousands of hands, Sakura's talent is definitely not low. In this regard, Kakashi did not interfere too much. Tsunade knew how Sakura should develop, so he didn't need to worry about it. Kakashi was lying on her big and comfortable bed, and couldn't help thinking about what's next. This time Jiraiya also went to Urinen village. If Kakashi hadn't reacted suddenly, I'm afraid that Jiraiya would receive his lunch a little later. It has been nearly 17 years since he came to the world of Hokage. Many things, Kakashi's memory have become blurred, so some things are not in line with the timeline, which is also a normal thing. Thinking of this, Kakashi sat up. If I remember correctly, I should have written a Hokage diary, which recorded some things in Hokage. Although it is not comprehensive, the big events are basically memorized. It seems that I haven't read the book for a long time. The last time I read it was before I went to Longmai. I remember it was placed in the Kima Ancestral Hall. Thinking of this, Kakashi went to Kima Ancestral Hall. He wanted to see if there were other things he had forgotten. After all, what I remember at the beginning of the journey is far more than it is now. Holding a flashlight, Kakashi once again came to Flagwood Ancestral Hall. Still in the familiar place, Kakashi walked into the secret room. After a pile of bookshelves, I found the place where the Hokage diary was previously placed. That's it, Kakashi whispered, and immediately sealed with both hands, unlocking the prohibition attached to it. At this moment, Kakashi's pupils shrank and looked at the wooden box in front of him incredulously. It turned out to be empty. How so? Who has the ability to break this ban? Kakashi became alert for an instant. Was stolen? When did it happen? The last time I read it was before I left Longmai, and in the following 3 years, I didn't read this book. In other words, within 3 years, the book was stolen. So who is it? 3 generations of Naruto? Tsunade will not. First of all, they knew that this was the ancestral hall of the Kima family, so they wouldn't come here, because this is disrespect for Kakashi and the Flagwood clan. The 3 generations of Hokage felt guilty for Shuama and would never come here. Tsunade wouldn't be so boring either, and if they knew it, they would definitely talk to Kakashi. Danzo, nor, because he is dead. With Danzo's character, it's impossible not to do something about it. The Naruto diary was written by Kakashi in Chinese. There are scattered records of events in Hokage. Of course, they are all important things, including Pen's ability, Madara's ability and so on. Some small things are not recorded, for example, Naruto's kiss of friends and so on. Although it was written in Chinese, Kakashi discovered an important problem later. That is, many characters in Chinese and Japanese are similar. In other words, if someone really wants to decipher the meaning, I am afraid it is not a difficult task. If it weren't from Konoha, who would have taken this book? Kakashi frowned, lost in thought. Only so few people can take, bring soil, Black Okimaru. If you bring soil, I'm afraid I will talk to myself directly. Therefore, take soil out, Black. It seems possible that this guy is so fascinating. It's not surprising that he has this kind of ability. It's just that if this is the case, Hyde might directly confuse the soil and kill himself. After all, I know its plan. Therefore, Haiju is also ruled out. So it's ... Oshimaru. Kakashi's eyes lit up, as if he had found the answer. Only Dashimaru would be interested in such things. Only Oshimaru will not cause a disturbance after getting the Naruto diary. Therefore, Dashimaru may be the most likely person. If Oshimaru stole the Hokage diary, then the trouble is not small at all, Kakashi murmured, but he felt a little helpless in his heart. Unexpectedly, an unintentional act at that time seems to have caused a lot of trouble now. I remember that it also recorded some information about the reincarnated Ai. When I met Dashimaru before, I did feel the power in his body showing a stronger posture. It seems that Dashimaru is going to go another way. Junmaru's bone veins have been acquired by Oshimaru, so the goal after Oshimaru should be to roll her eyes. I just don't know if he is looking at the Datongma clan on the moon or Konoha's Hyuga clan. Whatever it is not a good thing for Kakashi. It seems that things have become more troublesome. Akatsuki, Zodiac, and Spot, these three are already a big trouble. I am afraid that a big snake pill will be added to this trouble now. I just don't know what the attitude of Dashwin is. If the character of the Naruto world is the most elusive, it is undoubtedly Oshimaru. This guy's behavior is completely dependent on his own happiness and anger. And he is a moody person, who knows what he wants to do next. Kakashi had a headache, and instinctively told him that the matter of Oshawa might not be over yet. I hope there will be nothing more happening at Dashimaru, otherwise, I am afraid it will really be in trouble. Otonin Village, an underground laboratory. Onoshimara's hands were playing with the Naruto diary that Kakashi missed. The dim light reflected the pale face of Oshimaru. It took 3 years to finally decipher all the contents above. It's worth the time I spent so much. It really is worth the money. It's really interesting, Kakashi. Dashimaru whispered softly, and his hoarse voice echoed in the laboratory. It turns out that my original destiny was like this. It's really interesting. Choosing to be the wind that drives the windmill. It's also an interesting ending. But since I haven't reached that point yet, I should choose a more interesting path. Uekai Hamadora, Kaguya Haju? Maybe it will be a very interesting thing. Kakashi-kun, let me see, what will end between you and me in the end? Chapter 587 Pain Departure. Back then, when Kakashi talked to Oshimaru about the relationship between the Kaguya clan and the Otsuki clan, Oshimaru doubted the source of Kakashi's intelligence. Although there is a stone tablet of the Huii clan as evidence, some of the content revealed by Kakashi is not on the stone tablet. Therefore, Oshimaru was very curious as to where Kakashi's intelligence came from. In response to this, after Kakashi left Konoha, Oshimaru sneaked into it quietly, and rummaged through Hagi's house. Naturally, with Dashimaru's ability, even if the Kima family house is turned upside down, it will not be discovered. Even when Kakashi came back, he found nothing unusual. In the secret room of the Kima ancestral hall, Dashimaru got what he wanted. It was a notebook, and it didn't seem to be a long time ago, and it looked like more than 10 years. Some strange words are recorded on it. For these unsolved words, Dashiwan is naturally full of interest. Without saying anything, I just took it away. After that, Dashwin started to study this notebook. Some parts of it are very similar to the language known by Dashimaru. Dashimaru is more interested in this. On the cover of the 4 words Hokage diary, Oshimaru knows exactly what it means, because it is almost the same as written in Japanese. Therefore, the content recorded in it, Oshimaru also leans on Konoha. Most of the records are fragmentary. For example, Konoha collapse plan. In this passage, Dashiwan saw several words such as Dashi, Gara, and Ghoul sealed all. Dashimaru can almost conclude that this paragraph records the contents of Konoha's collapse plan. Dashiwan was a little surprised at this. After all, this notebook is obviously more than 10 years old. That is to say, more than 10 years ago, someone knew of Konoha's collapse plan. And this plan was only planned for Dashwin 5 years ago, and it was officially finalized more than 3 years ago. Dashiwan's eyes became even hotter. This is not a simple book. With the text of Konoha's collapse plan, Dashimaru made comparisons one by one and deduced the following content. Of course, there are also some misleading differences between Chinese and Japanese characters. But these, over time, have also been cracked by Dashimaru one by one, because Oshimaru found that the text in it was more similar to the text in the ancient times before the ninja era. So after consulting many ancient books, it took Oshimaru 3 years before finally cracking it. However, the plot is back to the plot. and there are not many plots left now. The only ones that can be used are a few plot points such as Dial and Reincarnation War, or Snake Do, Kaguya Haiju, Tokui, and Lidoban. And because of memory, Kakashi's record of these is only a rough record, not in detail. The rest had long been destroyed by Kakashi in a totally unrecognizable way. In the later stages of the plot, there is not much time left, and for many people, knowing this is of little use. But for -1, it is enough. This is also the reason why Dashimaru will find the soil again and join Akatsuki. I just don't know where Kakashi knew these things. I copied the prophecy from somewhere, or did I write it down? Dashiwan whispered softly, full of doubts. But soon, Dashiwan stopped going into it. For some things, the answer will eventually surface. The ancestor of the ninja world, Datongma Huai. Ha ha. Dashimaru sneered twice, looking excited among the cold pupils. Not to mention Oshimaru, who continued to carry out his own plan, but on the other side, he also started to act. In Urankan, Nagato sat on the cold bed, looking at Penladao in front of him. Finally repaired. Nagato sneered. Nagato, are you going to take action? Xiaonan on the side asked. Get ready to go. This time the destination is Konoha. The distance is very long, so I have to go with my body. Xiaonan frowned upon hearing this and said, will it be dangerous? There is no other way. If the distance is too far, it will be too difficult to manipulate, and the power will be greatly reduced. Not to mention whether Hammer Kakashi and teacher Jiraiya will come out to stop it. Just a 9 the strength of the human column is already very strong. Therefore, close-range manipulation is very necessary. At that time, outside of Konoha, you can disguise our position with the magic of the paper of the gods. Well, it can only be so. Xiaonan had no choice but to agree. Only this time, the ominous premonition in Xiaonan's heart became stronger. Nagato and Xiaonan set off. On the other hand, in Miyomu Mountain, Jiraji, who had a broken arm, was also looking at Naruto, who was on the heights with satisfaction. It was a towering stone cone with a stone slab on it, and Naruto was sitting on it now. On his face, a perfect fairy face appeared. It's amazing, but did you achieve this step in a week? It's even better than Kakashi back then. Shinjuo Xianran laughed. Naruto, this guy always surprises people at critical moments. It took only a few days to learn Helix Pill, but the appearance on weekdays is like a complete idiot, and sometimes I am too. I don't know whether he is a genius or an idiot. Jiraiya also laughed. Sure enough, he is the son of destiny. He has learned the perfect fairy model in such a short time, and only the son of destiny can do it, right? Shinjuo said. Jiraiya also nodded, convinced even more. Jiraiya, what are you going to do about pain? Shinjuo Xianran asked. Hearing this, Jiraiya was silent for a moment, and said, Nagato has come to this stage and it has a lot to do with me. If I taught him well at the beginning, maybe there would be nothing like today. In my opinion, Nagato is just a kid who went the wrong way. Do you still feel sorry for him? Yes, but if he still doesn't know how to turn his head, I have to do it. Jiraiya also said, with a trace of murder in his eyes. Konoha is the bottom line of Jiraiya. Never allow anyone to touch it. At this time, Naruto opened the eyes that had become frog eyes. A powerful force surged across the body. Is this the real fairy model? It's really powerful. Teacher Kakashi and the lecherous fairy both have this power. But I feel that the fairy model of Teacher Kakashi seems to be a lot stronger. As Naruto said, he remembered the powerful fairy power that Kakashi had shown before on Mount Sumi. That is far beyond his current level. Chapter 588. The war is coming. Naruto, how do you feel? Below, Jiraiya also shouted loudly. Hearing this, Naruto leapt for life and fell to the ground. Laughed a fairy, I feel that I have mastered immortality. But it is estimated that I can only hold on for about 5 minutes. Hearing this, Jiraiya laughed and said, it's pretty good to do this with your own abilities. Naruto, You have surpassed me and become a truly powerful ninja. Really? Naruto said excitedly. The recognition Naruto wanted most came from Kakashi. But Jiraiya's approval is equally important to Naruto. Naturally it is true. I can't master this fairy mode as perfectly as you can. Great. I finally made it. Naruto said excitedly. Jiraiya also showed a hearty smile, did not know where he took out a popsicle, handed it to Naruto, and said, "Thanks for your hard work, here it is." Naruto was taken aback, looking at the familiar popsicles for a while, feeling a little uncomfortable. The popsicle Naruto is very familiar. When he was practicing before, whenever he was tired, the lecherous fairy would take out such popsicles. It's just that every time he broke it in half and handed himself one of them, although it is only half, Naruto tastes extraordinarily sweet. If Kakashi gave Naruto the feeling of being a brother and a teacher, then what Zilai also gave to Naruto is a feeling that resembles a master and a grandfather. Naruto had never seen his relatives, but in his opinion, if he had a grandfather, he would probably be like Zilai. Naturally, there is no need to say more about the feelings of Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya's empty left hand, it is impossible for Naruto to say that he is not sad. It's just that he never showed it, because he knew Jiraiya's character. He wouldn't want to bring it up. He is such a strong person. Naruto took the popsicle, broke it in half, and handed half of it to Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya was taken aback, and subconsciously reached out to take it. Laughter fairy, this half is for you. As Naruto said, he happily took his share. Seeing Naruto eating with joy, Jiraiya also smiled. If you have a grandson, that's probably it. Speaking of it, although Naruto is a child of Watergate, his personality is very similar to himself. On the other side, above the high mountains around Konoha, Sasuke's eyes shed blood, and he shouted in a low voice, "Susanoo!" With a low drink, the purple skeleton upper body wrapped Sasuke's body, looking hideous and terrifying. But after a while, Sasuke lost his pupil power due to the severe pain. Sasuke half kneeled on the ground, breathing heavily. It's just that for a while, it will cause such terrible pain. This move is really terrible. Sasuke whispered while covering his eyes. Sasuke, you did a good job. In a week, you have mastered the kaleidoscope writing round eyes to such an extent. You deserve to be Uchiha's person. Shisui laughed. Brother Shisui, this Susanoo consumes too much pupil power and chakra, and it will also cause major damage to the body. It may be difficult to maintain it for a long time. Not only that, do you feel the loss of eyesight? Sasuke nodded when he heard the words, and said, it has indeed fallen a lot. I have heard from teacher Kakashi that the more you use the kaleidoscope, the greater the damage to your eyesight, until you lose your eyesight. Yes, especially the use of Sasuo Nenu will aggravate this kind of blindness. Then why did you let me? Sasuke was a little puzzled. In that case, why did he practice kaleidoscope writing round eyes here? Because the kaleidoscope writing round eyes requires practice. Your body must adapt to this pupil power, otherwise it will not be able to exert its power at the time of battle. As for the problem of blindness, we already know the solution, and both I and Itachi use it this way. What about Mr. Kakashi? Sasuke asked suddenly. Shisui was taken aback for a moment, but he obviously didn't expect Sasuke to mention this suddenly. Kakashi didn't. He seldom used the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, so it was not very expensive. Moreover, Kakashi would not use that method as a last resort, Shisui explained. Really? Sasuke was silent again upon hearing this. Leave aside this for now. What you need to do now is to master these eyes. You have just completed the first state of Susanoo. There is still a little distance from the second state, but it won't be too far. The second state, when your Sasuo has flesh and blood, it is in the second state. Sasuke nodded when he heard this. He felt the same way. I just feel that something is missing. Ordinary kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. The limit is to open Sasuo Nenu to the third state. On the one hand, there is insufficient pupil power. On the other hand, the huge pain has exceeded the limit of the body. Therefore, if you want to open Sasuo Nenu to complete body, You must have the Eye of Eternity or the power of the 6 realms. Otherwise, it is unrealistic. The practice continues. Kakashi sat in his courtyard, a gust of wind blew, and the cherry blossoms hovered down. A cherry blossom fell on Kakashi's silver hair. Kakashi opened his eyes abruptly, revealing the strange fairy face. Come yet? As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi's figure disappeared in place, leaving only the petals of the cherry blossoms, falling to the ground. Naruto office. Kakashi's figure quietly emerged. Huh? Kakashi? What's the matter? Tsunade asked, seeing Kakashi suddenly appearing. Tsunade-sama, Pain is here. Let's arrange an evacuation. In 10 minutes, he should be there. Tsunade stood up abruptly when he heard this. What? So fast? Okay, I see. Mute heard the sound and moved, and the rest of the dark parts also started to move. For a time, Konoha fell into a frenzy. However, they were busy and orderly. Although the villagers were puzzled, they still evacuated in an orderly manner. No one would make jokes about their lives. Seeing this, Kakashi jumped onto the roof, and a crow and a toad appeared in front of him at the same time. Go and recall Naruto and Sasuke. The crow flew to the distant mountains, while the toad disappeared in place with a bang. Kakashi looked into the distance and said softly, "It's finally the day, Pain. It's time to end it all." In the distance, Pain's 6 paths stood slowly. Behind them, Xiaonan stood. Strange, I didn't even see Konoha's alert ninja even when I reached this point. Xiaonan said nervously, "Don't worry about them. We just need to enter Konoha." Pain, this is likely to be a problem. At this point, there is no turning back. Pain said, looking at Konoha who was right in front of him, and said coldly, "Let the world feel the pain." Chapter 589 Visiting Sasa. The following is divided into 2 groups, Lure Enemy and Exploration Group. Lure Enemy Group Animal Road, Azura Road, Hungry Ghost Road, Exploration Group Heaven Road, Earth Road. Xiaonan, you are in the Exploration Group. I know. Pain's reincarnation eyes shrank for a while, and Konoha's barrier appeared in his eyes. Konoha's village protection barrier radiates from the ground, forming a sphere to protect the village. It seems that if an external enemy invades, it will feed back to the village's core barrier. What are you going to do? It seemed that Itachi and Gi had easily entered Konoha. Xiaonan whispered. Itachi used to be a member of Konoha's dark side. He knew the secret sign technique of the enchantment and could easily enter it. But I naturally have my method. Throw the animal path in from above, and then use the psychic technique to summon us in. The appearance of singular intrusions, plural attacks, and differential intrusions are enough to make Konoha's executives wonder for a moment. With that said, Shuradao threw the animal Dao into it. Call out. Beast Dao passed through the barrier instantly, and at the same time, his hands were sealed. Psychic art. Boom. At the moment when the animal road landed, the other 5 roads also appeared in front of it. Have you come in? Tandao whispered to himself, but seeing the environment in front of him made him a little confused. No one. As far as Konoha can be seen, there is no one. What's the matter? What about Konoha's people? Tandao asked in doubt. Xiaonan also appeared behind Pain at this time. Pain, something is wrong. It seems that the villagers were transferred ahead of time. Did they escape without a fight? Tandao said coldly. Pain, retreat first. No, Konoha, as the first ninja village, can't really evacuate all of his villages. It should have discovered our invasion in advance, so I hid in the refuge. Just find the refuge. Tandao said. Eyes are moving around. At this moment, with a bang, 2 figures fell from the sky. No one else but Sasuke and Naruto. Both of them carried a terrifying aura. A closer look, Sasuke's eyes, the hexagram's light flashed, looking extremely cold. Naruto's eyes are no longer sky blue, but frog eyes, and red eyeshadow covers all around the eyes. Kaleidoscope Sasuke, immortal Naruto. The sudden movement attracted the attention of Pain Ludao and Xiaonan. Pain looked at the 2 of them. Oh, I'm really lucky. I didn't expect to find it so soon. Jiwai Renzulai, Uzumaki Naruto. Pain's indifferent eyes fell on Naruto and Sasuke. At the same time, Pain also felt the different breath in the two of them. Does the kaleidoscope write round eyes and fairy patterns? Interesting. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, and both saw each other's changes. Sasuke, you have become stronger. Huh, neither are you. Teacher Kakashi used to fend off all dangers for us. Now it's our turn to protect Konoha, guarded by Teacher Kakashi. Naturally it should be. Then, let's go and defeat him. Revenge for Teacher Kakashi. Okay. The two of them rushed towards Pain with a little tiptoe. Come yet? Thunder done. Thousand birds sharp spear. Sasuke let out a low growl, and thunder flashed out of his left hand, stabbing 6 times towards Pain. Scatter! Heavenly Dove shouted, and the 7 figures instantly dispersed. The Chidori spear returned without success. Sasuke and Naruto also stopped their steps, back to back, looking at the enemies around them. The 7 dispersed, surrounding Sasuke and Naruto in the middle. Fast speed, Sasuke whispered. The number of enemies is 7. Pen has 6 ways, plus a so-called angel. According to the Lascivious Fairy, Pen's 6 ways, each of the 6 people can only use the ability of one system. What is certain is that one is a psychic technique. One is to absorb any ninjutsu, one can release missiles and the like. The other is ominous. That woman, she uses paper escape and other ninjutsu, Naruto said. Are 6 different abilities and paper escape? It's really troublesome. Is the seriously injured Kakashi teacher still fighting against such a monster? It's terrible. Sasuke frowned. No matter how terrible the enemy is, we have to defeat him, because we are all disciples of Teacher Kakashi. Naruto growled. Okay. On the Hokage rock in the distance, the silver-white figure quietly looked at the battlefield. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a figure fell beside Kakashi. Zishui, here you are. Well, what are you going to do? Wouldn't you really let Naruto and Sasuke fight? Pen 6 Tao, right? Shishui asked in confusion. Kakashi shook his head and said, although the kaleidoscope writing round eyes and the fairy mode are powerful, they have a low chance of winning against the Pen 6 Tao in the state of full blood. This is the focus. Then you still let the two of them go on? Zishui was a little puzzled. 4 battles are in sight. Naruto and Sasuke are both important combat powers in the future. They need a high-quality battle to improve their combat experience. Pen is the best choice. At the same time, the ability of the reincarnation eye is also one thing they have to adapt to. Do you really think Akatsuki will launch the 4th Ninja War? Of course, Akatsuki has already collected the 7-tailed beasts. Whether they have this ambition or not, they have already touched the nerves of the 5 ninja villages. What's more, they are not originally the masters of peace. At this time, Itachi and Gi have already set off, on the way to catch Yao. It looks like Itachi should be back. Zishui smiled. Yes, Itachi's spying path has come to an end now. Yao is absolutely not caught. Unlike other tail beasts to the village, the relationship between the 8-tailed human column Riki Rabbi and the 4th generation Reikage is extremely good. For the arrest, the 4 generations of Reikage will inevitably hate Itachi, which may have an impact on the relationship between Yunin and Konoha in the future. I'm thinking about how to welcome Itachi back. Zishui smiled. Kakashi said helplessly when he heard the words, now is not the time to think about it. We welcome Itachi, so let's talk about it later. Well, since you said that, how do you feel about returning to Konoha this time? Kakashi smiled. Feeling? It's nothing special. It's just that compared to the heavy feeling in Konoha before, this time I came back a lot easier. Easy? It's not that simple. The root problem has been waiting for you to solve it. Kakashi smiled. Shishui touched the back of his head, and said helplessly, Kakashi, I haven't returned to Konoha. So you can't wait to let me do coolies? Sooner or later. The position of the root leader, I have always kept it for you. Huh? Then I'm very curious. Who do you want to keep the position of Minister Anbu? My 6th generation master. Zishui smiled. Minister Anbu? Kakashi whispered softly. looking farther away. Chapter 590 Mingzuo vs Pain. 6 ways. In the gloomy underground world, wearing a red cloud robe with a black background, he slowly got out of the ground. Bring the soil. Pain went to Konoha to catch Nine Tails. Really? It seems that he is still so confident. He said coldly. Do you think Pen will lose? Daito shook his head and said, I don't know where Pen's limit is, but facing Konoha, one Pen 6 times is probably not enough. Then do you want to recall him? No. How could Pen's decision be changed casually? Just let him go. The tail beasts have been collected almost. His role ends here. Are you ready? Definitely, said with some excitement. It's almost there. The 100,000 white army is only the last energy delivered. I saw a huge outgoing golem standing behind the dirt. 7 of the 9 eyes have been opened, and the lines of the 6 jade reincarnation eye are undoubtedly revealed. And under the outer golem, there are white individuals standing densely. Take a closer look. All are beige. That shocking number is enough to make any person's scalp numb. 100,000 white army. It's really interesting, said with a smile. The power of the 7-tailed beasts is enough to support this 100,000 army. The rest is Pen's reincarnation eye. This kind of thing is naturally in your own hands. It's time to retrieve it. Yeah? In the gloomy underground world, the indifferent and merciless voice of Daito echoed. In the end, Pen, who claimed to be a god, was nothing more than in the hands of others. It is really sad. Konoha Tandao looked at the 2 people in front of him and whispered, Naruto Uzumaki, for the peace of the world, obediently contribute to the 9 tails in your body. Vision. Sasuke, by me time. As Naruto said, 3 shadow clones were separated. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment. Although he didn't know what Naruto was going to do, the tacit understanding over the years made him take action. The left hand stretched out the Qiandiao sharp spear more than 1 meter, and the right hand was the sky cluster cloud sword. Double knife flow. Sasuke pointed his toes and rushed towards Pain. Double sword flow. Sangyong breaks. A thunder dragon, a fire dragon, emerged from Sasuke's double swords, grim and terrifying. There is a faint sound of dragon chanting. Oh, is it similar to Hagai Kakashi's swordsmanship? It's powerful. Tandao whispered, stretched out his right hand, and said softly, Shenluo Danzing. Boom. The terrifying repulsion broke out in an instant, and the originally ferocious thunder and fire twin dragons were instantly annihilated, as if they had never appeared before. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this time, Shuradao rushed over and hit Sasuke with a punch. Sasuke was startled, and hurriedly put his arms across his chest to block the blow. Boom! Sasuke was smashed out. At this moment, there was a gust of wind pressure from Naruto. Xianfa. Wind escape. Spiral shuriken. I saw Naruto's right hand raised above his head, and the shape of a shuriken was faintly spinning in the blue chakra. Sasuke fell beside Naruto and looked at the spiral shuriken with a look of horror. Is this Naruto's wind escape spiral shuriken? The terrifying density of chakra can't be replicated even if it's a writing wheel. If you get hit by such ninjutsu, Sasuke thought of this and already knew the result. If you are hit, there is absolutely no reason to be immortal. Unless you train Thunder Dun's armor to the highest level. Naruto looked at the human realm and realm in the distance, and unceremoniously threw the spiral shuriken out. Call out. What? It was thrown out. Such a high-density chakra. Sasuke was surprised again. If it's just in a normal state, this spiral shuriken can't be thrown out, but in the fairy mode, it has enough physical strength and control to do this. The spiral shuriken revolved at a high speed, and in a flash, it came between the human realm and realm. The two quickly avoided. The spiral shuriken fell in the middle of the two. Frustrated, Sasuke whispered. At this time, Naruto smiled. How can it be that simple? The spiral shuriken spread suddenly. The pupils of the human realm and realm shrank, and the scale of this kind of proliferation could not be avoided. At this time, Shuradao suddenly jumped over and threw the Hell Dao out, avoiding the scope of the spiral shuriken. Boom! The spiral shuriken rose sharply and turned into a huge hemisphere, and the human path and Asura path were instantly cut by countless small wind blades. The wind dissipated, and the two fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. "Good job, Naruto," Sasuke said. Hee. The two were killed as soon as they shot, and Naruto and Sasuke's fighting spirit rose sharply at this time. "Good ninjutsu, with such a powerful attack power, but it consumes a lot of you. Your fairy mode can't last long," Tandao said indifferently, seeming to lose 2 Dao, which will affect him a little. "Nothing. Enough to deal with you." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Really? So, let me see where your confidence is." The animal road rushes out, and his hands are sealed. Psychic art. Boom. 3 psychic beasts emerged out of thin air. They are giant crabs, centipedes and Bakuwu. Psychic beast. Sasuke whispered. Upon seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate, bit his finger and wanted to summon a toad. But Sasuke reached out to stop Naruto and said, "Naruto, it takes a lot of chakras to summon large psychic beasts. It doesn't need to be so troublesome to deal with these." "Huh? Sasuke, what do you want to do?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Give it to me." As Sasuke said, the 6-pointed star in his left eye shrank. Amaterasu. The black flame instantly swept through the 3 psychic beasts, and the painful roar sounded. But within a short time, it was burned to ashes. "Okay. So awesome." Naruto was shocked. Sasuke's left eye oozes blood. "Is this Amaterasu?" "The power is not inferior to Itachi," Tandao praised. Sasuke didn't stop there. His eyes fell directly on the animal road. The black flame burned on Brute Do's body again. Animal Dao, kill. At this time, only the Dao of Heaven, the Dao of Hell, and the Dao of Hungry Ghosts were left. With their newly mastered ninjutsu, Naruto and Sasuke fought pain to a point where they couldn't keep up with the measures. Because they know something about Pain's characteristics, but Pain doesn't understand them. This is the advantage of intelligence. However, Pain was still in a hurry, which made people confused. The remaining 3 groups gathered together and looked at the 2 of them. "It's over." As Naruto said, the spiral shuriken in his right hand rose again and threw it out suddenly. The same ninjutsu won't succeed twice. As Pain said, the hungry ghost stretched out his hands. Sealing technique. The mark. The spiral shuriken disappeared invisible in those palms. Chapter 591. The secret of Shinra Tenzing. The wind swept through, and there were no unnecessary fluctuations except for the 3 strands of Pain's hair. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked horrified. "Absorbed." This is what the lecherous fairy said can absorb ninjutsu. "I didn't expect even spiral shurikens can be absorbed," Naruto said in surprise. "This is not the time to be amazed. If this is the case, I am afraid that neither of our ninjutsu will work," Sasuke solemnly said. The joy that had wiped out the 3 of them also disappeared at this time. The enemy in front of him is simply abnormal. Compared to Belial, it is even more powerful. Although Haryua's haunting can also absorb ninjutsu, according to teacher Kakashi, he cannot absorb spiral shurikens. The reason why Kakashi played so hard with Belial at the beginning was entirely because of the Land Unlan ghost dragon that contained a radius of 1,000 meters. Forcibly using his divine power to transfer the thunder cloud with a radius of 1,000 meters, even Kakashi is a bit too much to bear. If it is not the case, although Belial is strong, Kakashi, who has turned on the fairy mode, wants to defeat him. It is not too difficult. But the person in front of him is different. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu moves, and even the spiral shuriken can be absorbed, which is a bit too abnormal. The 2 spiral shurikens also let Naruto's immortal power dissipate, revealing the blue eyes that day. Naruto gasped slightly, looking tired. "Naruto, are you okay?" Sasuke said worriedly. "It's okay, just leave the fairy mode temporarily. It will be fine in a while," Naruto whispered. "Your time is a little short." Sasuke vomited. Naruto said helplessly, "I am not teacher Kakashi." He stores the power of the immortal in the curse seal, and the sustainable time is naturally much longer than mine. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and enter the fairy mode. I will cover for you." Sasuke finished speaking and looked at Pain. "It is good." As soon as Naruto's voice fell, pain rushed over. At the beginning of the Hungry Ghost Road, the Heavenly Dove followed closely, and the Hell Road was at the end. Sasuke greeted him directly and swept across. Ding ding ding. Heavenly Dove's post came first, holding a black stick in his right hand, and colliding with Sasuke's double knives. Alternate dual knives, although it was extremely fast, but they were all blocked by Heaven one by one. The Hungry Ghost went straight to Naruto. The evil spirit pounces. Naruto opened his eyes abruptly, revealing those frog pupils. The fairy mode is back. Naruto turned to the back, evading the attack of the Hungry Ghost Road, and then he condensed the spiral pill with his right hand. Xianfa. Helix pill. Boom. Helix Swan smashed at the Hungry Ghost. Hungry Ghost Road turned his toes and stretched out his right hand, pressing directly on the spiral pill. Sealing technique. The mark. The slap. Big spiral pill disappeared instantly, and the Hungry Ghost punched out, hitting Naruto's stomach. The pain spread, and Naruto flew out. The Hungry Ghost flashed and hugged Naruto from behind, making it immobile. What? Naruto was startled, but was restrained to death. Naruto. When Sasuke saw this, he rushed to rescue him. But he was stopped by Heaven. Hateful. Sasuke gritted his teeth with a look of anger, and moved faster in his hands. Tandao still had an indifferent face, as if he didn't care about Sasuke's fierce offensive. This feeling, is he sucking my chakra? Naruto soon felt something was wrong, and the Hungry Ghost behind him was sucking his chakra. In that case, Naruto closed his eyes and continued to absorb natural energy. After a while, Hungry Ghost Road turned into a stone frog, and Naruto broke free easily. Hey, natural energy is not so controllable, Naruto said, condensing the spiral pill with both hands, and headed toward Heaven. Spiral Lianwen. The Imperial Robe grinned, and Naruto attacked Tandao at an astonishing speed. Tandao frowned, trying to avoid, but was stopped by Sasuke. Seeing this, Tandao instantly activated his skills. Shenluo dancing. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke were knocked into the air instantly and landed in the distance. Damn, that guy's tricks are too abnormal, so there is no way to get close to him. Long-range ninjutsu attacks will also be bounced by him. Naruto said. Calmness. There is no invincible ninjutsu. This ninjutsu must have flaws. We have to calm down to find the flaws. At least there are only 2 people left, and we still have a big advantage. Okay. Naruto responded softly, and then thought about the battle plan. Tandao glanced at the Hungry Ghost Road that had become a stone frog, and whispered, it seems that you can't directly absorb the so-called natural energy, otherwise, you will become a stone frog. However, Xianzu chakra will not have such a risk. Just now, the spiral shuriken and spiral pill were both launched by Naruto as the fairy chakra, and the Hungry Ghosts didn't have any problems with sucking. But what Hungry Ghost Road just absorbed was the natural energy directly extracted by Naruto. The Hungry Ghost Dao that has not undergone systematic practice is directly assimilated by this natural energy and turned into a stone frog. Tandao looked at the 2 people in front of him. Their performance was beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, this step can be done. Now there are only the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Hell. Naruto, this time I will attack and you will assist, Sasuke said. It is good. For a while, Naruto didn't have any good ideas. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to have an idea, he let Sasuke take action. Naruto stepped forward and attacked Tandao. The 2 started a hand-to-hand battle, fists back and forth. The fight was inextricably difficult for a time. Under the blessing of the fairy model, Naruto's physical skills have improved greatly. Sasuke touched his eyes, opened his eyes, and the purple chakra instantly covered his whole body. Blood flowed. Susanoo can be. The purple skull looked terrifying. It's not enough, Sasuke whispered, his pupils output more forcefully. Flesh and flesh are growing. The second stage is complete. At this time, Sasuke's Susanoo almost grew flesh and blood, and at the same time put on armor. The bow and arrow appeared in Susanoo's hands. Sasuke looked at the way of heaven, and the crossbow drew the bow. Go. With a soft drink, The arrow formed by Suzuno galloped towards the heaven. Tandao instantly noticed that terrifying speed made the arrow arrive in no time. Tandao's pupils shrank, and ninjutsu was launched again. Shenryuo dancing, boom. Naruto flew out, the arrow shattered. Sasuke half kneeled on the ground, exhausted. Damn it, can you still react this way? Sasuke said unwillingly. The speed of this bound arrow is the fastest among all ninjutsu in Sasuke today. But what I didn't expect was that he was blocked by pain. Sasuke, I thought about it. Naruto on the side suddenly said. What? When I used the spiral shuriken for the first time, he didn't use the same trick to disperse it. Otherwise, he would not lose two people at all. What do you mean? It's definitely not that he didn't want to use it, but that he couldn't use it. At that time, he had just used it once, so this ninjutsu must have a cooling time. Chapter 592 Lose both cooling time? Sasuke's eyes lit up and he seemed to see hope. Yes. It's the cooling time. We take intensive attacks to see how long this cooling time is, Naruto said. It is good. Naruto knotted his hands and said softly, the technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang. In an instant, hundreds of Naruto appeared around. Human tactics? Really ignorant. Tandao said coldly. The distance is a little far away. So Tandao did not hear the conversation between Naruto and Sasuke just now. Go on everyone. I saw that the avatars of the shadows were holding the spiral pill one after another, smashing towards Pain. The scene is particularly spectacular. Pain was still evasive at first, but then he probably felt that it was too cumbersome, so he stretched out his hands directly. Shenryuo dancing, boom. Hundreds of shadow avatars were smashed into the air in an instant, and there was a thumping sound, disappearing. Smoke and dust all over the sky. At this time, Sasuke's Susanoo appeared again and shot an arrow toward heaven. Tando's pupils shrank, and immediately backed away, avoiding the blow. But the next moment, Naruto's attack came again. Xianfa, wind escape, spiral shuriken. In the smoke and dust, the spiral shuriken whipped up a violent wind and flew towards the heaven with a shocking sound. Heaven retreats again and again, but the spiral shuriken is close behind. Obviously, Tandao could not use Shenryuo dancing at this time, otherwise, he would not let the spiral shurikens get so close. Sasuke has been counting the seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Until Sasuke counted to 5 seconds, Tandao stretched out his hands again. Shenryuo dancing, boom. The spiral shuriken was annihilated again. Sasuke beamed with joy and said, the cooling time is 5 seconds. 5 seconds? The outcome will be between these 5 seconds. Tandao also discovered the intention of the two at this time. Test the cooldown time of Shenryuo dancing? Good battle plan. As expected of Kakashi's disciple, Tandao said to himself. But what makes Tandao feel strange is that Jiraiya and Kakashi are actually not there. Although the two were seriously injured, they should still be able to recover in a week. In any case, it is also a good combat power. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Is it hiding somewhere? Forget it. If it doesn't appear, let this game end. Tandao secretly said in his heart. Naruto and Sasuke have tested the cooldown time of Shinra dancing, and they are planning to wipe out the Tandao in front of them. But at this time, Hell Road, which had never existed, appeared in front of Pain. At this time, there were 4 bodies beside him. It was the other 4 that were defeated by the 2 Naruto. What is he going to do? Sasuke wondered. In the next second, Sasuke's doubts were answered. I saw the hands of Hell Road knotting. Rebirth. Beside him, a head engraved with the word Wang appeared. It is Hades. A big mouth swallowed all 4 Dao in. After a while, the 4 complete Dao came out of the mouth again. What? Naruto and Sasuke are surprised. The 4 people who had been defeated so hard, unexpectedly appeared again intact within an instant. How do you fight this? Both of them have consumed more than half, and the enemy seems to have no damage at all. What the is going on? Naruto was puzzled. Pain 6 ways stood together again. That huge momentum is enough to shock people. Both Naruto and Sasuke felt cold in their hearts, and in a moment they thought of invincibility. It is too strong. Your ninjutsu, I have already figured it out. Next, feel the pain. As soon as the voice of the heavens fell, the 6 waves of pain set off again. What no one noticed was that Xionan, who was originally watching the battle, had already left Konoha and walked towards a big tree outside Konoha. What she didn't know was that a white figure was following her at a distance. Among Konoha, the war is still going on. Facing the crazy attack of Pen 6 ways, the two of Mingzuo gradually couldn't stand it. At Wound 6 battle, the visual sharing of the 6 pairs of reincarnation eyes makes the flaws of the two people invisible. The tacit understanding of the cooperation of the 6 is not inferior to the two of Mingzuo. At this time, Shuradao suddenly opened the mechanism of his head, and a white light instantly condensed. Head laser cannon. Boom. The white laser cannon directly smashed into Naruto and Sasuke, and the two of them couldn't dodge and were hit directly. The smoke rose, and the purple Suzuon appeared again. At the very moment, Sasuke launched Susanoo in time to protect the two of them. But Sasuke also reached his limit at this time. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked with concern. It's okay. At this moment, Tandao suddenly appeared behind them. Naruto reacted first and punched it. However, he was shot down to the ground faster by heaven. At the same time, a black rod appeared in Tando's hand, slammed into Naruto's back, and nailed it to the ground. What? Naruto screamed. Immediately, one after another black rods appeared one after another, and they were inserted on Naruto's back one after another. But within a short time, Naruto had 4 black rods stuck in his body, and 1 stick was stuck in his hands. When Sasuke saw this, he hurried to rescue, but his actions were already slow. After Tandao restrained Naruto, he nailed Sasuke to the ground in the same way. What? Sasuke also screamed, unable to move. Hateful. In this way, you can't move. Tandao said coldly. Damn. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke said grimly. Let go of me. You bastard. Naruto said excitedly. Tandao looked at the two struggling and didn't care, but said indifferently, kill me? Why? Is there hatred between you and me? Sasuke Uchiha. Asshole. You killed teacher Kakashi. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke said grimly. Hagai Kakashi. Tandao was a little surprised. Although the original battle ended with his own victory, Kakashi did not die, but escaped through the technique of Thunder God. Why do they have such a misunderstanding? Although I hope you are telling the truth, it is a pity that Kakashi Hagai did not die in my hands. What? Naruto and Sasuke were shocked to hear what they said. Didn't teacher Kakashi die in Pain's hands? What happened to that corpse? The two of them were a little confused for a while. At this time, Pain's pupils shrank, as if he had discovered something. I saw a silver-white figure descending from the sky, landing beside Naruto and Sasuke, and then he whispered, Chidori back to the sky. The blue arc instantly opened the arc of the hemisphere and enveloped Naruto and Sasuke. Pain Lidao, who was on the sidelines, quickly avoided. The hemisphere area supported by the terrifying thunder power is full of amazing destructive power. The thunder dissipated, revealing the figure inside. Tandao whispered softly, are you coming, Kakashi Hagai? Chapter 593 Kakashi vs Pain. Silver white hair, standing figure, and familiar breath. Everyone no longer shows the identity of the person in front of them. Flag Mu Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke looked at that figure, shaking their minds for a while. Naruto's fairy mode was the first to sense the unique aura of Kakashi. This feeling is absolutely not wrong. This person is their teacher, Kakashi Hagai. The sensing ability of the fairy mode is strong enough to sense the entire chakra of Konoha in an instant. The reason Naruto didn't find Kakashi before, that's because Kakashi also used the fairy mode to shield his chakra. When it comes to the controllability of the fairy model, whether it is qualitative or specific, Kakashi far exceeds Naruto. After all, Kakashi has been learning the fairy mode much longer. What's more, Kakashi also integrates the 3 magic arts, which is even better in power. Kakashi, teacher? Naruto and Sasuke both exclaimed in surprise. There were doubts, surprises, incomprehensions, joys in those eyes. Yo, Naruto, Sasuke, did a great job. As a teacher, I finally saw you have a commendable growth. Kakashi turned his head halfway, revealing that crescent smile. Both of them were taken aback. Ms. Kakashi, aren't you dead? Naruto asked puzzledly. This kind of thing? Let's explain it before. Now, you should go and rest first. Here, leave it to me. Kakashi said, pulling out the black rods from the two of them in an instant, pushing away the foreheads, and looking straight at Pain Ladao not far away. But at this moment, Sakura and Hinata ran out of nowhere, and supported them. Sasuke, how are you? Naruto-kun, are you okay? Both their expressions were full of worry. But at this time Sasuke and Naruto didn't care about their injuries at all. There was no time to take care of the severe pain in the body at this time. Looking at the familiar figure, the hearts of the two of them were full of joy at this time. That's right, it's him. It's the Kakashi teacher. Great. Mrs. Kakashi is not dead, Naruto said excitedly. Naruto is more concerned about Kakashi's still alive than why Kakashi appeared here. It is enough to know this. Everything else can be said later. Sasuke's mood was also ups and downs, and finally fell. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there was nothing more happier than Kakashi's alive. Sakura and Hinata helped them down and left the battlefield. The next battle is not something they can participate in. Sasuke and Naruto are both injured, and they can't help much here. The injuries that penetrate the body, unless Naruto breaks out the nine-tailed chakra, heals instantly. Otherwise, take a good rest for a few days. Watching the four leave, Pain Ladao did not stop. In his opinion, only the nine-tailed person's Uli is still in Konoha, so if he wants to capture him, it is something that he can do at any time. Now the more important thing is to defeat the man in front of him. This person who has escaped once in his hands. A breeze ran across the battlefield, blowing hair. Kakashi looked at Pain, recalling the previous match. He was seriously injured, facing the remaining Pain 4, and could only barely support it. After a fight, Kakashi still shattered the human realm, and then escaped by using the art of Thunder God. Of course, it is not without a price. While escaping, he was hit on the back by Shinra Tanzing of Heaven, causing serious back injuries. This is why when Kakashi appeared in the Hokage office, he would be covered with blood and seriously injured. It's no joke to take a hard blow to Shenluo Danzing. Tandao looked at Kakashi, a little surprised. Judging from the situation of the person in front of him, it seems that the previous injury has been healed. He knew how powerful the attack sent by Tandao was. That is definitely not an injury that can be healed in the short term. But what is going on now? Hagai Kakashi, I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Kakashi chuckled and said, surprised? Indeed. It is really surprising that such a serious injury will get better within a week. Regardless of whether your injury is good or not, your ending will not change. In front of God, you will always be the one who is powerless. The previous time, you could escape by using the technique of Flying Thunder God. Then this time, you too, are you planning to escape? Tandao Pain said coldly. Escape? This is already the place I protect. Where can I escape? This is the place where your god's name has fallen. Kakashi said. The curse mark on his back was released instantly, and the fairy face climbed onto his face. The three Gu Jade writing round eyes in the left eye and the cross eyes in the right eye exuded fierce aura at this time. A mortal who can't help it. Pain felt the chakra in his body, and he didn't consume much before dealing with Naruto and Sasuke. Several small-scale Shenluo dancing to Pain did not hurt at all. Resurrecting the remaining 4 chakras also doesn't consume much. At this time, Ben, even if he was not full of blood, was not far off. Unless it is the use of large-scale Shenluo dancing and Earth Explosive Sky Star, the consumption of Pen is very small. At this time, Kakashi was healed from his injuries, chakra was full, and his condition was very full. Kakashi vs. Pain. The battle has officially started. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were taken down and brought directly to Tsunade. How do you two feel? Both of them shook their heads. saying that it was okay. Sakura said, "Master, I checked them both. The place where the black stick was inserted is not fatal." Presumably Pen wanted to capture Naruto and Sasuke alive, so it didn't matter. It was just a momentary loss of action ability. So that's it. It's okay. Mrs. Tsunade, what is going on? Isn't Kakashi Sensei dead? Did you cure it? Naruto asked hurriedly. Sasuke also looked at Tsunade with a look of confusion. Tsunade suddenly didn't know how to explain it, so he said, "I'll explain this to you after Kakashi comes back." Naruto said suspiciously, "So Grandma Tsunade also knows the inside story, haha. Right? It's really hateful. I didn't die and didn't tell us. It made me sad for so long." Naruto squeezed his fist and expressed his dissatisfaction. Sasuke was also unhappy. "Sasuke, Mr. Kakashi will come back later. We must not let him go easily." "Well, it's too much." The two looked at each other, wondering what they were making. Tsunade shook his head helplessly. Why did he feel that the two have finally matured? At this moment, he seemed to be beaten back to the original. Looking at the distance, Tsunade murmured, "I hope everything goes well." Chapter 594. The Years Gone. Kakashi looked around. The way of heaven, the way of hell, the way of Shura, the way of hungry ghosts, and the way of beasts. The six figures looked at him from six different directions. The surrounding blind spots are fully covered. Nothing of one's own movement can escape the observation of Pen's six paths. Really a tricky enemy, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. The coordination between Pen's six ways is very tacit, and a Netta 6 is obviously not a wise choice. Just the ability to observe without blind spots makes things very troublesome. But having said that, isn't this ability the same as not having the eyes of a bird in a cage? It sounds mysterious, but it's actually like that. To quote a sentence from Dragon Ball, that is, your eyes can keep up. Can your movements keep up? The only difference is that these are six people. The speed of six people may not be as fast as Kakashi alone, but the cooperation between the six people is enough to offset this deficiency. After all, these six people are actually the same person. Cooperation is nothing but a normal thing for them. A fallen leaf floated between Kakashi and Heavenly Way Pain, and Kakashi moved at the moment it landed. This movement was a sudden thrust like lightning. God. In Tando's eyes, the rippled lines shrank suddenly. So fast. Compared to before, it seems like a world of difference. Thunderlight in the right hand suddenly appeared, and Chidori had already appeared. The writing wheel of the left eye stared at Tandao stubbornly. Seeing this, Tandao did not hesitate, and stretched out his hand to be a Shenryuo dancing. Boom! Kakashi was directly lifted off, but Chidori did not annihilate with it. Kakashi stabilized his figure in the air, and saw the voice of Chidori chirping again, and Chidori immediately extended. Thousand Bird Sharp Gun. The length of more than 10 meters opened instantly and pierced the Heavenly Way. Tandao looked at it coldly, but didn't avoid it. In other words, this speed is too fast, and even Heaven's path can't be avoided. The next moment, the hungry ghost Dao suddenly jumped out and fell in front of Tandao, with his hands outstretched. Sealing technique. The mark. Holding the Chidori sharp gun in both hands, he absorbed it immediately. At this time, Shuradao stretched out his arm, and there was a sound of mechanical chaos, and a rocket flew out of his arm. Weird bullet fire arrow. Kakashi saw the knot in his hands. Bang! Shadow clone technique. The same figure appeared on his side. Kakashi stepped on his waist, and immediately increased in speed, and fell to the ground. The shadow clone that was stepped on turned into a cloud of smoke. The rocket passed through where Kakashi was before, but did not disappear there. Instead, it turned a corner and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, but he didn't expect that the rocket also had its own tracking device. Is this really a skill that should exist in the world of Naruto? Kakashi was helpless, and his right-hand Chidori sharp spear came out again, smashing it 10 meters away. Boom! The rocket burst, forming fireworks in the air. Kakashi's robes were blown by the airwaves of the explosion. At this time, The human world also rushed to Kakashi's side and blasted out a punch. Before Kakashi could stop, his body thundered. Chidori. Thunder and lightning protects the whole body. The human road is directly paralyzed by the electric current. Kakashi is not polite, and punches out. Boom. Hell Road didn't know where it came from and blocked Kakashi's punch. Kakashi was not angry but rejoiced, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Kakashi said. An inexplicable force hit the face of Hell Dao. Boom. The huge force acting on the face of Hell Dao directly dented the face of Hell Dao. Frog Team. Kakashi didn't stop there. The thunder light from his left hand emerged again and penetrated into the body of Hell Dao. Thousand bird sharp gun. Boom. In an instant, the road became fragmented, and the dead could no longer die. Kakashi took a quick step, left the place, and opened the distance. The series of actions just now are cumbersome to say, but they are actually just a matter of moments. Kakashi took them one by one under the intensive attack of Pen's 6 lanes. Even more focused on the body of the road. Once the Hell Road approaches, it will be destroyed directly. Kakashi fell here, not just casually, but to see that this place is not far from the road, and there is a human road. If you directly attack the Hell Road, I am afraid you will be directly avoided. But if the human world road is fatally attacked, the nearest Hell Road will definitely come to rescue. After all, Pain could not have imagined that when Hell Road caught Kakashi's attack, he would be hit by an inexplicable attack, turning it into this look. Frog Team members, with the help of natural forces, can issue invisible attacks. Pain, who was in contact for the first time, naturally couldn't peek into the mystery. This is why ninjas like to keep their whole cards. If you have a whole card, you have a bargaining chip for a surprise attack. Heavenly Way. Pain stared at Kakashi, his eyes a little solemn. At this time, Kakashi's combat power was far above his expectations. When he was in Yunin village before, Kakashi was strong, but not so strong. Just now, both the action and the use of ninjutsu are extremely fast. Pain's life was considered to have fought countless powerful enemies, some of whom had pillar power, and some of them were called demigods. But they can't be compared with the person in front of them. His movements can only be described in one word, and that is fast. I don't know who Kakashi's speed is faster than that of Senja Kazuma, who was known as the highest speed in the ninja world, and the yellow flashing wave of the water gate. But these are not questions that Pain should think about now. The destruction of Hell Road means that he has lost the opportunity to immediately resurrect the 6 paths of Pain. Every subsequent loss of Pen's clone will be temporarily irreparable. Therefore, we must be more cautious in fighting. From this battle and the last battle, you seem to know the 6 ways of Pain very well. It seems that you have collected a lot of information secretly. Tandao whispered. As Akatsuki's nominal leader, I naturally noticed you from a long time ago. I also knew that there must be a battle between you and me. So, how to fight, I have already prepared. Oh, Delusion and God as opponents. I admire your courage, Pain said coldly. God, you think you understand pain and want to change the world in your own way. How confident are you that this path is correct? There is nothing wrong with God's choice. Really? I don't know if your partner Yahiko once thought so too. Tandao heard that there was a wave of fluctuations in the eyes of Gajing Wubo, but soon, it was suppressed. All this, the result will tell me the answer. At this time, Beast Do's hands are sealed. Psychic art. Boom. A brown 3-headed dog appeared on the ground, white teeth terrifying and drooling. Upon seeing this, Kakashi bit his finger, and his hands were sealed. Psychic art. Boom. The same huge 3-headed dog appeared in front of everyone. The 7 prisons are here. Chapter 595. Battle of the Psychic Beasts. The black giant dog, grinning, with a fierce face, looks chilling. Kakashi stood on the head in the middle, looking at the 3-headed dog not far away. Kakashi, what's the matter for calling me out this time? 7 prisons whispered. 7 prisons, look in front of you. Hearing the words, 7 prisons' eyes fell to the front, and his pupils suddenly shrank with this look. 7 splits, the 7 prisons exclaimed, their faces full of surprise. After many years, I saw my old friend again, but I didn't expect it to have become like this. There was something similar to a black iron rod pierced in his eyes. There are lines that make the 7 prisons extremely annoying. Reincarnation I. Facing the call of the 7 prisons, Chi remained indifferent, as if he didn't even recognize the dog in front of him. Pain looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Is this the black hellhound that was with the split hound? Unexpectedly, it was still alive and became Kakashi's psychic beast. However, I was able to destroy it. You Hell Valley, today, can also kill you in the same way. Damn human beings. What did you do to Kika? 7 Prison roared. It's an honor to be the psychic beast of the animal Dao. Tandao whispered. Asshole. 7 Prisons said angrily. When Kakashi saw this, he said, 7 Prisons, calm down. The split dog in front of you is already a corpse. Pain uses special ninjutsu to make his corpse what you see now. No matter how you call it, it's all useless. It's already dead. Hearing the words of the 7 Prisons, sad expressions appeared on the 3 heads. How could it not know this matter? When it was sent out of Hell Valley by the 7 splits, it was already known that the 7 splits would undoubtedly die. Just now, he didn't even sense any breath of life in Chi-Chi's body. All of this was enough to explain the problem. Damn it, it's unforgivable to do such a thing with a broken body. The 7 Prisons said, rushing to Heavenly Way Pain. However, at this moment, the split dog rushed over and blocked the front of the 7 hells. Seeing the 7 Prisons, he was taken aback, and his heart was even more painful. The former comrades in arms have now become enemies. What is even more annoying is that it protects or kills its enemies. At this point, the split dog has grown a 4th head, which looks even stranger. Damn it, Chi-Split has gone mad. As a former comrade in arms, 7 Prisons knows the abilities of the split dog very well. When fighting, the higher its mood, the stronger its combat effectiveness, and the more heads it splits. Kakashi, I'm afraid I will concentrate on dealing with the 7 splits. That human being, I will leave it to you. Don't worry, this is something I promised you, and it won't let you down. Kakashi said, jumping from the top of the 7 hells and landing on the ground. 7 Prison glanced at Kakashi, and whispered, thank you. Immediately, 2 huge 3-headed dogs tangled together. The abilities of the 7 hells are more biased towards ninjutsu, while the split dog is a type of physical combat. The split dog can split into multiple heads, and can split into multiple individuals, somewhat similar to the ability of a slug. This ability will make it very troublesome to deal with. However, this is not the end. I saw Beast Doe's hands knotting again. Psychic Art. 3 psychic beasts, Lobster, Chameleon, and Panda, appeared at the same time, enclosing the 7 hells. The 7 Prisons looked around and sneered. With these 3 wastes, do you want to stop me? The Inetifa battle officially started. When Kakashi saw this, he did not come forward to help. Compared to the Inetifas in the 7 hells, Kakashi still has Inetofivs at this time. In comparison, he has to work harder. The psychic beast is left to you, 7 Prisons. Kakashi whispered. 7 Prisons looked at the 4 psychic beasts in front of them. Although they didn't care about them, they were full of vigilance in their hearts. Apart from anything else, the strength of 7 Split is strong enough. Since the other 3 can be valued by pain, either of high strength or unique ability, none of them should be underestimated. It seems that the battle this time is more difficult than imagined. Maybe that move is going to be made. Or, that move was originally prepared for today. 7 Prisons said. His heart already made up his mind secretly. Kakashi looked at Pain. Kakashi, I can't think of the Hell Valley, and there is a share of you. Maybe this is the fate between you and me. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Fate? After becoming a god, I can change my destiny. Is this what you call growth after experiencing pain? Only by experiencing pain can you understand the origin of this sinful world. Only in this way can you fade away from mortal bodies and become gods. In front of me, you are just as funny as young children. Your so-called ideals seem to me empty and tasteless. The reason why you say such naive words is because your pain is not enough. And my pain is far above you. Pain said coldly. Pain? It is true that pain can make people grow, but if pain is not handled properly, it is also the last step in the abyss. Friends who died, in this world, there is definitely more than you. But few people resent the world like you. When it comes to the pain experienced, Kakashi is actually far above pain. Pain was just a friend who died. And Kakashi, father, mother, teacher, sister, and sister all died once. It is self-evident whose pain is deeper. But Kakashi did not become hate the world, and pain became like this. In addition to the bewilderment with soil, it is also Nagato's own Xing problem. That's because they are too weak. I have these eyes and the power of God. I have the responsibility to change the world. Do you really understand why these eyes appear on you? Kakashi sneered. What do you mean? Pain asked quickly with a start. No matter what you mean, in my opinion, your current state is no different from the crying of a child after losing important things. It is the person in the world who yells wrong every day and will always be a coward. Shut up. What I want to do is change the world. But cry like a mortal. Change the world? Just relying on your stupid practices and behaviors. How can you talk about changing the world? HMPH. How can mortals understand God's way of doing it? Naive and ridiculous. Kakashi shook his head, and it was obviously impossible to reason with the paranoid guy in front of him. Maybe his mouth escape skills are not at home. That being the case, let's beat the opponent first. Let's talk about it. This is in line with Naruto's law. After winning the mouth, you can say anything. Chapter 596. Kill two more between the battles. The battlefield had already left Konoha and came outside Konoha. After all, if a war breaks out in Konoha, even if it is a refuge, it may not be safe. This is Kakashi deliberately. Pain knew, but didn't stop it. After all, Pain is not a despicable person. The 7 prisons and the 4 psychic beasts are indistinguishable, and it is not easy for Kakashi to face the remaining 5 realms. His eyes moved left and right. The opposite was the heavenly Tao, the human Tao behind, the Shura Tao on the left, the hungry ghost Tao on the right, and the animal Tao far away. 5 goals. After the road. First solve the hungry ghost road. After a second thought, Kakashi had already made a decision. It's just that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and Pain moved now. Tandao stretched out his right hand and said softly, Vientiane Danian. The huge gravitational force radiated centered on the heavenly Tao, and Kakashi's body flew towards it unconsciously. Kakashi saw this seal on his hands. Xianzu. Fire escape. Howling fireball. The flame was attracted by the Vientiane sky yin, the speed became faster, and it flew towards the sky. Heavenly Tao did not stop a bit. At this time, Hungry Ghost Tao and Azure Tao ran towards Heavenly Tao at the same time, and Hungry Ghost Tao stretched out their hands. Sealing technique. The mark. The scorching flame was swallowed up by the Hungry Ghost Tao. Shura Tao disguised his giant sword and pointed it at the direction Kakashi was flying from. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kakashi covered chakra with his right hand and grabbed the giant sword. But at this moment, the human world behind him suddenly rushed out and kicked Kakashi on the back. Stabbed. Under this foot, Kakashi was directly pierced by the giant sword. But pain did not end the battle, but in the next second, he looked surprised. I saw that Kakashi, who was pierced by the giant sword, suddenly turned into a human path package that thunder would kick on his back. Eldoonian clone, burst, boom. With a loud noise, the human road has been scorched by thunder dunge, unable to move. The world is gone. Pain whispered when he saw this. Don't you know when Eldoonian clone was used? Not only that, this Eldoonian clone seems to have been improved. After receiving a fatal injury, it will immediately turn into an attacking thunder dunk, resulting in explosions. The power. The speed is so fast that even Hungry Ghost Tao has no time to absorb it. Amazing ability to react. At this moment, A hand stretched out under the feet of Beast Tao. Soil escape. The technique of beheading in the heart. Beast Tao was startled, and he pulled into the ground in Kakashi. Rachel, with a scream. The animal life is dead. Although the animal road is dead, the psychic beast in the distance has not disappeared. What's the matter? Kakashi was a little confused, but soon figured it out. Generally speaking, if the owner of the psychic beast dies, the psychic beast will return to the psychic world. But these psychic beasts are different. They say they are controlled by the animal realm, rather than by Nagato. As long as Nagato is still there, they haven't suffered fatal injuries, so naturally they will not disappear. The psychic beasts can also choose to return to the psychic world, but the psychic beasts in front of them obviously don't have this right. Although the psychic beasts were not solved, the 2 does were removed, which was quite a gain. After losing 3 pen clones in a row, Tendo's heart also became a little dignified. Through the earth to escape into the ground, I received the sight of the reincarnation eye, and at the same time attacked the lone beast road. In the fierce battle, can you also take into account the overall coordination ability? In addition, the mastery of ninjutsu is rich and diverse, and at the same time his writer's blood successor, such as Zwenyan, has excellent observation ability. If such a person is allowed to develop, I am afraid that it will become more troublesome in the future. Kakashi looked at the remaining 3 people in front of him, not much joy. The smaller the number of people, the greater the accuracy of Nagato's decentralized control, and the more difficult it is for the remaining people. Hungry Ghost said, absorb all the ninjutsu. Shura Road, strong offensive power. Heaven, the most powerful pen clone. These 3 are not easy to deal with, especially when the 3 people get together and complement each other. It is definitely not easy to confront each other. If you want to find a way to distract the Hungry Ghost Tao, solve it first. Although Shura Tao's attack power is strong, but its defense is not enough. It can be solved with a single blow. To solve these 2, there is one Heavenly Tao, and it is much easier to deal with. Kakashi secretly planned. Pain did not move at this time, but looked at Kakashi, not knowing what he was thinking. Obviously, the successive losses also made Pain more cautious and no longer as arrogant as before. Pain also realized that Kakashi was completely different from his previous opponent, an enemy who was absolutely capable of competing with himself. If you want to defeat the opponent in front of you, I am afraid you need to think about countermeasures. At this time, Pain can still use 2 ultimate moves. One is the large-scale Shenluo Dancing, and the other is the Earth-Bursting Star. The large-scale Shenluo Dancing is a group attack skill with a large attack range, but its attack power is not very strong. In general, Shinobu will die at the touch of a touch, but for the shadow-level powerhouses, this trick is not irresistible. After using this trick, not only the power of the other Tao will be temporarily lost, even if it is the Tao of Heaven, Shenluo Dancing will fall into a long period of cooling. Therefore, the large-scale Shenluo Dancing will be excluded for the time being. The rest is the earth bursting into the sky. However, the consumption of the earth explosion star is too great. Even with the physique of Nagato, he dare not use it lightly. To be more precise, since Nagato awakened this skill, he hadn't used it. After all, no one can force him to use this trick. Whether to use it or not, consider it later. Pain is still thinking. Kakashi has struck again. The 4 fought together again. So I saw such a scene. In the back, the 5 psychic beasts stood in a group, and in the front, the 4 figures were fighting with each other. The scene was thrilling. At this time, the 7 prisons had been bitten by the puppies split from the split dog all over their body, and blood had already leaked out. Lobster psychic beasts and panda psychic beasts also attacked at this time. Seeing this in 7 prisons, his eyes instantly turned red. Roar! The 7 prisons uttered a roar of beasts, and then black runes appeared in their eye sockets. Curse seal! I saw that the 3 heads of the 7 hells gathered 3 chakras with different attributes at the same time, and they aimed at the 3 psychic beasts that came forward. Fire escape! the fire of hell, wind escape, refining empty bombs, water escape, iron cannonballs, 3 giant chakra bullets shot out with a terrifying aura, boom, the fire of hit the lobster psychic beast, the air refining bullet hit the chameleon, and the iron shell hit the panda psychic beast. The 3 psychic beasts flew out instantly, vomiting blood, then turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The 7 prisons shook forcefully, shaking away the 10 small split dogs on their bodies. 7 splits, the rest is the battle between us. Chapter 597 The Resolution of the 7 Hells. The words of the 7 Hells did not resonate with the split dogs. At this time, it is just a tool for killing. It's even worse than the rebirth of the dirty soil. Reincarnated from the dirty land may also awaken its own will. At this time, the split dog is just a corpse, without a soul at all, and the so-called will does not exist at all. Therefore, no matter how the 7 prisons call, it has no effect at all. The 7 prisons also gradually understood this. 7 splits. It seems that I should give you one last ride. As the 7 prisons spoke, a firm expression appeared on his face. Therefore, the dog is dead, and its body must not be kept by this murderer Trend. Sorry, 7 split. The 7 prisons had made up their minds, so they decided to take action on the split dogs. Blood was still bleeding from the place where he was bitten by the split dog before, and the flow of Cyanzu chakra in the 7 prisons instantly stopped the blood. The curse of the 7 hells naturally came from Kakashi. After perfecting the immortal arts, Kakashi cracked the curse imprint planted in his body by the big snake pill, and at the same time planted a new curse imprint of his own based on the principle of the curse imprint. It is also the technique used by Kakashi himself to store the celestial chakra. This technique can be unlocked at the moment of battle and explode the power of the immortal, which is very convenient. The power of the immortal in Zongwa's body is controlled by this curse, and it also comes from Kakashi's handwriting. As for the 7 prisons themselves, the talent for practicing immortality is not high, so if you want to borrow the power of immortals, you can only rely on curse seals. And even relying on the curse seal, the 7 prisons will take a while to be solved. This is why the 7 prisons just waited for a long time before the power of the immortal broke out. The power of this curse was enough to maintain the power of the immortal in the 7 prisons for 10 minutes to deal with the split dog in front of him. And the time should be enough. At this time, the 7 prisons had made up their minds, so naturally they would not waste time anymore. Just dealing with the other 3 psychic beasts has consumed a lot of Cyanzu chakra, and the rest must be used in the right place. 10 small split dogs gathered together, once again condensed into one body, forming a monster with 10 heads. Is it the final form? It seems that Killua also knows it's time to decide the outcome. The 2 dogs grew up together and fought countless times. They both laughed at each other as a single dog, but never found another bitch. Other dogs think they have problems, but only they know it. They are pure dog friendships. Growth is a painful process. The friendship between them is hard to describe. After the 7 prisons survived that disaster, they had only one purpose, and that was to avenge the split hound. This is an important reason why it became a Kakashi psychic beast, because it saw the potential and strength of Kakashi. Also saw the hope of revenge. At this time, it is time for it to achieve its purpose. The light of the 7 prisons fell on Pain, who was fighting Kakashi on the side, and there was a determination in his heart. The black runes of the curse spread again, turning into a blood-red color. The black body of the 7 prisons became a little frightening at this time. The 7 prisons' eyes showed cold light, and all their eyes were on the split dog's body. To deal with the split dogs, the 7 prisons are very clear that physical attacks are of no use, because all the damage will disappear completely when it splits into another individual. Therefore, if you want to defeat it, you must use ninjutsu, and it is a wide range of ninjutsu. At this time, the split dog rushed towards the 7 hells. 10 heads opened up 10 blood basins. The sharp white fangs still carry sparkling saliva. If it is bitten, it will inevitably be brought into flesh and blood. Upon seeing the 7 prisons, he jumped, pressed his front paws on the top head of the split dog, turned over, and went over. Boom! When the two landed, the earth shook, as if it were an earthquake. The three heads of the seven hells once again gathered chakras, and the chakras of the three attributes seemed more terrifying than before. As soon as it landed, one of the heads attacked the split dog. Shui done. Shui takes the original. The viscous liquid blasted out and hit the split dog's face, then slid down and landed on the ground, fixing its body in place. Can't move. In this way, you can't escape. The seven prisons whispered, and the split dog roared in bursts. Seeing this in the seven prisons, no more time wasting, and the other two-headed chakra bullets were also released. Xianzu, fire escape. Hell's fire. Xianzu, wind escape. Raw bomb. Combined magic. Hell scream bomb. The invisible wind escape, coupled with the red fire escape, merged into a white-hot flame in an instant. The terrifying high temperature seemed to be more terrifying than the fire of the sky in an instant. The white flame instantly drowned the split dog. The screams were startled and shuddering. There are tears in the corners of Chi Hell's eyes, but there is no alternative. My dog friend, this is the last thing my brother can do for you. In a trance, the seven prisons seemed to see that in the flames, the phantom of the split dog greeted himself again, as if thanking himself. It's just that when the seven prisons took a closer look, they disappeared without a trace. The white flame dissipated, leaving only black ashes. Since then, there has been no split dog in the world. There is such a big movement here. Naturally, it is impossible to hide the three Tao of Kakashi and Pain in the fierce battle. When Kakashi saw this, he was overjoyed. The seven hells finally solved all the psychic beasts. Pain was also taken aback. He didn't expect that a psychic beast in Kakashi district would solve all his psychic beasts. And it's the kind that can be solved permanently and cannot be channeled again. The loss this time is not small. Finding so many powerful psychic beasts is not an easy task. Seven prisons looked at the split dog turned into ashes, and the sad color in his eyes flashed. Immediately, the fierce gaze of seven prisons fell on Pain. Kakashi was taken aback, and knew the idea of the seven hells in an instant. This guy definitely wants to do something to Pain. Sure enough, the next second, the seven prisons rushed towards Pain, and at the same time, chakra among the three heads gathered again. Wait a minute. Seven prisons, Kakashi exclaimed. But it was too late. Xianzu, Hellscream bullet. The white flame appeared again and shot towards Pain. Hungry Ghost Road immediately rushed away, absorbing all its flames. Tandao jumped up and whispered, "A lowly race, dare to despise the majesty of God." Shenluo dancing. No, Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, but Shuridao launched an attack on it. Weird wrist rocket. I saw Shuridao's right palm was broken, revealing a circular bullet hole, white laser brewing in it, and then shot at Kakashi. Chapter 598 Death will damn it. Kakashi cursed in a low voice, and then moved his right hand, and the long-lost Kian Ting appeared in his hand again. Moon slash. The white crescent rushed to the laser cannon and slashed it directly, but with this delay, it was too late for rescue. The Shenluo dancing of Tandao has been issued, and it is more powerful than the previous one. Boom! The terrifying repulsion shot away. At this time, in the seven prisons, the curse rune on his body had already faded. After using such a large Xianzu twice in a row, Xianzu chakra has been consumed. Boom! Shenluo dancing directly hit the seven prisons, and was smashed out immediately. Bad! Kakashi let out an exclamation, opened his step quickly, and hurried over. The huge body of the seven prisons fell on the ground, smashing into a big hole. Blood oozes out of the place where the bleeding had been stopped. The earth was instantly dyed red. The seven prisons were amidst the scarlet red, and his eyes became a little blurred. In the blue sky, those familiar figures seemed to have appeared again. Those are the dogs of Hell Valley. Jigokadani used to be a noisy place. There are thousands of hellhounds up and down, but now, there are only two palms left. For the seven prisons, these decades are a kind of torture. It doesn't want revenge all the time. But there was no chance. One is that it does not know where the enemy is. The second is that it does not have enough strength. It resents its lack of strength. and also resents its incompetence. It wanted to die in Hell Valley with Kika, and didn't want to endure humiliation. As a warrior, it wants to fight blood for its own homeland. But it can't do it. It was left as hope. The identity of a revenge dog is not good enough. Fortunately, it still has 9 descendants. Even after his death, the inheritance of Hell Valley will not be cut off. Among the 9 little hellhounds, Ding Chun has the highest talent. One day, he will become the king of hellhounds and bring Hell Valley back to the top. The 7 prisons had already arranged all these things. It has long been waiting for this day with death will. Even with the power of the curse seal, 7 prisons knew that he was not Pen's opponent, because that person is too strong. With the determination to die, the 7 prisons launched the final blow, but unfortunately, it still failed. One move Shenluo Danzing has already made it lose its final action. Chakra was exhausted, and the injuries from the previous battle broke out completely. At this time, it was just a dying body. With this move of Shenluo Danzing, the larger the body, the greater the strength of the attack. This is why Kakashi just let the 7 prisons stop, because in Kakashi's view, it was an act of seeking death. Looking at the 7 prisons falling in a pool of blood, Kakashi looked a little sad. For more than a decade, Kakashi did not have many days of fighting side by side with the 7 prisons. But the feelings between the two are real. Every time Kakashi went to Inutingshan, he would chat with the 7 prisons. Kakashi also knew how much the 7 prisons valued this hatred and regarded it as almost all of his goals in life. But Kakashi did not expect that the 7 prisons would participate in this battle with such determination. If he had known that was the case, Kakashi would never let the 7 prisons participate in the war. Even if this is an agreement between the two. It's a pity that there are so many people in this world who know it. 7 prisons, Kakashi whispered, but didn't know what to say. The misty eyes of 7 prisons suddenly froze the focus. Looked at Kakashi. There was a smile on that hideous face. Kakashi, I should have died more than 10 years ago. Over the years, I have earned it. Why is this necessary? You should know that I can beat him. Kakashi whispered. I know. Just thinking about the battle 10 years ago, my heart was filled with hatred. This man, I want to tear him up with my own hands. Unfortunately, I still can't do it. It might be a good ending. Is it really worth it? Worth it? What's not worth it? In this world, the dog I care about has already died almost. What's worth noting? The only thing that can't be put down may be the 9 little guys. But Kakashi, you will take care of them, right? 7 prisons smiled. Kakashi nodded gravely when he heard the words. Kakashi, it's a blessing to meet you on that island. Let me know what it feels like to have a contractor. If I can meet you earlier, maybe the dog will have a big life. Is there a difference? Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world. As the 7 prisons spoke, blood leaked from the corners of his mouth. Shenluo Danzing had already smashed all the internal organs in his body, and every extra point of breathing would be an extra point of pain. 7 prisons, thank you for your care over the years. 7 prisons shook his head and said, I should say this. Unfortunately, I still haven't made it to the day when Hell Valley renews prosperity. Kakashi, I hope you can witness that day for me. Don't worry, as long as I am Kakashi, I will help Hell Valley to restore its former glory. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Also, please beat Pennsylvania. This is my last request. As the 7 prisons said, the 6 eyes, which were bigger than the copper bell, stared at Kakashi closely. I will. Thank you. 7 Prison said with a smile, and then slowly closed his eyes. Immediately, with a bang, the huge body of the 7 prisons disappeared in front of Kakashi's eyes and returned to Inutingshan. At the place where he was originally, there was only a pool of blood left at this time. Kakashi's right hand was printed on the pool of blood, and in his mind was the time he had spent with the 7 prisons. Although this guy in 7 prisons looks fierce, he actually has a soft heart. The teaching of the little hellhounds is very strict, but the little hellhounds respect them. They all understand the painstaking effort of the 7 hells, so they never complain. In this way, the hard-mouthed hellhound left like this, Kakashi only felt his heart twitched, as if something had been lost. Pain also appeared behind Kakashi at this time. "You look sad." When Kakashi heard the words, he slowly turned around and looked at Pain. On his right hand, the blood of the seven hells was dripping, tick-to-tick, and fell to the ground. Kakashi's gaze had completely changed at this time. "Murderous. It seems that you can understand my pain a little bit, Kakashi. But this is far from enough. My so-called pain is far above you." Kakashi stretched out the right hand and pointed at Pain. "Pain, you irritated me completely." Chapter 599 Suzaku / The Death of the Seven Prisons made Kakashi completely lose his patience with Pain. That face was especially odious to Kakashi at this time. In the final analysis, Pain is just a second-degree person who is immature and wants to prove his maturity. The so-called Pain. But so, if it were not for those eyes, Pain would cease to exist. It's just a guy who relies on the eyes of other people's reincarnation. At this time, Kakashi's evaluation of Pain has been reduced to the lowest. Perhaps it was precisely because of this immature thought that was persuaded by Naruto's unconvincing mouth. But at this time, Kakashi just wanted to press the person in front of him to the ground and beat him hard. Withdrawing the right hand that was stained with the blood of the seven prisons, the Kianting on the left hand surged. Pain stared at Kakashi. He could feel a huge killing intent. Xianzu. Thunder step. Boom. A ray of lightning spread from the soles of Kakashi's feet, and the ground directly shattered. Pain's eyes shrank, and Kakashi's Kianting appeared on top of Shurido's head. Moon slash. Kianting went from top to bottom, slashing away. Shurido only had time to turn his arm into a shield and keep it above his head. Ding! The sound of steel fighting. The shield hummed, and Shurido's arm was directly shattered. At the same time, Kakashi's right hand flashed thunder, and pressed against Shurido's chest. Ray Che burst. Che pierced into the body of the Azuridao without any hindrance, and then spread out, full of the limbs of the Azuridao. With Kakashi's soft drink, Shurido fell apart in an instant, dissipating between heaven and earth. All this is just between the electric light and flint. Even the other two Pain did not react at all. Kakashi's gaze turned and fell on Tandao not far away. Pain. The game between you and me ends here. It seems that you have shown a little bit of the so-called powerhouse in the ninja world. But just because of this, you still can't beat the gods. Shut up, God. I'm tired of listening. Next, let's see the truth under my hand. Stupid mortal, if that's the case, it's as you wish. Kakashi swung a knife towards Tandao, and Tandao instantly pulled out a black stick to resist. Ding! Kianting, full of thunder, cut off the black rod in an instant. Tandao was shocked and quickly retreated. That knife is sharper than before, Tandao whispered. Kakashi looked at Heavenly Dao coldly, but did not step forward. At this time, Tandao and Hungry Ghost Dao reunited. It seems that hatred has made you stronger. Pain may be a way to increase strength, but it is not something that everyone is willing to experience. And my strength is never dependent on the accumulation of pain. I just protect the people I value. Guardian, Tandao murmured. I wanted to spare my life to protect those two people, but in the end, he died in my hands. How ironic. This is a world full of errors. I want to build real peace. Only pain can control this. The means of sin. Only suffering can reduce the desire of man's sex. Kakashi shook his head and said, all you bring is the fear of death. So what? To achieve peace, you don't need to care about this kind of thing. Without peace, there is no need to shed blood. I don't know if there is that kind of peace. I only know that if there are no people like you in the world, there may be a lot of peace. You were a warrior who guarded peace, but now, you are the devil who brought war. You, and what is the difference between the people you have resisted? How can those mere mortals compare with me? I will bring real peace. This kind of peace. Don't worry, take your so-called peace and go to hell. Xianzu. Sword technique and profound truth. Dragon Yin Wu. Long Yin is shaking the sky. Thunder Dragon is here. A fierce dragon suddenly appeared in Kakashi's thousand lights. with its teeth and claws dancing. The scales on his body are clearly visible. Long Why is here. Tandao and Hungry Ghost Dao looked extremely small in front of this Thunder Dragon. Kakashi was inside the Thunder Dragon, above the blade, and the trembling voice was the sound of the dragon's chant. The entire Thunder Dragon is covered with a powerful electric current, and the blade is full of air currents. What a huge scale! Looking at the huge Thunder Dragon in front of him, even Pain couldn't help being horrified. The huge collection of chakras looked shocking. Above the Konoha tall building in the distance, Tsunade and others are watching this scene. What is that? It's so big, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke's writing wheel kept turning, as if he wanted to see it clearly. That is Kakashi teacher's sword technique, Long Yin-Wu, but I didn't expect that such a huge individual would be condensed. So terrible power. Sasuke murmured. Dragon Yin-Wu. Tsunade muttered to himself. This is not the first time she has seen this move. It's just that this kind of momentum is more terrifying than before. There is a powerful Xianzu chakra. My god, how did teacher Kakashi do it? This level of Xianzu chakra is enough for me to support 2 fairy modes. Naruto was horrified. This feeling seems to be the murderous intent of teacher Kakashi, and it will be transmitted to such a far place. It seems that teacher Kakashi is really angry. Sakura was surprised. Sasuke and Naruto nodded in agreement. As Kakashi's students, they have also experienced the appearance of Kakashi's anger, although only once, but it was that time that made them remember that feeling deeply. The opponent at that time was very bleak. It seems that this battle is not far from over. Tsunade whispered. In the battlefield, Kakashi's long sword pointed to the remaining Pain. So, let's start. Thunder Dragon roared, and the dragon head rushed towards Pain. Tando's eyes changed, and he stretched out his hands. Shenluo dancing. The terrifying repulsion surged again, toward the Thunder Dragon. Boom! Thunder Dragon head. If the shattered ninjutsu didn't appear before, the Thunder Dragon just rushed for a while, and then moved forward at an astonishing speed again. What? How could it be possible? Tandao was shocked. This was the first time that even with Shinra dancing, ninjutsu could not be crushed. In that case, the Hungry Ghost said, and blocked the huge Thunder Dragon. Boom! Sealing technique. The mark. As long as the ninjutsu contains energy, it will be absorbed. The huge Thunder Dragon couldn't even move forward half a step between those palms. Kakashi in the Thunder Dragon was not surprised at this, as if he had expected it. Holding Kianting's right hand slightly, he shouted in a low voice, Sixth King Gate, open. Suzaku cut. The green energy is wrapped in Kianting, and it is hacked towards the road of Hungry Ghosts. Tear. The long knife instantly split the Hungry Ghost road in half. Kakashi walked through, looking straight at the last heaven. Only you are left. Chapter 600. Earth bursts into the sky. Above Thousand Ting, the green energy had changed to crimson. It appeared on the long sword like wings of flames. Those are the wings of Suzaku. After passing through the Hungry Ghost Road, the red flame wings gradually dissipated. Kakashi also closed the 6th door. Cultivating to the level of Kakashi, only with the help of the power of the 6 doors in an instant, the body will not suffer much loss. Coupled with the relief of Xianzu chakra, he has been able to open 6 or even 7 without injury. Suddenly when I thought of Kai opening 8 doors, Lee opened the 6 doors to explain. It is also hanging. Hukuman Dunjia. The scarlet flame does not seem to be chakras. Is the flame produced by rubbing the air? A great skill. Because of the fear of being absorbed by the Hungry Ghosts, do you choose to use this trick? Kakashi, you really are a tough opponent. No matter what kind of trick you use, you can find a solution. Tandao Pain said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the Hungry Ghost Dao that was split in half by Kakashi burst open and flew out towards both sides. Kakashi did not look back. Kianting pointed to Pain. The tip of the knife is less than 10 centimeters away from Pain. 6 Pain. Now you are the only one left. If you are resolved, I will have a good talk with Nagato. Kakashi whispered. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. Then you try it. Kianting entered again. and the black stick appeared again. Ding, zero. Kianting and the black rod rubbed against each other, drawing countless sparks. The two are in a cross shape. Pen and Kakashi suddenly approached, their eyes facing each other. The weird eyes of reincarnation are indifferent and ruthless. The scarlet and golden pupils are murderous. Sangua writing wheel eyes slowly turned. Magic. The art of Songhang. For a while, Pain seemed to be pulled into a strange space, and 4 huge nails nailed Pain's hands and feet. The pain was enough to make ordinary people unbearable. But even Pain's face did not change. Is this the illusion of writing round eyes? Unfortunately, the illusion of writing round eyes has no effect on me. Pain said. The eyes of Samsara shrank for a while, and then the huge nail disappeared without a trace. Everything is just between electric light and flint. Xianzu, thousand bird blade. Kakashi's long knife was about to pierce Pen's body, but was bounced away by the black rod again. Seeing this, Kakashi pulled away and fell behind. Sure enough, the pupil technique doesn't work for Pain. Although Pen's reincarnation eye is not his own, his level is indeed higher than that of writing reincarnation eye. The high-level eyes have a great immune effect against the magic spells launched by the low-level eyes. Kakashi was just an experiment. After all, Jai Lai had killed 3 Pain through illusion before. It's just a sound illusion. The way it works is different. Pen could not resist the sound illusion, but he had great immunity to the eye illusion. Between the two, there was no movement again for a while. This guy's moves are endless, and the tactics are formulated very quickly. If you continue to delay and get caught in the weakness of the heavens, I am afraid it will be in trouble. For the current plan, we can only fight quickly. Pain secretly said in his heart. In the distance of Konoha, among a huge tree, Xiaonan walked back slowly. I saw Nagato's expression a bit exhausted. Nagato, what's wrong with you? Xiaonan asked with concern. Haki Kakashi really should not be underestimated. I didn't expect to solve all Pen clones except Heaven's Tao without any injury with the help of one person. What? How is this possible? Even if he knows the ability of Pen's 6 ways, he can't do it. Xiaonan was surprised. Nagato shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Kakashi's strength is far above the original performance of Yunin village. It seems that Kakashi's injury in the first battle against Hyruga has not healed. Now I don't know the reason. The injury has recovered. So I have shown such a strong posture. Can Kakashi actually compete with Pain? Xiaonan whispered. In Xiaonan's heart, Pain is the strongest. Unexpectedly, there will be times when they encounter opponents. Yes, a terrible opponent I've never seen before. I'm afraid I will use that trick in the end. Nagato whispered, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. Nagato, isn't that what you're talking about? No, your body doesn't allow you to use such tricks at all. Xiaonan hurriedly stopped. There is no way, if Kakashi is not solved, whether it is the capture of 9 tails or the future plan, it will be greatly affected. I have a feeling that Kakashi has not reached the true peak today. How could it be? Xiaonan looked unbelieving. Xiaonan, needless to say, I have already decided. You help me pay attention to the surroundings and don't let anyone disturb me. Nagato, who slumped on the bed, said in an indisputable tone. Xiaonan looked at the skinny Nagato, with a worry in his eyes. But the decision made by Nagato has never been changed over the years. And so, I understand Nagato. As Xiaonan said, he took a step back and focused all his energy on the big tree formed by paper escape. Nagato's palms folded together, and a black sphere glowed with white light, quietly forming. Not far from the big tree, a white figure stood. Strangely, this sturdy body had his left arm broken. On both shoulders, 2 toads stood. This person is not someone else, it is Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, it seems that your disciple Nagato is here. Jai Lai also nodded and said, it should be correct. Shall we go in now? Wait, it's not the time yet. It's not time? Shinzuo Xianran was a little puzzled. Jiraiya didn't answer directly, but looked at Konoha who came over in the distance. Kakashi the kid seems to have another plan. At this moment, a hand stretched out from among the big trees, and a black sphere flew out of it, flying towards the sky of Konoha. Outside Konoha, Kakashi bullied himself again. Pain responded immediately. Fist to catch, fly kick and kneel. Sweep the vertical gear. Kakashi must have his eyes. Kianting broke out. Immediately make a seal with both hands. The tip of the knife pointed directly at Pain's forehead. Black stick out. Ding. Kianting bullet landed aside and stuck to the ground. Well done. Thunder burst. Boom. A loud noise exploded in Pain's chest. Boom. Pain couldn't react enough and was directly bombed out. The red cloud robe on the black background was also partly blown away, and it became very broken. Pain stood up in the air and looked at Kakashi in the distance. Kakashi, you are indeed a strong opponent, but, after all, you can't resist the majesty of God. After Pain said, put your palms together. The black sphere appeared just above the sky behind it. When Kakashi saw this, his pupils shrank, and the secret path was not good. Earth burst into the sky.